To yet another episode of Whick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, today we've got a show for you. Oh my goodness, the news has been rife lately with juicy stuff. But from Comey's 8647 tweets to the knowledge that Biden apparently has prostate cancer, and many on the left deciding that they were going to cheer for this, and many on the right alleging conspiracy. It's been a lot. Today's topics. Today we are going to talk about left-wing violence. Is it an actual real problem in America, or is it being overblown? Is it being blown out of proportion by the Trump administration and MAGA and stuff in order to try to paint the left as a violent group of criminals, etc. We have brought a wonderful group of guests here to discuss that. And I $5 before we do that from Zephyr Hash to say, Wick, is it going to be a left violence is nothing compared to right violence versus all violence is bad panel? Well, we're going to find out. I'm going to give the mic first to Nonfon, and all these people are going to have a brief introduction, tell people who you are, and opening thoughts on the matter, and then we'll just kind of go around the room. Sound good? Sound good? Nonfon, open us up. Give us what you got. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Nonfon. I'm a lib left streamer. You can check me out on YouTube at Nonfon, Nonfon. I do a lot of debates like this, and I think typically left-wing violence is overblown by the right. It's not to say that there aren't any issues, especially I think the left did really bad during 2020, during the whole BLM thing. But stating that any of this like 8647 stuff is actually serious or gonna like inspire violence, I think is stupid. And I think more generally, rather than left right, violence is a lot of times better understood as like pro-establishment versus anti-establishment. Like I think there's a decent amount of like anti-establishment people on the right who you also see supporting things like Luigi doing what he did.
Okay, thank you for being here. We're going to get into it as we go. Let's go with Lactoid. No stranger to the show, but it's been a bit.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Am I
Oh,
sounding
you're
okay?
muted on your end, buddy,
Oh, shit. Give me a second.
on the Discord.
How about now? Am I going through okay?
Yep, you're good. You're good.
All right. Sick. All right. So whether or not it's like being overblown, I guess would really depend on who's doing the talking. Do I think that the left in this country is like Satan worshippers that are plotting the doom of society? No, I think that'd be like a little bit extreme if somebody takes that position. Do I think that the violence that the left perpetuates is significant and serious, and is not necessarily taken as seriously as it should be? I think that's probably is the case. I think the most expensive riots in history just occurred during the BLM riots that were mentioned here by Nonfun. We have a significant amount of damage, deaths, and large amounts of injuries. This was either tacitly or even overtly supported by a lot of Democrat politicians at the time. We also have three-fourths of Democrats thinking that Rittenhouse should have gotten convicted for defending himself against a violent attacker, thus implicitly supporting the violent attacker. This is three-fourths of Democrats. You also have a large amount of leftists generally, or people who swing left, supporting the shooting of Brian Thompson, which I think is pretty disgusting. And then there's all the violence coming from Antifa, the fact that a third of Democrats say that would have been a good thing if Trump had actually gotten shot. And just generally, violent felons are just by and large more likely to be Democrats. I think that there is a sort of implicit violence and an internalized violence on the left that just doesn't get enough credit. Of course, there's violence on both sides. I think that's fair. I think it's fair to point out. I just think that the left sort of sells themselves to these kind of like hippie, nonviolent, tolerant sort of organization, or I guess alignment, when in reality it's not.
Okay, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Next up, also no stranger to my panels, the one, the only, not a general, right? Not a colonel, but the Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Always good to be here. Love coming. It's always fun. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that the left is got a violence problem right now. Lactoid mentioned the BLM riots. Basically, I like to call it the BLM insurrection, where they actually took over land in one of the major cities. People died. I think the numbers were like something like 1 to 2 billion in direct damage, 20 billion over the next 10 to 20 years is what it's looking like the projections are. Awful stuff. I mean, we can just look at Democrat commentators on major news networks actively calling for the deaths of refugees fleeing a genocide in South Africa. It's crazy. They're actively doing this. Big fans, I guess. We've seen one of the guys with tangential connections to BlackRock, and they donated Dem Party shoot at one of our presidents. They saw another guy, avid Ukraine supporter, has some other left wing tendency beliefs. He tried to shoot at Trump by by his golf course. And then third, we all know how much the Dems love Iranian-backed terrorist groups. Well, Iran seemed to have also taken a pot shot at the president, and I would say that's tangentially we can give that to the left as their fault. So overall, they just support terrorism in general. So it's no surprise when terrorism happens at home. And I got to say, yeah, they have a problem, and I think people are recognizing that this is a problem when 2 in 5 Tesla owners are saying they've had their vehicle vandalized. Now that's crazy because a few years ago people were buying Teslas to save the environment, and now 2 out of every 5 of those people are having their shit damaged. Because they thought going green was a good thing. But I digress. The leftists, y'all are violent, terroristic individuals. And why would y'all support someone like Hassan that has a literal terrorist on his channel talking? If y'all weren't terrorists yourselves.
Okay. Send me one of them group chat invites or whatever, right? Like you know what I'm talking about, so we can share the chat and share the wealth. So thank you for that. Thank you for being here. I guess we'll get into it as we go. Next up, first time guest on my show, Potts David G. What is Potts?
That is
fine?
correct. Yes, that's fine. It's
Potts.
just my name.
Okay. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Potts.
So, hello. I'm new. Excited to be here. Hope to represent the left pretty well. My position. First of all, you can find me on YouTube. Same name, Potts David G. And my position here will be pretty simple. I'm not saying that left-wing violence doesn't exist. I'm not saying that left-wing violence can't be dangerous. But what I am going to say is that it is nowhere near the most pressing issue that some people on the right make it out to be. And I think that it is, no matter what examples we go over and talk about in this debate, that it will not be, it'll fall into one of 3 categories. First up, it won't actually be an example of left-wing violence broadly supported by the left, or no major organization or political party, meaning Democrats, PACs, other political groups, or any position in power will support this or endorse it. They will call it out. They will say that it's bad, and they will agree that it shouldn't be happening. Or it will be nowhere near as bad as January 6th. There is just no example like that ever on the left of us doing anything close to that. And not only was it horrible, but I think that one of the biggest problems in society as a whole right now is that people do not have the ability to acknowledge the difference in magnitude of different political things that are going on. I think that left-wing violence right now is very, very low on the totem pole of things we should care about politically. And I think that the biggest thing right now is Donald Trump's assault on our republic. I think that that is just hands down what should be at the top of every conversation. And I think that left-wing violence just isn't completely overblown and not something that we should be focusing any time on. So
Okay.
that's all.
Thank you for being here. We will get into it as we go. Appreciate you for coming on. Next up, someone else who hasn't been here in a while, Staxiums.
How's it going? Yeah, so I'd be happy to admit that left-wing political actors can have pretty extreme language, can engage in pretty extreme rhetoric. And I've been on this show being frustrated with left-wing political actors who support Houthis or Hamas and other terrorist organizations. But there are 2 lenses that I really need to stress. First off, this political violence is extremely non-institutional. It's not coming from it's not coming from the President of the United States or mainstream political figures. Largely, Democratic officials decry and disengage from all of these sort of violent tendencies. Secondly, this violence is largely non-harmful. People have already cited the Tesla bombings, which, as far as I'm aware, haven't even injured anyone. They've largely just been vandalism, which I don't support, but nonetheless, that should be weighted. I'd love to talk about violence, and I'm committed to the fact that there are leftists who are on my side who have violent rhetoric. However, I will not hear about it from people who consider Ashley Babbitt a hero and the President of the United States rhetoric a non-issue.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Spicy. We'll get into it. Last but certainly not least, someone who hasn't, again, he's been on my show before, but it's been a while. The Big JC. Give us what you got.
Howdy. I'm the Big JC. I'm a neoliberal, which in some places means I'm too left for you, in some places means I'm a Nazi. So take that as you will. While the raw number of incidents of political violence almost certainly favor the right, I think we've seen lots of statistics to back that up, and conservatives broadly do little to nothing to contribute to the cessation of that violent rhetoric that kind of leads to that stochastic terrorism. There is still a lot of support that portions of the left grant to violent actors like the murderer Luigi Mangione or the terrorist organization Hamas that when we don't come out as a Democratic Party, is kind of the perspective I'm framing this through. If we don't come out and condemn this, it makes us all look fucking insane. Regardless of the number of incidences, the ones that we choose to focus on are like so incontrovertibly like horrible, but it's so much of the social media left, which I think we all acknowledge at this point plays a lot more of a factor into electoral politics than we previously gave it credit for. A lot of these social media actors will get behind these violent actors or violent groups to the detriment of Democrats as a whole and the left in America as a whole. And I think we need to be loud and vocal about denouncing these violent groups and actors and anybody who supports them.
Okay. Well, thus the stage is set for yet another Whick discussion on a Whick panel. Let's get into it. Floor's open. If
Can
you
I,
have trouble getting in, raise
Sure.
your hand, whatever.
Can I have a question for you?
I'll let go. Yeah,
Well, I guess
go
this
for
is
it.
a question for the panel that is related to something you said. Does anybody here think
No,
that
go for
Ashley
it.
Babbitt was a hero? I certainly don't. Does anybody here think Ashley Babbitt was a hero?
Okay, sorry for strawmanning you. That's fair enough.
Sure. So, and I just want to point out, only 30% of Republicans support January 6th, as opposed to 84% of Democrats who support Black Lives Matter protests in 2020.
I think that's
Black Lives Matter protest.
that's a pretty extreme false dichotomy
Yeah.
or
hold
false
on,
comparison.
that's
You're
not
right.
really-
One was
there
far
is
more
a-
expensive and involved literally taking over a section of the U.S. and declaring it separate
We
from
would
the rest
acknowledge
of it.
that there's like a more general
The motivation is
movement part of
largely
BLM.
different.
The motivation was based off of a lie and it led to
Can I get
violence.
a concession from the conservatives that right-wing political violence in America far outweighs in number of incidences left-wing political violence in America?
Well, hold on. Before we get
Well,
to
hold
that,
on.
I want to-
No.
Hold on. No, because this is
I don't
what
admit
the
that, but I'll
conservatives
explain.
want.
What
There's a
you're
new
talking
poll.
about.
There's a poll out from April 8th stating that 55% of Dems are Democratic people below a certain age group. I believe it's like in the 20s, and some is saying that they are willing and okay with political assassination as a.
That's
tactic.
super
Like,
awesome. It has nothing to do with what I just
terrifying.
what I just
Cool.
asked
I know,
about,
that's what I
right?
said. That's why I said before you go there.
Are
Great.
you
Anyway, so
referring
what
to
I'm
like
saying is
terrorism
that-
specifically?
Yeah, so they're saying that
I'm saying if you look at
assassinations are
DHS
fantastic.
statistics,
Hold on. One at a time. We
Yeah.
gotta let Admirable Gibbs finish his point, and then everyone can respond to him. Gibbs, finish your point, then I'm gonna let
Yeah.
everyone else
Real
respond.
quick,
Go
so when
ahead.
we have like a segment of our youth, let's go to the, like I think it's 25 and people, 25 and under are saying this, are saying that 55% of them that are left leaning are okay with political violence up to including assassination. That's fucking terrifying. It indicates kind of what Ackwood was speaking to with his statistic a few minutes ago, that this is a problem that's going to become more widespread as we go forward, as opposed to dying off.
Do you think that violence is just a general sentiment that was kind of brought into the spotlight because of events like January 6th?
No, BLM was before
no.
January 6th.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm just saying that, like,
So no, the answer is no. I don't think that.
Oh, okay.
Could I throw this in? I think that
Hold on.
Yeah, well,
Go for it.
non-fun, then stack.
That's fine.
Non-fun,
Yep.
then stack.
Sure. I would hope that we would acknowledge, like, if you ask a Democrat, like, if they support BLM or whatever, they're not thinking like specifically, do I support like the Chaz uprising? They're thinking like, do I support like the general movement, which I believe has good goals and which the majority protests for which were peaceful, even if they probably do condemn the actual rioting.
So this data comes from following the BLM riots that occurred throughout the quote unquote summer of love. And that it's probably the case that the people who approve overall of the protests and the movement, maybe not all of them are going to say, well, I particularly supported the violence. Just like I would say the 30% of Republicans that supported January 6th, most of them see it look at the majority of nonviolent people who are standing outside the Capitol. Maybe they support that. Maybe they'll say, I don't necessarily support the actual breaking of certain things, etc. Getting that level of nuance, I agree, would be difficult. But I just want to point out that in both scenarios, you have an incident, I guess, that had a tremendous amount of violence intertwined with it on both occasions. And you have the overwhelming amount of Democrats willing to overlook that at the very least and support the overall thing, when you don't see that among most Republicans. You see that among a minority of Republicans.
I think the main issue with that is that there is no good component of January 6th. There wasn't a number of righteous people who were willing to invade the Capitol and trying to hang Mike Pence. Sure, there might have been more innocent actors, but they still nonetheless were breaking and entering into a public official or into a political gathering intending to overrun an election. Now, Black Lives Matter, you might get frustrated with, you might disagree with the reason why we're moving forward. You might disagree with abolishing the police, as do I. But I still engaged in Black Lives Matter because I still felt like there was still a huge positive element to it. And the every single event that I attended was extremely peaceful, and police were not needed to be called. So if I would be asked, do I support Black Lives Matter? I would say absolutely. But I think that it's fair to say, I don't know how you could support January 6th in any positive light.
Okay, this is
Sure,
completely. This
you
is a complete. This is
absolutely
a no. Hold on. This is a complete false dichotomy to begin with, because all of the rioters, or the majority of them, that damaged property, that were apprehended, face justice for the crimes they committed. Donald Trump will never, ever see the inside of a courtroom for trying to coup the United States government. So even
or any of the
comparing this,
participants.
again, this is why, I'm okay with framing this as a party critique. Hey, lefties, we got to make sure we're shooing the violence out of our party. But conservatives have absolutely no room to stand when it comes to violent rhetoric and violent action in America. Absolutely not.
Most Republicans reject January 6th. Most Democrats do not reject the BLM.
What does that mean? What do you mean most Republicans reject January 6th?
70% disapprove of January 6th, only 30%.
What about pardoning? What about
how
pardoning?
many Republicans following January 6th thought the election had been stolen?
Well, hold on.
A lot of them.
I mean,
I don't know.
if
What does
there was
that do to
evidence-
violence?
if there was evidence to support that, I mean, do you think
I don't
they would
know.
have a right? Hold on. Let's just examine that. If you truly believe the election was stolen, right, based off the information that presented to you. Now, I know not all information is equal, but if you truly believe the election had been stolen, do you think that in that case, violence would have been justified?
So you just justified an insurrection, Gibbs. Good job. Thank you very much for saying that. Yes, it was okay to do an insurrection because we thought that it was truly stolen.
Gibbs, wait, hold on. I need that doesn't make any sense, Gibbs, okay? Because I want to point to, fine, you know what, I'll say this. If the facts showed that an election was stolen, I would probably participate in such a riot. Yeah,
okay? You just justified
an insurrection. But wait, hold on. Okay. Sure, I would in a corrupt enough society where a democracy was falling apart, absolutely I would engage in political violence in order to recorrect that. That's a pretty cold ass take. Now, what I'm going to point out is that the vast majority of violence that you're referring to, specifically things like Kyle Rittenhouse, are also operating off of ignorance and not necessarily an impulse for violence. Like, for example, the average Democrat will hear what happened with Rittenhouse and they just went, oh, well, someone shot 3 people at a Black Lives Matter movement, and then he got completely let off. And that's just another indication of Rittenhouse being set free. Now, obviously, he was acting in self-defense, but that is operating outside of ignorance. That's not an endorsement of violence. Does that make sense?
No, then they're ignorant.
I think you're being
violence, though. No, you can ignorantly support violence, right? When they attack Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Whether or not you oppose or you support him getting in trouble, if you do it because, let's say, you're just actually we want the BLM rioters to attack and to burn stuff. We like that. We want them to be able to attack people and get away with it. And you have another person who just has no idea and here we are years later, has done no effort whatsoever to educate themselves about the situation, but still holds their position. Both of them are equally dangerous in the voting booth.
I think with the biggest thing we're missing.
Hold on. Potts, go ahead, and then I have a question for Lactoid.
Okay, the biggest difference between BLM and January 6th that no matter what about the facts is that the president of the United States was the one who organized that event and led those people there. So it like BLM was just a group. It was a bunch of separate organizations under one movement in different states over a long period of time, multiple protests. January 6th was an organized event by the president, the leader of the Republican Party, organized them to go there and with the intention of intimidating Mike Pence into violating the Electoral Count Act. That's what happened. There's a massive difference. They aren't comparable at all.
I have a question for the panel because I might not remember my history. Did Joe Biden pardon any Black Lives Matter violent activists? No, that was just Donald Trump. That was just Donald Trump for January 6th. Right. Okay. Gotcha. I don't understand how we can talk about endorsement of violence without referring to Donald Trump pardoning cop beaters. I don't understand that. That feels like
conservatives
ludicrous.
have no room to criticize the left in this area because they can't even control themselves when it comes to political violence, let alone criticize other parties.
Widespread pardoning is insane. It's insane, and the fact that the president of the United States signed off on that.
That was a widely unpopular move by Trump.
To
be fair,
It nullifies everything else. Yeah.
Hold on. One at a time. Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, this is ludicrous. One, the reason I asked Saxton that question earlier is because, I think it's a pretty reasonable and cold take that if you truly believe that the election had been stolen, violence is reasonable. I don't think that's a stretch for anybody here to imagine, right? The reason I said that is then it comes back to what Lactoid's point was, which is 70% of Republicans disapprove of January 6th. That indicates that within the Republican Party, 70% of people said, hey, we don't think this was stolen. This is a fringe outlying group. That's bad. However, when I go and look, and I have the poll, and I posted it in the chat, it's saying 55% of Dems are okay with the murder of Elon Musk and Donald Trump. I think there's a slight difference between the two. But
do you think that has anything to do with the actions that those two individuals have taken as vestments of institutional power?
Hold on.
You think there's a little bit of a difference there?
Let me finish. Yeah, I think there's a massive difference. I think there's a massive difference when the Republicans overall, as a whole, disown January 6th. And y'all just keep holding on to this. While 55% are willing to say, hey, we should have more Luigis.
You know who doesn't disown January 6th? Donald Trump.
As well as all the people who voted for him.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Absolutely not. Like, this
disincentivization. It's not enough of a disincentive because they still voted for them. They still voted for him.
Bro, how are you going to talk about pardons when we literally have the auto pen scandal going on? We don't even know who.
Oh my God! Do not bring up. You mean the hip scandal? The last time you were on here, chill out, little bro.
No. I'm only bringing this up because you brought up pardons. This guy gave out preemptive pardons to stop investigations. I don't want to hear about pardons.
That proves.
Okay, fine. We're even bringing up the pardons. It's just that's it, like endorsement of violence. He's saying it's okay that my supporters.
Not fun.
Organized crime. That's violence.
Who did Hunter Biden murder? I'm trying to figure that one out. I'm trying to figure out who he attacked, who he assaulted. Now, we can be frustrated with the pardoning of Hunter Biden.
That's who James Comey was signaling to, Hunter Biden.
I mean, I don't know. Drugs trafficking never lead to anybody's murder.
Hunter Biden was activated.
Yeah.
Not my orders.
Agent B, we need you.
Well, I do have a question, though, for Gibbs and for Lactoid's side, if you will, in this, right? And because you mentioned the statistic, and I'll just grant you that it's true, that of the 55% of young Democrats who post...
that seems reasonable.
Right, it seems a reasonable thing, and I think it is condemnable. Do you acknowledge, though, that most of the right, most Republicans of all age groups, support Trump's violent deportations of people for their freedom of speech?
For their freedom of speech.
Yep, for their freedom of speech, for making op-eds about anti-Israel op-eds.
Wait, Lactoid, finish it. Say it. You don't know you consider it what?
I don't know if I consider this to be like political violence, like enforcing the law.
Oh my God. Yes. So it's not political violence to be removed from the country that you're currently living in for reasons of your speech.
Arguably,
yes.
let me
Thank
explain.
you, MAGA.
Arguably, I don't support the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, by the way, but arguably, right, would you consider, I mean, it could be considered violence to like arrest murderers too, right? Technically, any kind of state action, I suppose you could argue is violence by the state. But if it's enforcing if it's enforcing a genuine like set of laws, which it looks like he very well may have legal authority to do what he's doing when it comes to Mahmoud Khalil, even though I don't support it, I'm not sure to put this in the
why
same...
don't you support it out of curiosity?
Well, I don't support it because like I'm a really big freedom of speech guy.
But you admit, yeah, I understand you
How's
don't,
it a violation
Lactoid.
of freedom
Hold
of
on,
wait.
hold on, just real quick.
Yeah, it's like
I understand
murder,
you
right?
don't,
It's the same
Lactoid.
thing.
Stop. I understand you
well,
don't, Lactoid, but you acknowledge that most Republicans do.
Sure, but from my opposition to it, it has
Not
to do
just Mahmoud Khalil,
right.
but
Sure, my
Oster
opposition.
and the
All the people you're going to
dozens
mention, yeah.
of
My
others.
opposition to it has to do with my strong affinity towards freedom of expression and freedom of speech. And there's plenty of criticism here, honestly. And I've been pretty vocal on Twitter criticizing Trump about these actions based on like a First Amendment kind of, maybe not First Amendment, but freedom of speech
I
kind of
understand
background.
you do, but I'm
I
talking
understand
about
I do
Republicans
as well, but I don't think that like supporting this is necessarily being in favor of like political violence in the kind that we're talking about. Like I think that when BLM like, is attacking innocent people, when people are dying, when the most expensive riots in history are happening, when places are getting burned down, when they're occupying certain areas, and all this being brazenly illegal, and you have Democrat politicians, right? Multiple of them, including Kamala Harris, who are making statements that really aren't all that critical and actually do appear to be demonstrate some kind of implicit support for the protests. I think that this is political violence in the sense that we're having this discussion about, not
Lactoid, do you think it's political
somebody
violence?
got elected, somebody got elected and then decided to like
support
enforce the
something,
laws.
someone for something they say, yes or no?
Well, hold on.
No,
I
not
also
necessarily.
want to get
It's
into
political
this.
violence.
I want. There's a lot of people, and I'm much more in the pro like deport a lot of people camp right now. And it's
long as
not
it's
because
legal.
of the free speech. Yeah, as long as it's legal it's not for the free speech aspect. Mainly for me, it's because the crime. We have illegal immigration. I don't care about it. However, I do want to say I think there is a large segment of Republicans, and I am somewhat sympathetic to this view. It's not my view per se, but I at least understand where they come from. Whenever I have an example from out of the United States, I'll use is the what pro Hamas Imam Zafir Khan, or I think I'm probably butchered his name. I apologize for that. He just got kicked out of Italy after living there for 30 years because he, quote, called for active jihad in Italy. Now, they said, okay, this guy's been a legal resident for 30 years, and now he said something that's saying we should have active violence in the streets here in Italy, potentially. And we kicked him out. Now, whenever I hear that, I say, hey, that's based. If you don't want to be here and you want to cause violence, we don't want you here. You're at our pleasure. You can say what you want, but you know what? If you want to keep saying these things, guess what? Go home. I get that argument. And I think there's something to be said for that argument when people are here saying anti-American things, calling for potential violence here in America, and then Trump goes, hey, cool, your visa's revoked, get the fuck out.
Sorry, there is nothing more American than being anti-American.
Sure, okay,
I
cool.
have a quick question. Is depriving someone of their Second Amendment rights like political violence or a form of political violence? Do we all agree with that pretty much?
Not necessarily.
Depriving visas, is that what you said?
Like for example, would you like if
No,
the law that prevents
any position to win an argument? I guess.
Can I explain? Like if the government currently has a law, let's say, that says if you're a felon you can't own a gun, would you call this violence in the context
Yes,
of what we're talking
I actually
about
would call
in
that a
this
form
discussion?
of political violence. Yeah,
Really?
I would actually call that a form of political violence. Yeah, I would.
Okay, yeah,
you
you're
know
right.
what
Enforcement
I would say?
of all laws
I
then
would
is
say by
technically political
committing
violence.
by committing a felony in the United
You
States
just
of
said federal
America,
taxes are violent.
by committing a felony in the United States of America, you have warranted a level of political violence upon yourself by infringing on the laws of society and the country.
So
yeah, I would call that political violence.
So now all we have to do now is to find out like which party enforces more laws, and then that's the party that's more politically violent. There you go.
Well, look, I think the state is
yeah,
obviously
that's
going to have
absolutely
like a
what I meant. Like,
monopoly.
That's the rational implication of what you said.
100%.
You said
It's not the
enforcing the law.
implication.
You said
That's the
enforcing
natural
the law is
implication.
political violence.
Yep.
And therefore,
100%.
the more
It's a straw man.
enforcement, the more. It's not a straw man at all. He just said.
And he basically
just said
straw
stopping
manned out the
felons.
cage too. Isn't that
I think it's-
pathetic?
He said stop.
Hold on. He's not saying any law. He's saying this specific law.
Well, okay, can you name me enforcing a law that wouldn't require violence? How do you enforce a law without any kind of violence?
Okay, hold on. Maybe I can help.
I think
Maybe I can help.
Of
Maybe I
course
can
it
help.
would require violence. How
And
else
I'm
do you
gonna try to
enforce a
help.
law?
But I understand to be
Understand
being
what you're
implied
saying. You
here.
understand what I'm saying.
So
No, it doesn't make any
if the
sense, that's
government
why.
came to your house, Lactoid,
Nice.
right? The government came to your house. They didn't imply you were breaking a law or anything like that, right? They didn't give you notice. They didn't serve a warrant. They didn't do anything. They came to your house and they shot you, right? For no reason, right? You didn't break any laws. You would consider that violence? Yes?
It's violence in the sense of like enforcing the law. In this case, if it's be extra legal, then I guess you could potentially put it in the category that we're talking about in this panel. But I wouldn't say that enforcing a law is like violence in the way that we're talking about it on this panel. It's not like
That-
political
okay.
violence.
Well, I think Lactoid is reasonable there.
Can we define political violence
Thank you.
then? Let
I
let's
understand.
define political violence.
Well, they just discovered.
I think it's reasonable to say that the state is meant to
Hold on.
have.
is violent. If you
Look.
pay taxes, that's violence now.
Taxes are
the government
violence.
can
True.
control-
Fine, I'm
They're
saying
stealing my money at gunpoint. All wait, I
Hold
agree.
on.
I agree with your
Quit
definition.
whining.
I agree with your
Oh my
definition.
God.
Your definition's right. All taxes are theft.
You
All
fucking
theft
idiots.
is violence.
All right.
It's all violence.
We're getting-
Democrats are by
You're
far the
getting
most
so
violent.
far away.
Largest tax. Hold on.
Okay, hold on.
Trump implements the largest
think-
tax increase in history with the
Wow.
tariffs. That would be the violence.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, hold on. That would be violence. You're right. But overall, who taxes more? Democrats do. They are overall more violent.
Not
There
with
you go.
tariffs. But let's
Okay,
give it to
yeah, I think it's
Tariffs
reasonable.
are violence.
Okay.
Let's talk about the tariffs.
Let's give it to
Just can I
Nonfon.
just re-
Sure, I think
Just
it's.
for the
I
purpose
think,
of
I think
this debate, I
Lactoid's
think-
reasonable in saying like the state is meant to have a monopoly on violence, and it's so insofar as the state is like enforcing its own laws, even if those laws are unjustified, it's probably not really political violence. But I will say, it seems like you could run the same type of defense Gibbs ran, where you say like if the state is doing something you think is unjustified, like illegal deportations, whether they're legal or not, if you severely disagree with them, or if they're severely immoral. Could you argue people are justified in types of violence to resist that?
You could. And
Yeah,
the left
okay.
often does.
Can we
Why?
stop being? I feel like we're being morons on this. Okay, there's two sides of stupidity on this. Okay, the first is all laws are violence because the state needs to enact some sort of violence in order to maintain it. Okay, that is stupid. Okay, that's a libertarian, stupid ass leftist position. Okay, then you've got the other side, which is like essentially everything. Nothing that is legal is violence, which would also seem to be your position. Okay, can we have a little bit of a middle ground?
Where's the
And say-
distinction? Give me the distinction. Give me a logical distinction between the two.
Between
Between the two things you
okay,
just said.
sure.
Where
Sure, fine. We'll
where
say-
is the line and why? Go ahead.
Fine. I understand. We'll say one is from the left. It's a left wing perspective of the same thing, and one is the right wing perspective of the same thing. Okay, can we turn on our brain cells a little bit and say, obviously, that the state can enact some sort of violence onto its people, even if it's quote unquote legal?
Where's the line? Why isn't taxation violence?
I don't have to demonstrate a line. I can just say, hey,
just say it?
this is clearly illegal and this is clearly legal. No.
I think taxes are
That's a
violence,
logical fallacy.
unironically.
I can point
This is not a
to
logical
two
fallacy.
clear examples of two different examples
Why are
without
taxes
stipulating
not-
a
no, no.
line between them.
Why are taxes not violence? Give me the underlying principle that would make taxes not violence, but would make the thing that you're talking about violence.
I don't need to enforce one. That's not how definitions work. They're essentially
No. I'm asking for a
Hold on,
principle
hold on.
that you're
They're
using. How are you I'm not asking you necessarily for a line now because you said you don't want to provide that.
If I don't
What are
pay
you,
taxes,
Gibbs?
what
1 second.
happens?
What are you what method are you using? What principle are you using to distinguish between a state action that is violence and a state action that is not violence? What's your principle?
I don't know if I have a clear one.
You
But
just-
I don't
it's a
know. I
vibe?
don't,
It's
you
a
do,
vibe?
I
You
do
just look
not
at it?
need one. Sorry.
I'm
Welcome
gonna
to
say that
language. It's a little bit of a
deporting people-
nebulous
Yeah, this
thing.
is a language.
I'm gonna
It's not
say,
nebulous
wait, hold
at
on, hold
all.
on. I got you.
I'm defining violence.
that
I can define it
deporting-
nebulously.
I'm gonna say that.
I guess
I'll nail it
technically-
down.
Give
I can nail it
JC a
down.
chance. JC, do you have
nail
any
it
answer?
down.
Violence is when
I'm gonna say
bad
that
thing that I don't
deporting-
like happens.
Oh my god, he
That's
loves
not
it.
what I said at all.
But you could say
Man,
that.
I thought nobody loved the sound of their own voice more than me. Holy shit. I'm going to say that deporting people based on just things they say that are critical of the current administration or its direction is a lot closer to the BLM type violence y'all are bitching about than taxation. Does that ground it out a little bit more for
taxation
you?
is looting. They're looting me. That's what they're doing. Every paycheck.
Okay, well,
Classic looting.
They're
When they're
looting
robbing you
my
and then
paycheck.
give you a whole bunch of
Nobody
shit back.
They don't give
a
me
lot of
nearly
us
as much shit
graduated
back
that
as they take.
ideology in high school, okay? A lot of us are adults now, so nobody cares that you think
Nice.
that it's so mean of the government to take your money, okay? Get over
They're
it and
looting
come
it.
back
They're
to
not
the
just
debate
taking.
with
They're
us,
looting
okay?
it. They're
Yeah,
looting
back
my
to the
money.
debate
It's
with us, buddy.
violence.
Come on.
Hold on.
They are
That's
sending
ridiculous.
armed
That's ridiculous.
thugs
First
with
of all,
guns to
we-
take my money. Okay, this is what
No,
happens.
no,
And
we
if I
just
don't, if I don't,
we
if I don't
just-
do it,
Look,
they
hold
put me
on.
in a cage. They put me in a cage. People with guns. This is horrible violence. How is this not violence?
Look, if you want to, like, but if you want to, if you want to have like the NAP taxation and theft debate, I'm sure Gibbs can.
I
set
am
that
just
up
making
for
a point.
you.
No, not fun.
Okay,
Not fun.
but, like,
I'm
I just
I'm
want to be
making
clear.
a-
I tried to
I'm
like
making
bring
a
it back
point.
to the actual core of the
No,
debate.
no.
And
Let me
Lachlan's
explain.
the one
No,
who's
you're
failing
not. No, you're not. No,
paying
no. The
taxes.
only one of you that actually gets it is non-fun. Okay. I'm right now. I'm making a point. The point that I'm making is that you guys have no discerning principle between what is going to be state violence during this conversation and what isn't going to be state violence.
Andrew
You're
Wilson, we don't have to have that for the purposes of this conversation. Especially, I don't have to ground it out to a conservative.
Let me finish a sentence.
Once he finishes, I'll get it.
Somebody else can jump in. So the reason why I'm making this point is, like, you guys have no principle that you're using to discern between the two. You're literally saying, oh, look at this. This clearly looks like violence to me. Therefore, this is a kind of state violence that I want to talk about in this conversation about political violence. My initial point
what's your discerning principle?
My initial point is that
conservative, they don't have
my
any.
My initial point is that all of this is state violence. Funny. I would say deportations are state violence. I would say taxation is state violence. I would say all this.
Wait, now you're saying deportation is state violence?
I would say all of this.
You are such a lying.
None of you get it. Besides non-fun, all of you are like your IQs dropping.
You can't even keep it consistent through one debate.
Your IQs dropping.
Roll
back the stream and you'll see the point that I'm making. Okay, weird how non-fun gets it. Weird how non-fun gets it, but none of you seem to. It's fucking wild. I wasn't able to finish my sentence yet. Please, without these fucking animals jumping on me. Okay, I'm trying to make it quick. So. All of these things are state violence. When we're here talking about political violence, I assumed that we were having a conversation outside of the state monopoly on violence. I would assume that we're talking about outside of the state enforcing the laws. If we want to include...
That would be convenient for you.
No, it would actually be inconvenient for you, because what that would mean then is I'm going to bring up taxation, because taxation is state violence. So I'm assuming if we want to have a conversation about political violence, you should probably leave the state violence, which is overwhelmingly committed, like, in all sorts of ways that you guys don't think is violence, because you guys have no discerning principle between taxation and deportation.
Yeah, right.
I have a question,
Lactoid. 4K, like, going back.
I have a question, Lactoid.
In this debate in less than like 45 minutes. Okay.
Do you feel like?
I know.
Do you feel like Donald Trump, first off, exercised his constitutional right to pardon whoever he would choose, whoever he would like to? He pardoned violent citizens, okay? And in some ways tacitly endorsed violence being done onto the citizens because they can retroactively be pardoned by the state. Do you feel like that might be dangerous?
No, I don't think that.
Even though he's following the law. He's following the law.
Hold on. He didn't promise to pardon to encourage violence.
Sorry?
What does pardoning them do? Pardoning
do you think he tacitly...
No, he pardoned after the fact.
No, I understand, but do you think he tacitly endorses violence because he's showing that if you enact violence, but do it through his wants and
in
needs,
his name.
In his name, that he'll endorse them, or he'll pardon them?
Hold on, Staxis.
Do you think that's a concern, even though it's all legal?
Hold on. Before we get there, because this is important. This is what you and JC just did. This is the question you just asked, right?
Okay.
So what Lactoid has been trying to say is Republicans have a standard, and the reason why y'all shouldn't want to bring state violence in is because to meet that standard, he's going to be much more consistent than y'all. And to make that a true statement,
I get all that.
Hold on. You and JC both said, the violence is defined nebulously. Basically, it's defined on how I interpret violence. Okay, cool.
No, that's not.
Yes, that is. That is what you said.
How do you define a chair?
Same thing. Yep, that's basically the same thing.
Verbatim what you said. Now, the reason why you're saying non-fawn understands why you're saying that, it's because non-fawn understands the consistency we have going through. If you're going to say violence can be defined nebulously, then in this case, if Trump foresees this, hey, these guys were not acting violently because I defined it nebulously in Donald Trump's name, then guess what? These guys weren't violent at all.
It's not violent.
That's what it meets my criteria.
Okay, all right. Can I take over? I'd love to take over. They challenged me. I'd like to refute this.
Go ahead.
I'd like to refute this.
Let me just finish. And that's fine. That's fine. Let me finish though. And that's why Lactoid and what I'm saying is much more consistent, because I could go, okay, if we're talking about state violence, taxation stuff, because if I don't pay taxes, they violently apprehend me and like force me to pay, or they garnish my wages, or they put me in jail and I'm forced to do this.
Get some clarity?
I'd like to go.
I understand, but I want clarity from me in the audience.
This is why it's the consistency check versus you said, we define it nebulously after we see fit.
Thank you.
Cool.
Okay. Hold on, everyone shut up, because I just need a clarifying question that you actually said what I thought you said, and I heard it correctly. If I heard it incorrectly, then we're going to have a different conversation. But if I heard it correctly, I'm going to give it to Staxiums, and Staxiums can go, right? Did you just say that if Donald Trump says that they weren't being violent, then they weren't being violent?
True. Republicans can't do violence because violence is defined when Democrats do it. And we just define the chair a certain way, so why can't we define violence that way?
I hope you have an answer for that.
No,
Okay, I would like to open this up for cross-examination. Lactoid or Gibbs, either of you guys, who would like to approach the bench?
You can give Gibbs first.
That's not how this works. I forget how. I'm not a lawyer. Gibbs, can I interrogate you? I have a question.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Okay, great. How would you define violence? Because hold on. Before you go, here's my claim. You also define it nebulously. That's how fucking language and definitions work. But go ahead.
Wait, can I answer?
How do you define violence?
Gibbs, let me answer quick.
Sure. Lactoid, you can go for it.
Here's how I define violence. Violence is when Democrats use force against people.
Nice. Okay, cool. So it's just fucking memes. Okay,
I
got
can
it.
define it however I want. We can define it however we want, can't we? A chair. What's a chair? What's a chair, Staxiums? You can't define it, right?
Okay, hold on. We can define things.
If you want to engage the game, we can do the game. No, let's do the
game.
Hold on.
No,
Hold on. Stop.
I'm ready.
Stop. You guys are so stupid about language, okay? We can all agree this is a chair. We can all agree I'm sitting in a chair, even though...
Stack teams, we don't have to do that. Look, okay, I'll engage.
Yeah, but I can give you the principle of what a chair is.
Sure.
I would love to hear it. I'd love to hear how you can from like
violence is any time one person physically asserts their will against that other person's will. It makes them do
wait, hold on. Violently asserts their will over another person's will. So taxation is theft, correct? Or taxation is violence, right?
That'd be one form of violence, yeah.
Okay, cool. And when a parent says, "Hey, kid, knock it off, or you're grounded," that's also violence, right? You're enacting violence on a child.
To some extent.
When you go to the dentist, and you get a cavity filled, is that violence as well?
It would be violence against the.
Oh my god!
Okay, so like
wild.
Speeding tickets.
So like, what the hell are we talking about? Because here's the thing. Here's your problem with your definition. The moment that you walk outside, the moment you walk outside and fucking touch grass, the moment your definition of violence blows up. No one says, "Hey, excuse me, CPS." That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a spectrum. I'm saying it's a spectrum. That's my whole argument. That it's nebulous.
No, that's not your argument at all. Because what we're here.
How is it not my argument?
I'll explain. So what we're
That's not my argument.
We're saying,
you asked for a line. I don't need a line. That's what a spectrum is.
Well, no. Actually, you put lines on spectrums all the time.
We have a simple.
Huh?
You put lines.
Those are arbitrary. Those are arbitrary lines on a spectrum.
You can have a consistent definition.
Here we go. Everyone, shut up. This is this farce.
Let
this circus. I've let it gone on long enough because it was kind of funny, right? But I do want to have some sort of productive. All of you shut up, or we'll enact violence.
Stupid fucking question. I'm sorry.
I want to get us back to the matter at hand. The core of the debate tonight, the core of the question tonight, is left-wing violence being overblown by the right wing, or is it, as many on the right would say, a serious and growing threat that most of, if not all, of the left engages in?
Okay.
Give it to Namfan, who's been very good and the least clowny of all of you.
Hey,
to start us off.
It's true though.
I mean, I was attempting to bring it back. I was just going to say, like, I think you can have a consistent definition of violence that includes both, like, state violence and, like, non-state actors or whatever. I just think that, I mean, the obvious position would be, like, it's net utility maximizing to allow the state to enforce violence in certain areas, so long as those decisions are made democratically or whatever. But yeah, like, obviously, I think we're meant to be talking about political violence outside the state's monopoly on violence.
Outside of the state, right? That's what we're talking about. They want to talk about violence within the state.
My question serves, which is the president used all of the state's monopoly on violence to pardon violent citizens. Do you feel like that might tacitly endorse violence that happens outside of the system? So that's what I'm trying to say. It's a little bit of a vague position, and I'm asking, why wouldn't Donald Trump be in some cases endorsing violence?
Well,
okay, go ahead.
Would you say it's equivalent to bonding people out of jail that were in riots?
Sorry?
Would you say that's equal or equivalent to bonding people that acted out in riots out of jail?
Bonding? No, because they're not pardoned.
It is equal.
There's still.
I'll explain. No. It is equal. Hold on. I'll explain. It's equal.
Those are equal.
Well, in the principle that we're trying to appeal to here.
Hold on, you guys are talking over each other. Lactoid, go ahead.
Yeah. In the principle you're trying to appeal to here. So I think deportations are a bad example because it's exclusively state violence. when we're talking about pardoning people who were doing extra legal violence or bailing people out who were doing extra legal violence, in both of those situations, you're using a legal mechanism to tacitly support an illegal action. So I'm open to that being different. I'm open to that being sort of a tacit endorsement of illegal kind of political violence, the kind that we're here in this panel to talk about, as opposed to like deportations. And so if you want to talk about like the pardons from Trump, that's a fair thing to bring up. I also think it's fair for Gibbs to bring up the bailing out of violent rioters out of jail. I think that's also relevant to bring up. Yeah.
Does
Fine.
someone getting out on bail have say anything about whether or not the thing that they did is bad or good? Does that have any is posting bail a statement
somebody
on
out? Yeah, of course it is.
When we have,
I would say the same.
Prominent Democratic Congresspeople like Maxine Waters saying no peace, like burn it down, all sorts of crazy shit. And then we have behind the scenes, they're actively bailing people out that committing the riots. That's not only an endorsement, it's like saying it's okay. It's an endorsement of these acts because they're saying, oh, you committed this violent act. Now we're bailing you out. We're fighting for you. And we told you to do it. Like, it's crazy that you're going to sit here and argue.
Did any political actor bail people out?
Yeah, there was a bail fund that like.
Does a lawyer?
No, but that doesn't count. I'm not.
You will not interrupt my money. All you will shut the fuck up for my money. Okay, $5 from Audacity. To say pardons are not a decree of guilt or endorsement from the executive office. They're operations of mercy. We'll get into that. But the question is, if a lawyer defends a client, is that an endorsement of that client's actions?
No, but that's different than a pardon or bailing somebody out.
I would say both pardoning.
I have bailed out my uncle who I know did it. I don't approve of what he did, but I still bailed him out.
Well, hold on. Yes, and Biden bailed out his son, but we're looking at the motivation. This is different. If you have a bail fund,
he pardoned his son.
If you have a bail, I know that's what I said. If you have a bail fund that is specifically bailing out, if you have a bail, I said it's different.
Just go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. If you have a bail fund that is specifically targeting like for political reasons, people to bail out, or you're specifically pardoning people who like aren't your family for political reasons, I think you can make a very strong argument that this is a political endorsement of violence to some extent. Absolutely.
There's a massive difference between posting bail and pardoning someone, and that is when you post someone's bail, they still have to face trial.
Yeah, this is a ridiculous.
If I told you, hey, if you go commit this crime, I'll bail you out. This is an endorsement. 100%.
But there are degrees to this.
You still have to go to trial.
There are.
Sure, there are degrees.
You still have to get charged with the crime.
But pardon
I think Gibbs is fine to bring this up. Is what I said. That was my initial point.
Yeah, but I'm saying the reason why it isn't analogous is because of the difference between bail and pardons.
I think. No, it's analogous in the principle. It is a legal mechanism to endorse a extra legal action. In this case, violence.
I think it's much worse. I think there's two other aspects we're not factoring here. One, we have active Congress people calling for the violence, like arguably calling for it, right? Then we have the bail fund that's sponsored by them. So it seems like it's an endorsement of the violence. Finally, we just had the other day them basically assault an ICE facility. It was a mayor and a congressperson assaulted, and the mayor got arrested. Now, what this is telling me is that sitting official party members are actively engaging in the violence and now are advocating to do this further. This is a problem. Our sitting party members are advocating for the violence. And then we have 55% of people under a certain age are saying, hey, let's assassinate the leader of our country. Yeah, I got to say, it's fundamentally and structurally and function. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm looking for a word. Doesn't matter. It's within all the Democratic Party, and it's just terrible to see. Like this.
Okay. I think I just want to point out real quick that Lactoid was all ass-pained about inconsistent definitions and nebulous definitions, and then he broke apart the definition of and contorted the definition of like endorsement to the point that he could wrap it around whatever argument he needed to. So like, either you need a consistent definition or you don't. I applied
it to both something Trump did. Hold on, this is ridiculous, and I don't even know if anybody else on the panel would agree with that, even people on your side. I applied this to pardons that Trump did, and I applied it to the bail.
You said it was a legal mechanism tied to a criminal action. That's what you called an endorsement.
It's a legal mechanism that you're using, because Saxon's talking about how pardons are legal, and they are, right? The president has wide authority and discretion to use pardons. But if you're using something that you have a legal right to do to for political, to target people who've done political violence, to get them away from some responsibility for their actions, in one case a pardon, in the other case a bail, right, getting them out of prison or out of jail, Like this is absolutely
Okay, but
it's like the same principle on both ways. I'm
So
not
you
like
do agree
twisting
then
any
that Donald
definition.
Trump? Wait,
Hold on.
wait. So you do agree then that Donald Trump endorsed the violence of the January 6th
some
rioters that
extent.
he sent
To some
there
extent,
to
yeah.
stop the vote?
I've
No,
already
not
said
to
this
some
multiple
extent.
times.
That he endorsed them, because you would not give the same nuance to a Democrat. I'm asking.
I
do you
said to some extent for both.
He
I'm
literally
giving the
said
exact
right?
same definition for both. To some extent for both the
Yes
bail
or
fund
no?
and for both the pardon. To some extent for both.
Not to some extent. Like we need to start
How about I
grounding out
answer
some of
the
these
way I
positions
want?
here. I don't like how
JC,
how ass-paying you are about nebulousness.
I don't know how
and then
ass-paying you are
refuse
about the
to give
way
a
I
solid
answer.
on
Well,
anything.
JC, do you think that like physically assaulting a guard outside an ICE facility as a sitting mayor is more violent than saying words at a speech?
Well, who's saying the words and who's he saying them to? And is there a likelihood that those words could incite a violent riot?
Well, considering a riot did start after the mayor, was fighting these, guards. Yeah, I think that they're equivalent, if not
They
worse.
started because he was fighting the guards?
One of them is saying, "Hey, let's fight them at the ballot box." The other guy's over here saying, "Hey, let's fight the guards, and I'm actively going to lead the riot." You tell me which is a worse thing for a city.
And you know what, Gibbs? Wait, real quick, Gibbs. I will tell you that when you find the citation from Trump's lip speech where he said we're going to fight them at the ballot box and we're going to fight them in the election.
What do you mean it's fighting at the ballot box? It was 2 months
Peaceful.
after.
He said peaceful and patriotically.
Peaceful.
Oh my God! Yeah, he said that one time.
How long was that speech?
I want to give it to non-fun.
Is peaceful violence now? Are we defining peaceful as violence now?
We're giving the mic. What we're doing right now. And I will mute the fuck out of all of you. Is we're giving the mic to non-fun, who's been very courteous and gracious and wants to talk now. So I'm rewarding him by giving him the mic.
Obviously, I would hope we'd acknowledge if it was the case that Trump wanted to incite violence, even if that itself is not like a violent action, if he wanted to incite violence, that would be worse than what we just saw with the ICE deportation centers because they were trying to overturn the election.
It could be. We'd have to know what he actually intended.
Oh my God! Answer a question.
That's why I said
it could be is an answer.
Yeah, but I'm saying is do we not have enough evidence to make a judgment on that?
No, I don't think the evidence shows that Donald Trump wanted the crowd to go.
How many 60+ court cases that he lost?
Sorry,
I don't think he wanted the crowd to go attack the Capitol. What does he gain from that? He didn't gain anything.
Wait, hold on. Why did he call Pence a traitor and said it's right over there?
He was pissed at Mike Pence.
Overturn the vote.
And why was he pointing to that direction?
He pointed to the direction.
Hold on. Why was he mad at Mike Pence?
Yeah, but he was mad at Mike Pence.
Why was he mad at Mike Pence?
He was mad.
That's a great question. Why?
Yeah. He was mad at Mike Pence because because he was advised by John Eastman that he believed there was some kind of legal mechanism in which this could be sent back to the representatives, and either through delay or potentially even have the representatives just elect him directly. And he thought that Mike Pence.
Yeah, once they illegally.
Nothing about the false electors.
And well, no, that's part of the Eastman memo. Okay.
January 6th, and what violence has happened since then from the right? Like, what significant violence? Like, okay, let's just grant everything they're saying is true. January 6th was a terrible thing. But hold on, let's just grant it. Let's just for funsies. Hold on, play my game here. Let's just say everything they're saying is true. It's been pretty chill. I didn't see $20 billion BLM happen before January 6th. I didn't see $20 billion of potential long-term damage caused by anybody from January 6th. I don't see long-term effects like, Republicans are destroying, I don't know, Mitsubishi cars like this, like they are with Tesla. I didn't see us try to assassinate Biden. I didn't see anybody try to do that.
No, I saw you guys try to assassinate Trump.
Do you know why? Oh, hold on. Do you know why the Republicans were so quiet during Biden's term? Because he was a good president and he didn't actually do anything bad. It was because he didn't actually.
Can I quote Trump?
He didn't see the worst president.
I want to quote Trump for 2 seconds.
Before I give it to Saxium to respond, I'm going to read these 2 super chats because I like money and money is more important than all of you. Okay, $10 from Alexander Wren to say this. Now I see the right doesn't commit much violence as we just don't call what they do violence, except in technicality. But that doesn't really count, right?
That's the point they tried to make.
True.
By saying taxes wasn't violence.
Then $5 from the same individual, Alexander Wren, to say, is Lactoid arguing that bail releases people from the consequences of their actions? Also, you missed my earlier super chat.
In the same way pardons do, yeah.
No, because
what? No.
That is not how it works.
I want you as my lawyer, Saul Goodman.
Yeah, literally. Okay, Martin.
Hold on. Can I just quote Trump for 2 seconds? I just want to say a couple things that Trump said. Trump, so on January 6th, says he will never concede. He calls for his supporters to walk down to stop. Excuse me. If you talk over me, I'm just gonna. Hey, I'm talking. I'm gonna keep going.
Dude hasn't
I'm gonna
talked
keep
all
going
night.
until.
Hold on, everyone. Let Staxiums go. Staxiums.
Give me 10 seconds. They said to walk down the Capitol to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. He told the crowd that we cannot let that happen. When warned that his supporters had several weapons, Trump responded, and I quote, "I don't fucking care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. They're not here to hurt me. Take the fucking mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in and take the mags away." That is a little bit fucking different than what Lactoid was describing.
You're leaving out a lot of context there.
Correct. He also said to be peaceful. He also said to be peaceful.
Yeah, you guys literally quote one line
that you left that out.
Stop.
He said nothing
Why
there
would I
that
leave that
endorsed
in?
violence.
He
said nothing there that endorsed violence.
You didn't
Hold on.
respond to anything I said, though. This is what's interesting. Is I
said nothing that endorsed violence.
This is not going to be interesting.
I said let's grant them everything they want with January 6th, and that's fine.
This is the one thing they have.
Because that's the only thing you have.
It's the one thing
like
they
at
have.
the large scale.
No, look, like,
That's the only thing I need.
This is the
Yeah,
one
no,
thing
hold
they
on.
have.
Either win. Hold on.
It's the only thing I need.
Mass
Not
shootings
the
are almost always done by far-right people or jihadists.
Yeah,
Didn't we just
thank
have a
you,
trans shooting
Anfon.
the other
Thank
day?
you.
How
That is
about
not the only thing we have, Gibbs. Stop.
It is the only
It
thing
is
you have.
not. It's not just because
I
you
just
say
said
it is,
mass
bro. I'm
shooting.
sorry.
Listen, I'm sorry, you're wrong. This is the only thing you have.
Oh,
to
I'm
do.
wrong.
Let me
Okay, well,
finish.
he said
If
so,
you would
so,
let me
you know.
finish, you would find out why I'm wrong instead of cutting me off like a dumbass and argue with half a point. But listen, it's real simple. I'm saying this is the only thing you have at a semi-large scale, regardless, that's of any relevance. You can point
That's
to
not true.
Stop talking. Stop talking. It's the only thing you can point to other than isolated, like small incidents, like small shootings,
Other than the other
etc.,
stuff.
but that you don't have. But when I can point to mass things on a mass scale, when 2 in 5
Like what?
people nationwide,
BLM?
well, that's one BLM.
Go ahead.
2 in 5 people nationwide that own a Tesla. That's over 12 states. That's crazy.
Vandalism?
Or vandalism. Oh yeah. Oh, that's not violence now.
Mass
Vandalism?
shooting,
No,
vandalism,
come
they're
on.
basically the same thing as long as the left
Yeah,
does
yeah,
the.
Hold on. Your shit's not violence
the mass
now for some
shootings
fucking
are
reason.
small scale, but the Tesla
Let me
vandalism
finish
that's a
though.
large
Yeah, exactly.
scale.
I don't support vandalism.
Who cares about it?
I
right?
don't- I don't think you can-
Hold on. I think we could all just agree that the firebombing of the Telsas was violent.
Okay,
Right?
I'm assassination.
Can we agree with that?
Assassination attempts?
But the
Wait.
swastika
Can we?
on a
I'm trying to figure this out. Because
Is violence
genuinely, wait,
vaccines?
hold on. I thought Lactoid's definition of violence was that it needed to inflict harm onto another person, but I don't think any people were harmed. And we're here
That was Gibbs'
to get the
definition,
facts
first
of
of all.
definitions.
That was Gibbs' definition, first of all, and second of all, you don't
Fine.
think
What is your definition?
Yeah, hold on. You don't think destroying
What's your
somebody's property?
definition?
You don't think
It's
destroying
harmful.
somebody's property is not harming them?
It's harmful.
Sorry?
You don't
Sorry?
think-
So
you
destroying
don't
people's
think
property
destroying
is a way to harm people?
Yes, destroying somebody's property harms them.
So
Yes.
if I walk on someone's lawn, that's violence?
Hold on. If you're not home,
Are you
Staxians,
destroying
and I know
it?
you're not home, and I burn your house.
I could be.
I mean,
I
you
could
would
be.
say yes if they're walking on their lawn without
If you
consent, right?
destroy my lawn,
would
it could
be-
be violence. If
It's
you burn
violence?
down my car, if you
You wouldn't say
firebomb my
trespassing
house,
violent?
this is all
Is that
violence.
No, answer this question, Saxon. If you're not home and I burn your house down, is that cause you harm?
I don't subscribe to exact definitions, so yes, I would say that that's harm. That's fine.
Oh, so good.
it's
Then
violence.
bombing a fucking Tesla dealership is violence and it's harmful to people.
I'd be fine with conceding
How
that,
many
but I'm
Teslas
saying
have
that
been
goes against
firebombed?
your guys' definition.
Just real quick, because I'm not sure how many Teslas have been firebombed.
Oh, at least one.
Okay.
Oh, awesome.
The question is how many people support it.
no.
That's what we're looking at, right?
Yeah.
So, like for example,
Wait, why? Why?
I'll explain. So when you have one like healthcare exec get shot in the head, like yeah, only one you can point to. But when you have 41% of young voters cheering it on and loving it, this is a big fucking problem. It's a big fucking
wow,
problem.
that's what
when
the
group of
debate was
people is
supposed to be about.
bloodthirsty.
Found
Okay.
it.
And say, oh, they're isolated, separate incidents, but you
So
know,
Gibbs is saying a lot of people support it.
But to say people support both, hey, well, I guess they're different though.
I'd like to.
I don't know. If I asked Lactoid whether
I'd
he
like to-
support it or not, he'd say, "Well, I could support
Then you
it."
want to point to school
I could
shootings.
not.
Ask, hey, Lactoid, you're conservative. Do you support school shootings?
Definitely
no,
not.
Conservatives.
I could
No one
support
thinks
them.
you don't.
It's
Okay, great.
crazy.
Can I go?
If you ask a
Nobody
leftist,
thinks I
Depends on
do.
circumstances.
Tesla dealerships.
Okay, I want to clarify a couple things. First off, I do not support firebombing Tesla vehicles at all. I would prefer to live in a world wherein 0 vehicles got destroyed. However, we also have to balance that with the fact that basically about 150,000 people lost their jobs unilaterally from one person, one billionaire, and the fact that hold on, stop. Excuse me, I'm going.
This is
Let
the
him
exact
finish
thing
his
that
point.
Steve ran for
Let him
J6.
finish his
though.
point.
Excuse me, I'm
Yeah,
talking.
Biden fired all the oil people.
I'd love
That's right.
I'd love for you to respond. I'd love for you to respond.
Finish his point.
The fact that, as far as I could see, around a dozen Tesla vehicles got destroyed, where it's maybe $1 million worth of damages. That's fairly reasonable when it comes to political responses to such a wide enacting policy, especially that it's done so top down and from one specific person. I think.
Factoid of the terrorist political
Yeah,
violence.
so when Biden told oil workers they
No.
could just find other jobs, and it was
Not in the way we're
well
talking
over
about here.
150K people. Yeah, thanks. I guess you're right. I agree. I guess those
That's not
guys-
unilaterally done by one person. I'm saying it's easier to target.
It was
Doge wasn't
unilaterally
unilaterally done by Elon.
Yeah, it was unilaterally done by Biden, and so all those guys could have been violent. But guess what? They didn't act of violence. No oil worker tried to assassinate Biden. How many did? Can you tell me? How many oil workers?
How many people have attempted to assassinate Elon? I don't get it.
I'm asking because no
None.
oil worker. No, hold on.
Well,
No
we
oil
don't know
worker,
technically.
No
We
oil
don't
worker
know. We
approved
just don't know
of
how many
assassinating
publicly.
Biden versus 55% approve of assassinating these people and approve of firebombing dealerships.
Well, since it's
You're
not
saying it's totally
falsifiable,
okay.
because we don't know unless it's made
But they-
public, I'm going to say a
So
billion
just
people
real quick,
tried to assassinate Biden
just
and
fact check here.
failed.
There was 2 attempts on Joe Biden's life. One on August 9th,
I was a little off.
2023. Craig
Oil
DeLua, a 74-year-old resident of Provo, Utah, threatened to assassinate Joe Biden with a
74-year-old.
M24
Watch.
sniper
Who's the
rifle.
oil worker
And then
with?
on May 22nd, 2023, a 19-year-old man from Chesterfield, Missouri, drove a rented box truck onto a barrier that separated the White House grounds from the public. Shortly thereafter, was taken into custody and admitted he was there to
And-
kill the president.
Gibbs, where did your goalpost go?
Wait, hold on. This is the goalpost they asked because this is your goalpost. You said all those people lost jobs; they were justified in violence, and I'm asking Whick, were either one of those 2 people oil workers?
You didn't ask who when firebombing the
not that I'm
Teslas,
aware.
who people lost their jobs. You didn't double check to see if there were federal employees who lost it during Doge. You didn't do that groundwork when it comes to liberals attacking Tesla. But when it comes to attacks on the vice president, on the president of the United States, then you
Yeah,
got to
this is-
double check.
Are you
Wait a minute,
implying-
who exactly did
are
this?
you implying that the government cutting jobs could somehow justify violence?
No, not at all. Not even a little bit.
Okay.
That's not even a little bit what I'm saying.
I mean, it's
I don't
kinda
think that's
weird-
what I
it's kinda weird-
said.
It's kind of weird to bring that
Well,
up
well, hold
whatsoever.
on,
The
hold on,
firebombing the
Max,
Teslas.
Okay,
Hold on,
$5.
Max,
Explain.
hold on.
Why?
Hold on,
Because I think Gibbs brought
Why
that
did you
up.
bring up Doge during Teslas?
Money time. Money time.
What?
Shut up. It's money time. $5 from Audacity to say Shapiro could win in 2028 and we'll still be litigating January 6th on these shows. Trump got back into the office. You lost. Get over it. And then $10 from Andrew Steele to say the kid in the middle, brown sweater, is the worst of the left, a total moron. Clueless. He paid me $10 to say
Hey,
this.
this is a
I'm gonna
brown
say it.
sweater too.
All
so we don't
right,
need
he
to talk
paid me $10 to say this. I'm going to say it. He says a total moron, clueless to any points, just repeating BS he heard to reinforce the same BS he heard. A cycle of morons. It's sick.
That's
Thank
mean.
you.
Can I address?
I don't understand how you
Hold
can't.
on, Black
Can I
Dude.
If you
respond to
want
the
to
super chat?
insult any of these panelists, give me
respond to
$10
those?
and I will.
Can I respond to the super chat?
Hold on.
You can.
Okay.
We're all
Anyone-
responding. We're all just relitigating things that we've
ahead.
heard.
Go
We
ahead,
don't
respond.
come out of the when we come out of the womb. We don't have these opinions. They're formed by news articles that we read. What a stupid thing to say. Anyway, continue.
Also, I will
Okay,
never
Lacto,
not
do you
be
think
mad
the
about
government
trans-
violating the Constitution could justify violence?
Yeah, I could justify it. Sure.
Obviously,
Yeah, right. So I think that
Wait, JC, do you agree?
a lot of Doge stuff is that not just that they're firing people, but just that they're doing it unilaterally through the
Nah, I don't-
executive.
We
and
talked
there.
about no.
I mean, you might not believe the allegation. You might not
My
believe that
definition of violence is
allegation.
nebulous,
but-
so I don't know. if I agree or
Yeah.
not. I
Well,
could
real quick,
agree.
non-fun. I understand. I don't believe it. But like the truth of it matters in the same way that like if the election
Well, I
actually was
agree.
stolen, then January 6th is very different than the election not being stolen. You would agree?
Well, I agree with that. I just think liberals are obviously on much better footing for believing
No.
that Trump's actions are
No.
really.
No.
You think it's more?
No.
Well, hold on, Lactoid. You have to agree that you think it's more likely that Trump is in violation of the Constitution for some of the Doge stuff than it is that the 2020 election was stolen.
So I think it is indisputably true that the 2020 election in multiple states. It was found that they did shit wrong. Do I think it was like there was some kind of conspiracy or that it was stolen? No, but it has since been the case that they did violate the law when it comes to those voting mechanisms.
Outcome determinative fraud.
And so not outcome determinative fraud, right? But if somebody breaks the rules, like if I'm playing chess and I break the rules, even if I still lose, that's still bad, right? That's still enough to potentially relitigate the whole game.
No, if you win, it's good. As long as your name's Donald
A
Trump.
little further, though. Let's go a little further, right? We've just had all this cancer stuff come out about Biden. We've heard her audio leak now, and clearly the guy was just the corpse keeper, like literally a puppet. That's all he was. And so now we're sitting here going, hey, do we think that any of this shit should have been doing? And they're turning to fucking George Lucas and the puppeteers behind Industrial Light and Magic, and got Yoda over here. They're just moving his hands and signing executive orders and I don't know, pardons willy-nilly with AutoPen. And hey, do I think after being lied to about this for the last 2 years that maybe there could have been a conspiracy they covered up? I don't know, but I do got some fucking questions about what should have been done that's unconstitutional. So when y'all are going, oh, Doge is doing unconstitutional shit, I'm going, well, for the last 2 years we've seen a lot of unconstitutional shit, and now we've been proven right that they were just puppeting this guy. And oh, hey, I didn't see anybody going out crazy violence like they're doing now. Like, how do you say that these are not equivalent, non-Juan?
You know, I'll say this for Joe Biden's handlers. They never tweeted out this could allow for any action could allow for the suspension of the Constitution. They never had any chiefs of staff or anything saying we might suspend habeas corpus, to deport illegal immigrants.
For one, I mean, I just don't, as much as Biden is an old fucking demented man or whatever with cancer now, I mean, I just don't believe that he was so entirely clueless that like the deep state was just auto pen signaturing everything for him. He probably did mostly direct things, but like I'm not convinced to the extent the allegations are true that they're really unconstitutional unless the 25th Amendment was invoked, and I guess like I just don't
I don't know about that.
I mean.
Also just have a quick question.
Yeah.
You said you agreed that it would be justified if there was like blatant violations of the Constitution, right?
It could be. Depends what the violations are.
It could be, depending. Yes. So do you think then, in the current situation of events, that the left has more justification than like previously for violations of the Constitution?
The left has more justifications to violate the Constitution, or more justifications?
No, for violence. Like they have more justifications for violence that, like, because of all the violations of the Constitution that Trump is doing right now.
I'll say this: I don't think Trump is violating the Constitution right now.
All?
Right now.
I mean, if we can give me an example, we can go through it. I think that if January 6th was successful, I think the left would have had a very strong justification for violence.
What? Okay. So exactly. So I think that point right there is why the left's violence right now is overblown, because there is cases of violence that are completely denounced and don't think that we should be
give us an example
endorsing
it. Please hold on.
Yes.
Potts, can two questions for you. One, can you give me an example of violence from the left that you do endorse? And two, can you tell us, so maybe we can actually
keep that TOS,
have some on, right? Can you keep it TOS, please. Can you please tell us where you think that Trump, in your opinion, is violating the Constitution? And before you answer that, $20 from Alexander Wren to say, how the F did we gloss over a lawyer arguing that making bail and getting a presidential pardon is the same? Also, did we forget the Green Party has a monopoly on political
all you
violence?
would fail in LSAT. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. Okay,
pilot is
sure,
to plane
buddy.
as driver is to blank, but a car's not a plane. Yeah, okay. Yeah, go ahead, Whick. Continue.
You know what? If the
LSAT let me answer these questions. Let me answer these questions.
Shut up. Shut up. We're giving the mic to Potts because I asked Potts 2 questions. I'm going to give him a chance to answer those questions. Go ahead.
First answer to the question. The first question, there are no examples, at least I can think of in recent memory. I'm only like 24 years old, so I don't have that many memories of any left-wing violence I would endorse. I can't imagine any left-wing violence that I would endorse, at least currently now.
You did just argue that in your opinion, that left-wing violence is more justified than right-wing violence?
Yeah, I would say that, so the prompt from the debate is left-wing violence overblown? And I think that there is some, I don't ignore that there are examples of left-wing violence. I don't think there's justification for it, and I would never do it, and I wouldn't endorse it, nor would I encourage it. However, I'm saying that saying that it's like out of the blue or like crazy when there are plenty of examples, which I'll get to when I answer the next question, of Donald Trump violating the Constitution, then like that is a reason they can give as justification if he agrees that justification for violence would be certain violations of the Constitution.
Give us the Constitution violations. Give us a top 3.
Top 3 is one is going to be the violation of the Article 2's Congress. Yes. Article 2's Congress. Yeah. No. Article 2 is executive. Article 1's Congress. Sorry.
Executive branch.
Yes. So Article 1 powers from Doge trying to him trying to completely withhold federal funding after it was already appropriated by Congress. The deportations, completely violating trying to justify it with the Electoral Count Act, or not electoral. Sorry,
Alien Enemies Act.
Yes, Alien Enemies Act,
Okay.
as well as third one.
If you only got 2, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry, I'm blanking because sorry. Yeah,
Don't be nervous. It's okay.
Yeah,
You're just in front of
little-
hundreds of viewers right now, literally.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I'm a little
No, it's okay.
razzled.
So I will let Lactoid and Gibbs respond to that, and then we'll continue on.
I mean, let's let the lawyer go first.
Okay.
No,
I mean, I think that under the Impoundment Act, the executive absolutely had the ability to do what it was doing under Doge. There's a reason why, like, that's not even being talked about anymore. And there's a reason why, like, you're not seeing the Supreme Court, like, holding the executive in contempt or like, following through with any kind of, like, limitation on this, because they were actually fairly limited in what they did. And Doge is already winding down anyway. When it comes to the deportations, the Supreme Court just ruled the president does get to use the Enemy Aliens Act in order to do what they're doing. They just have to give more due process. And that was the Supreme Court. They just ruled that. And Trump has said that he's going to follow what the Supreme Court says. So there's no indication.
Oh,
that
this
he's
time
actually,
around.
Rejecting,
Yeah, because he likes this one.
When is he when does he disobey the Supreme Court?
We're obviously referring to the 9-0 decision
The
for
9-0
Garcia.
decision.
Yeah.
Hold on. Did he?
That's obviously what we're all referring
he
to.
violated the Supreme Court?
If you say that, I swear to God, if
Let's
you say the word
talk about that
facilitate,
case.
I'm
You
gonna
want to talk about this
explode.
case for a second?
No, I don't
No,
know. I
no,
really
you don't. You don't want to talk about that case for a second, right? Do you know
No, because the conservative arguments for are retarded, and I don't really feel like wasting a bunch of time on that. Again, I don't feel.
You want to bring it up, but now you don't want to waste time on it. I understand. I understand. You want to bring it up.
apologize.
You want to bring it up, but you don't want to spend any time on it, right? Because of course that's a clear example. Yeah, because the Supreme Court, like, coming out with a decision is the same thing as the executive. What, disobeying a court decision? Is there what evidence do you have that the executive has disobeyed?
I just want to apologize to Whick because I definitely misunderstood the prompt for this panel. If the prompt truly is the right overblowing left-wing violence, the right shouldn't even have a right to comment on it when they dance circles around taking accountability for the violence on January 6th by spamming be peaceful over and over again. That's my real
This is a dodge because Whick asked the specific question, and right now we're talking specifically about violations of the Constitution because there was a question as to what could potentially justify violence. The examples that were brought up, I am trying to explore them, and you guys
said January 6th if it was successful, right? That was one of them.
No, we spent a tremendous amount of time on January 6th. The two examples that were brought up were Doge and the deportations. Specifically with the deportations, you guys said that Trump disobeyed the Supreme Court. That the Supreme Court found 9-0 that Trump disobeyed them. And I want to know in what way did he disobey them?
It's not 9-0 they disobeyed him.
So he didn't disobey
9-0.
Well,
Sorry?
You said that he disobeyed the Supreme Court.
Hold on. Okay. You gotta let them respond. So Lactoid asked a specific question. Staxiums, and then non-fon, and then pots.
Wait. Can you repeat my question for them? Because maybe then they can't weasel.
Let me get it after pots.
Repeat.
I'm responding to you
because I don't want to mess it up. Go ahead, Lactoid.
Very specifically, you guys said that Trump disobeyed the Supreme Court. Because I said he's going to listen to the Supreme Court. And
okay,
you said,
at what point
did
he disobey?
Yes, and I said at what time, and you guys said the 9-0. In that decision, where did he disobey the Supreme Court?
Okay, let me be clear for the panel. Okay, I am not saying in the 9-0 Supreme Court case that they determined that Trump disobeyed them. No, instead, in the 9-0 support case, back to
Go,
it.
keep going. Keep going.
In the 9-0 SCOTUS case, they said that Trump basically needed to use his executive ability to bring back Garcia. However, Trump made explicitly clear that he wasn't going to abide by that decision.
Hold on. You're fundamentally misunderstanding this case. They said he had to facilitate, not effectuate. And this is important because the distinction is critically
No,
important.
I apologize.
They returned.
I'm gonna
Hold on.
This is the part of the
I
problem
have-
when you bring up shit that I'm sorry, you just don't know as much.
Well,
You can't
the decision-
point to it. Go ahead.
It's not that we don't know as much. It's that
the
you
way the
have
decision
all
works-
these
You don't know as much.
disingenuous bullshit ass arguments to counter
disingenuous.
anything
It's
we
critically
say.
important, and I'll explain why. But go ahead.
The way the
Oh,
9-0
okay,
Supreme
sure.
Court
Critically,
decision worked is that the original decision, not the Supreme Court's decision, back in I believe it was a federal district court, yes, said that they had to facilitate
Circuit.
and effectuate the return. It went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, okay, we're going to use facilitate, but this word effectuate, this needs to be further defined by the lower courts. They sent it back. The lower court said, okay, we're going to cut that off because
they removed
fuck it,
effectuate.
Yes, because they were like, if they agree with us on facilitate, 100, we're just going to go full ham on that. Then they send it back. Now Donald Trump is not facilitating at all. They're doing nothing.
No. He is facilitating. He is facilitating. They've made a plane available in the event that El Salvador chooses to release Garcia.
What?
Okay,
how is it not?
I'm sorry. Why aren't we
because-
telling them to bring him back?
I'll explain. So there's a lot of Supreme Court. There's a lot of Supreme Court precedent on this. Okay. The courts cannot dictate that the president negotiates a certain way with foreign leaders. In the same way,
they're not.
In the same way,
Sure. No. I understand that. I understand that. Why are we prioritizing Andrew Tate?
Hold on. Before we move
Over
on to
someone
Andrew
the White
Tate,
House fucked up on and shouldn't have
okay,
deported.
before we move on
Please.
to Andrew Tate for a second, specifically with
No,
Garcia.
just answer that question.
No, I'm in the
Come
middle of answering
on.
Garcia, and you're bringing up Andrew Tate.
You're like a professional
What
tap
a
dancer, dude.
dodge.
Holy shit.
You're bringing up
How
Andrew
are you-
Tate tap dancing. I'm trying to stay on
Yeah,
topic.
as a direct comparison, you're
There's
going to say
somebody
some
else. There's somebody
Oh,
else here who wants an explanation as to Garcia. There's somebody here.
No issue whatsoever
There's somebody-
negotiating with the
there's-
leaders in Romania, getting Andrew
the-
Tate
the-
over
yeah,
here.
yeah. The president can do that.
He's sent over there illegally.
The president has the ability to negotiate with foreign leaders. The court does not have the authority to order the president to negotiate with foreign leaders. In the same way, the courts cannot order the president to invade a different country. Let me ask you this: if the only way to get Garcia,
has the power to put people on trains, okay? He just might not know where they're
the
going.
court does not. This is settled law. Like there's so many Supreme Court cases about this. The Supreme Court cannot order the president to go and negotiate someone's release with a foreign head of state. You don't get to tell the president to negotiate with a foreign head of state. That's why they asked for a clarification of effectuate, and that's why the lower court removed effectuate, because you can't order the president to go negotiate with a foreign head of state. And the only way to get Garcia out is going to be either negotiate with a foreign head of state or invade El Salvador, and neither of which the court has the ability to order.
Have they
the president
asked?
to do.
Have they even asked? Has Donald Trump even actually asked them?
Asking
or has they only stated? Have they only stated? Well, he won't. They've only ever stated no, we won't. They just won't let us take him. They haven't. Where is the evidence of
Asking
Donald
is
Trump
negotiating.
actually making the request?
Making a request to a foreign head of state is negotiation. The court cannot order him to do that. That's why they removed effectuate.
It's so nebulous, but it's convenient to MAGA,
This is
right?
a legal definition.
Hold on.
I do want to hold on. Hold on. I do want to, on this case specifically, on facilitate versus effectuate, I'm going to refer to the courts, the appellate courts. It hasn't gone to the Supreme Court yet, but this is what they say on that decision. They say the Supreme Court's decision does not, however, allow the government to do essentially nothing. It requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. And then they say Abrego Garcia supra slip op-ed 2. Facilitate is an active verb. It requires that steps be taken, as the Supreme Court has made perfectly clear. The government should be prepared to share what it can concerning and it cites a case where it says the government should be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospect of further steps. The plain and active meaning of the word cannot be diluted by its constriction, as the government would have it, to a narrow term of art. We are not bound in this context by a definition crafted by an administrative agency and contained in a mere policy directive. Thus, the government's argument that all it must do is remove any domestic barriers to Abrego Garcia's return is not well taken in light of the Supreme Court's command that the government facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador. That is what the courts say.
And
how
notice,
do you respond to that? Is Trump doing that today?
Trump is doing what he can do, given that the only two things that would get Garcia out would be a direct negotiation with El Salvador or invading the country of El Salvador. neither of which, even if that would be actively facilitating, which in this case, facilitate means to make easier, not actually to effectuate, so it wouldn't be. But if the only two ways to get Garcia out involve ways that the court cannot order the executive to do, then they can talk about how the president needs to like explain what he's doing. And yeah, he can talk about all the piddling shit about how he's making a plane available, about how like, if they let him out, we'll go get him, or something along those lines. But the only two things that would actually get Garcia out, they cannot order him to do. So this is just there's a reason.
Okay.
It has not gotten
Could
to the Supreme
I
Court.
say?
I find it funny though that like this is the argument that we're using right here, where it's like, oh, we're gonna go talk about this case where it's like questionable constitutionality. I could point to something that was unconstitutional that was occurring all during the Biden administration, and we didn't have any sort of revolution. We didn't have any car bombings. How about the enforcement of the fucking border? That wasn't enforced at all. There's a constitutional duty to the government.
Disagreeing with an
the border.
enforcement policy doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
You're wrong. Hold on.
I mentioned
Cool.
Trump
There's
shooting
also-
down that bill in the
okay,
Senate
check
is a
this out.
losing
Listen,
point,
you
but we
can
can do it if you
go
want.
on.
It's basically a pardon if you think
listen.
about it.
Well, let's do it. Let's do it, JC. I want you to go through with me and tell me at what point in the joint resolution of 1843 or 1844, when Texas joined the Union, after we fought 2 wars with Mexico, and they agreed upon security enforcement along the Rio Grande, can you tell me at what point that was being upheld by the Biden administration? And when you can't do that, why don't you pop my dick in your mouth and stop talking and let the men keep talking?
I would say when they detain.
Wait. I was asked a direct question by a very loud asshole. Okay,
You're
I think
just
I have a
wrong.
chance
You're
to
just wrong
respond.
here. You're wrong here.
Oh, I
You have
don't.
no
Okay,
knowledge-
so
no,
you
you
can
have
tell
no
me I'm
knowledge of
wrong,
this.
but I don't get to respond. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, you
This isn't
interrupted
your
me, so
show,
you're gonna get
Gibbs.
insulted. Cool, I understand that, but you interrupted me, so you're going to get insulted for being stupid when you say something stupid. It's historically, it's in the Constitution. We have treaties with states joining. How can you argue that? Oh, they were enforcing the border properly? Go ahead. Let's see.
Super easily. Was CBP disbanded under Biden?
Do you know what CBP stands for?
Customs and Border Patrol, does it not?
I'm asking him. God, you let him off the hook.
No. What does that have to do with anything?
Do you think yeah, what does that have to do with it? And do you not think that I know it's...
Wait, Gibbs, yes or no? Yes or no? You're all ass mad. You're calling me an idiot. I asked you a very simple question. You're so smart on this topic. You've read so much more than me, clearly. I mean, if you're calling me a dumbass. Like, obviously, you should know. Was CBP, was Customs and Border Patrol...
I'll answer it.
Disbanded under Biden?
Let me answer that. It doesn't matter if they were or not, if they don't enforce the laws of the land. So whenever they're taking...
So they didn't detain immigrants? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they just released them free, willy-nilly. We know that. Just like Garcia
And
here.
that's a violation.
Hold on. Garcia had been fulfilled his due process in this case. He was one of the ones released after they'd already told him he had to go.
What administration was that?
Out. Yeah, it was Biden. Guess who they did? They deported when they were supposed to?
No, his trial was in 2019. Who was president then?
Was it?
Yes, Garcia's
took
initial
Trump
trial
4
was in
fucking years to deport the dude.
Hold on. His trial was in 2019. Okay.
Yeah, where they gave him. Where they did not deport him.
Hold on. And they had 90 days to remove him.
Gibbs, I don't need to say anything to Dunk. I just let you keep talking.
At 2019, not Biden.
No.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
Who was president in 2020?
The entire year of 2020, it was Donald Trump who was president.
Oh, so
for the entire year of
when the 90 days was up and they chose not to take him, who was president?
Yeah, who was president in 2020?
Then who was president in 2020?
Donald J. Trump.
Biden.
If you're the one that doesn't know, you shouldn't be asking people. That's not how that works. You're the one who doesn't know.
The election happened in November of 2020, and then he doesn't become president until 2021.
Sure.
Huh?
Why would you have to dismantle an entire government agency in order to... What Gibbs is saying is that he wasn't enforcing the law in such a way, and this was like leading to...
Hold on, that's not clearly and unambiguously constitutional, okay?
Very clearly a delusional Texan who thinks you still get to be sovereign despite being one of 50 states.
Hey, that's a good one.
I mean, pardoning is also not unconstitutional, right?
You're not a sovereign nation. You are a state. Deal with it.
Hold on. Do you
Your southern border is my southern border too.
I want to
it's unconstitutional.
Argument with it was
$20.
You realize you have to uphold a treaty or resolution. Do you agree with that?
Hold on.
I'm not answering any question. You're just going to respond with, that doesn't matter.
$20 from Alexander Wren. And then I have a statement, and then we'll just go back to it. $20 from Alexander Wren to say, my point about who has a monopoly on government violence is that the party in power doesn't need to use social violence to protest or fight against political violence under Trump. Of course, reps don't need to be socially violent. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate that. Since you thought Biden was president in 2020, I wonder how much you hate Biden for that Trump actually did.
True.
Yeah, good one. Good one.
No, I'm just curious.
Well, hold on, Wick. Remember,
That's
the
fine
good
before
parts
what I'm
are
talking
the
about,
Trump
Wick.
economy and
Like,
the bad
who
parts
do
are
you
the
think
Biden
was
economy.
president during the lockdowns?
Who do I think was president during
True.
the lockdowns?
Biden was
Who do you
president
think-
during a lot of them.
It was Trump.
Biden
It was
was
Trump.
president during
Both,
lockdown.
both Trump
started
and
it.
Biden, right? And
It was
Biden extended
both.
them.
It was both. Was it correct? Is that correct? It was a both.
Black's
It
both.
started
No.
under Trump
What
and
Biden
ended
did
under
wasn't the
Biden.
lockdowns. Biden was going for vaccine mandates.
There
What
was
Trump did
vaccine
was
mandates and
lockdown.
lockdowns under both, or not vaccine mandates under Trump, but there was vaccine mandates and lockdowns under Biden.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
lockdowns
both.
extended into Biden's to presidency. Of course they did.
Yeah, they both had both. And
The
then
government
some
lockdowns,
states started
the
fighting
federal
Yeah.
lockdowns.
Yeah.
Because
Shit,
There-
shit
lockdowns
started
and
opening up.
lockdowns.
Shit started opening up.
Lockdowns one at all.
Not everything opened up all at once. Like shit was continued. There was. I mean, Biden had like extended a lot of the aid and extended a lot of the lockdowns, and the Democrats did going into the
What
presidency.
federal lockdowns even occurred? Am I stupid? I don't think a federal lockdown occurred.
The
I
U.S.
think it was
shutdown
state
for
by
COVID
state.
was in March 15th of 2020.
No. But what is a shutdown? Like from the federal government? Like, are you saying the federal government ordered local businesses to shut down, or that like DC started disbanding, or like I don't understand exactly what you mean by a federal lockdown.
Well, so there was local like closing of small business. There was like local.
I lived in
closings.
Utah, and like basically nothing happened here.
Okay, so there was like local lockdowns for sure, but of course the federal government was involved in like certain restrictions, lockdowns of certain like federal industries, federal workers.
Okay, sure.
There's all sorts of things that the
Sure.
federal government was involved in when it comes to.
I see. For federal workers, I understand.
Right. Hold on. I'm so curious.
I just don't know what the claim
It's
was.
just-
Just give it. Let's
What
give it
was-
to
I'm-
non-fun.
What was the thing you were trying to say in the 1843 agreement between Texas and the U.S.? Can you repeat
Joint
that?
resolution.
please?
Yeah.
Joint
Yeah, I don't know
resolution.
about that, Cribs.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of the agreement
Even
was when
the
Texas
Black
came in,
Code won't give you that one.
we sold land because Texas had fought 2 wars with Mexico, one of them over the boundary between the Oasis and the Rio Grande, right? And that became the southern border, right? And when we came in, we are guaranteed part of it was our safety and security. Right? Yes, there was a whole big giant thing. And then the southern states wanted their agreement because they wanted another slave state. And the northern states wanted their own agreement. And they had all these different compromises. And we sold land to pay off the debt. And they bought these and it became different undisputed territories. This all striking a bell? Do you remember our U.S. history? Yes, guys? No?
Well, that part I'm familiar with, sure.
Okay, cool. And part of that was guess what, shape of Texas. And then one of the reasons we fought what war, the Mexican-American War, was because what? With that Zachary Taylor and all them, they were sit down. Why were they sit down there? Do we know why that war started?
I'm going to pull you,
because,
Gibbs. It doesn't matter. None of this
It does
matters.
matter. Well, but
No, it doesn't matter.
Because the reason why the war was started was
Doesn't even matter.
because they were violating the Rio Grande as the border. And guess what? Oh, we went and fought a whole fucking war with Mexico over it. Now we're having round 2, and y'all are like, oh, it's not constitutional.
Okay.
It's
Well,
totally
hold on.
constitutional.
Well, hold on. So even if this whatever
Let's let
agreement you
non-fun
mentioned-
respond to that because I'm not.
Yeah, even if-
I'm just going to confess to you all. I don't know anything about the War of 1843. I just don't. So go ahead, non-fun.
I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Not a
So,
war
like,
then,
even
it
if
was
this
more
whatever
technical.
agreement between Texas and the U.S. is still legally binding or whatever, which I kind of doubt. Notice how you're talking about war. You're talking about the border, securing, the border, as in stopping Mexican troops from like coming over to Rio Grande, and not a violation of immigration law.
Pancho
Like,
Villa wasn't Mexican troops. He was just a raider. And another problem was why we had to send Texas Rangers in there.
that's still armed.
Was because guess what? They were violating the Rio Grande as the border again, and they were violating the New Mexico territories. Same thing. They were crossing with impunity.
have to.
We had to enforce the U.S. border, and that's
You think maybe it's time to let the War of 1843
Can we
go?
pull this back a little bit?
Maybe it's time
You think
to-
Pancho
to let
Villa is equivalent to a
bygones be
cartel
bygones
today?
on that.
I mean, no. I mean,
I'm
hold
not
on. Do you
sure.
think Pancho Villa is not equivalent to a cartel today? He's an organized crime group, basically, right? I would say
Okay.
that's similar to a cartel. And if we're sending people in and representatives of U.S. law enforcement and military to go and stop them because they're violating the border, well, that would indicate we have a historical legal precedent that we should be fucking enforcing the border, which Biden was choosing not to do.
I'm not sure he's similar to a cartel. I don't know. I'd have to
Can we-
read more.
Can we pull this back a little bit? Because the main claim that Gibbs was saying is that Trump isn't being unambiguously unconstitutional. Biden was with his lack of enforcement of the border. That is not unambiguously unconstitutional.
Wow.
That is not. Hold on.
I define it as it was.
That is not like legal scholars don't have a consensus on this. Okay, that's your opinion. That's fine. Okay, I mean it's stupid, but that's fine.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's nebulous at all. We were saying this earlier. If it's how we define things, well, if we're doing that, then I'm defining it as unambiguously unconstitutional. I mean, by everything we know here. So, like, do you see how the problem is earlier with the whole it's a spectrum argument works now?
Yeah, the problem
even
is
a little
that
bit.
you guys started to do that, and we made fun of you for doing that. That's the problem with what you're doing now. You're acting all indignant. You were doing the same thing not that long ago.
No, JC. We have been very consistent the whole time. What we have standards.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I must have been in a different room this whole time.
Can I ask you, do you think if the president does something that the Supreme Court stops him from doing because it was like deemed to be against the law or unconstitutional, would you consider that to be like an unconstitutional act by the president if he heeds the Supreme Court?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Are we talking about student loan forgiveness? Is that?
We're talking about a whole bunch of things that we can go into if they were bad enough to say yes, but they said no, so we'll leave that alone.
Lactoid, do you think that President Biden unambiguously, unconstitutionally did not uphold border policy?
No, the president.
Okay, great.
The executive has tremendous amounts of discretion when it comes to the border. Sorry.
Perfect. Thank you. All right.
Okay. $5 from Audacity, then we'll get back into it. Hey, we have to correct the record here on something I feel requires rectification. Stax' sweater is very nice, and it looks good on him.
Thank you.
For the $5. Again,
That's
$10
so sweet.
to insult, $5 to compliment.
It's so nice.
Okay.
Very warm.
I do want to kind of really, or try to at least, reground this discussion for the last quarter of it. In what ways do you think that the left-wing rhetoric... I'll just ask it this way. Does the mainstream left-wing rhetoric condone, celebrate, or even permit violent acts? Why or why not?
Could I say, look, I'm going to make a concession that I hope everyone on my side will agree with. The online left is fucking insane, okay? And the way that they condoned Luigi and the killing of Brian Thompson, I think his name was fucking bonkers, okay?
Luigi was not just the online left.
What do you mean?
Well, yeah, so I would agree with that, but again, I do also think
I mean what I said.
I do.
No, I don't understand.
There's people dressed like Luigi at like protests. Like there's people out.
There's
like,
broad.
No, okay, fine. But like systemically, I don't think that there's a single Democratic official who has cheered on what Luigi did. I think that it's fully the citizens. Okay, now whatever.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Sure.
I agree. I just also think, like I said, I said this in my opening even. I think I think the bigger issue is just anti-establishment people, like insane people on the right who are anti-establishment also support Luigi.
Here's the thing. When you have a catch-all party, you're going to have anti-institutionalists in it. You're going to have insane anarchists. And I hope that the best thing that we can do is that all the people with institutional power immediately reject those people. Now, have they done enough? I wouldn't think so. Okay, I think that they should really decry them a lot. However, they have clearly decried them at least somewhat, and I have seen absolutely no one endorse their actions. I do not see the same thing on the Republican side, and that is what I think is the biggest issue.
Okay,
Stacks, for the sake of conversation, Stacks, can you show me a time where the right or a politician on the right has condoned violent actions on the right? From the right?
January 6th.
I'm going.
Pardoning the January.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, I'm just gonna keep quoting. I'm gonna keep citing. That's the only thing I need.
We have
one.
We've all gone over the January 6th stuff, and I'm not trying to take away from that. But other than that, is there any other example?
Let other people. I don't know if I can think of anything off the top of my head.
I would have to look it up.
I'm thinking of January 6th every time.
No, but I feel like there were some like sort of tacit endorsements of the Club Q shooting, but I don't know if those were from lawmakers.
Wait. What about Paul Pelosi?
Yes.
That is true.
That were going crazy and like making gay jokes about a
Donald J. Trump Jr.
who had his head almost bashed in. Yeah, Trump even. Yeah.
Donald J. Trump Jr. His son tweeted all of these. He said new Halloween new Halloween costume, and it was underwear and a hammer. Do you think that's fucking... And Donald J. Trump Jr., now has the audacity to look at us to be so critical of Comey tweeting that like 8647 tweet, like or Instagram post, like I the hypocrisy is overwhelming.
Does anyone in here think that the 8647 thing was an actual call to violence?
No.
Not even a little bit.
Not
Okay,
unless
just wanted to
unless
make
the
sure.
Republicans are going to concede that the 8646 was as well, which they won't, obviously.
Now, I do think that maybe I think Comey stumbled on it, and maybe the first one, the person who originally posted it or the put it down, might have meant it in like, let's kill this guy. But Comey immediately took it down and went, oh, hold on. If this is violent, I don't endorse it. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. That's bad. He took it down immediately as soon as criticism happened.
Yeah, but I think that what we're missing is, so y'all brought up the online left. Let's talk about not the online left for a second.
Okay.
We had all right. So I'm going to go back all the way to 2017, and then we're going to come back to modern times, right? And do you remember when Trump ran the first time and Kathy Griffin held up a severed head of Trump? Like that was a big deal, right? It was kind of
not a Democratic official.
No, it wasn't a big deal.
Also, do you remember the response?
Hold on. At the time, the response was pretty negative. Now, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because I'm saying that the topic we're having now is whether it's an issue now, right? And I'm saying I feel like we can point to this time period as the initial start. It was shocking at the time, and now that would not even probably be front page news. It might be for like a few hours and something else will happen. Right? Now, hold on. Now let's move to today. Just yesterday, I watched an MSNBC host sit here. Our news anchor, one of the people on their little pot group show, go on a crazy rant about South African Afrikaners and how they should be purged or sent back to the Netherlands and all sorts of crazy stuff. And then I go on Twitter and I see about 3 more people on MSNBC and CNN and other major news organizations say this. Now, I know they're not Democratic Party officials, but I will say they are big talking people in the non-online left, so they're on the left. Then I go and see, Maxine Waters. We go from a few years ago with the BLM riots where she's calling for violence. Then we see this guy just this week say from the Democratic Party, I think he's a city congressman, can't think of his name, but he said Republicans should have no peace, right? Like that we should protest and disturb them in their
None of these people are the president, by the way.
AOC statements on the killing of Brian Thompson.
AOC statements. Hold on, but then now we even have a mayor being charged with assault, and there's videos of him and other sitting congresspeople attacking guards at an ICE facility. We have the videos. It's clear they're aggressively attacking people and trying to incite a riot at this ICE facility. These are sitting Democratic officials, along with prominent left-leaning speakers in the not online space, now acting out and advocating for violence. Now, TikTok posted that crazy stat, is they were saying that people calling for assassination is actually trending up on their platform. These are all indicators this is an accepted overall movement. When y'all point to Republicans, you point to January 6th, 77% don't approve of this. This is not a widespread thing. When something like shooting happens as a Republican, like at a school, we all condemn it. We say it's bad. We're not advocating for this.
Could we respond?
Or advocating for
Okay,
all
yeah.
these things.
$5 from Ben Riley says, Lactoid, if you really are a libertarian, then Trump shouldn't be your guy if you're ideologically consistent. Hashtag
my
just saying.
fucking God.
Shruggy emoji face. Staxons, go ahead.
Ben, we've talked about this a couple times. We can talk about it again if you want. Go ahead.
Okay, the thing about the MSNBC host saying that Afrikaners should be deported back to the Netherlands or deported to the Netherlands, is that right?
Country. She said the wrong country first. She said like Germany.
Okay, sure. So you
she was just being openly racist.
Cool, gotcha. So you think that refugees that come into this country should not be deported, and advocating such is a form of violence, correct?
No, that's not what I said. I also said that she also called for violence against her and actively called for violence against.
Well, wait, what's wrong with what she said then? What's wrong with what she said? Who cares?
Well, she said something racist, naming the wrong country, and then she followed up with, "We should actively attack these people."
Get whole countries.
Like,
Wait, what? When did that come into the conversation? Because you didn't say that.
Woke right. Woke
these people.
Yeah, they said they don't want them here. They want violence. They said they should have violence.
It's like
wait, hold on.
That are constantly changing the rules, so you're never allowed to win.
What's crazy is you don't listen and then you say it's changed the rule.
You said an MSNBC host. I want to be clear. You said an MSNBC host said we should actively attack South African refugees. Correct? Quote.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Okay,
fine with
I
that.
would love if anyone could find this, because I'll be honest. I'm willing to look like a fucking idiot here. I think there is a 0% chance that occurred. 0%.
All right, I'll find it for you in a moment. Here, give me a second.
Okay, I'm excited. Just I believe that an MSNBC host said, we don't want him here, or referred to the wrong country. Which, if that's your fucking metric, bro, I would love to point to your president for 2 seconds. Like, we all know
how unprincipled MAGA is. Why, again, they shouldn't be commenting on how the left conducts itself, because they can't even hold themselves to the standards that they demand we live by when it comes to being racist. Holy shit, have you met the president? Like, I'm not even one of the guys that tries to do that. Like, I don't care. But if we're going to start evaluating by those metrics, dear fucking Lord, that is not a contest that conservatives, MAGA, or Trump is going to win.
The president's least
Remember
racist.
when he said...
No, the president is less racist than the last president. Definitely.
Than the last president?
Yeah, than Biden? Did Trump make...
That may be true, but Biden did not try to do an insurrection.
Hold on. Did Trump make a requirement for a Supreme Court pick to be a certain race?
Did Trump spend
thousands
of his personal money to run continuous ads to call for the conviction of the Central Park Five after their exoneration?
Did Joe Biden say that?
That's not overt racism in the same way.
Oh, sure.
Hold on. Joe Biden, wait, hold on.
Don't say hold on yet. Somebody else made a point that I got to respond to, and then you can comment. I think it is the most explicit form of racism when you say the only way that I'm going to select you for the Supreme Court is if you're a black woman. And I think it is also racist to say that the only way that you get to be my vice president is if you're a woman, preferably black. Both of those are racist
because and I agree with you, Lactoid, because a judge's ethnicity has no markings on whether or not they can do their job, correct?
Yeah.
Which is why Donald Trump's statement...
Oh my God. But if they're part of but if they're part of La Raza, maybe it could. I don't know. Tell me.
What the fuck is La Raza?
The organization, the organization that the judge was part of, that he said that, look, this person was a member of La Raza, which was like a Mexican interest organization. This was the argument for why he was biased. He was literally part of an organization that was furthering Mexican interests.
No. That's
the argument. La Raza was the organization that he was part of.
That is the justification that was invented post hoc to make
Is that what Donald Trump said?
Absolutely not. He didn't like that the judge was criticizing him, or the judge's daughter was criticizing him.
He was part of a pro-Mexican organization. This is opposite. This is opposite.
If you believe that, Lactoid, you are stupider than I gave you credit for. Genuinely.
This is opposite from Joe Biden. Okay. Specifically without any reference to any kind of like membership of organizations, without membership of the NAACP or whatever the fuck. Just simply saying, like, if you want to be part of this Supreme Court, you must be a black woman. This is the epitome of racism.
Okay,
and by the way, affirmative action also racist. More racism from the lefties, by the way. Affirmative action. Go ahead.
Give it to non-fun.
Yeah, just on the affirmative action thing, like. Would you agree, let's say hypothetically, if there were the type of like systemic racism that the left talks about or whatever, do you still think it would be racist to do affirmative action in that society?
Of course.
Okay.
Hold on. Like you're saying that we're going to discriminate against an applicant for being white because there's systemic racism that's beyond their control? That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily. I don't think it's discrimination in the sense that we usually talk about discrimination, but but I think like attempting to give opportunity to people who you don't believe have had the opportunity historically or whatever. I don't think that's anywhere close to the level of racism that's alleged to Donald Trump, at least.
Look, this judge is of Mexican heritage. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm going to do very well with the Hispanics, the Mexicans, so no Mexican judge could ever be involved in a case that involves you. I think he should recuse himself, says Trump.
This was also, he mentioned La Raza, and he specifically made the connection between Mexican heritage and La Raza.
Control F. La Raza.
The one article you're looking at, you think that he referenced La Raza?
This is a quote. Well, hold on. I've got the fucking transcript here.
The full thing.
Yes.
Well, the whole conversation, he doesn't mention La Raza once.
I don't see, I would love for you to show me, but I don't see it. La Raza.
Okay.
I don't know how to spell that.
Because I don't remember every single word that Trump has ever said in those speeches. I do want to ask Potts, right?
Yes.
Get you
La Raza.
Oh, you just Googled it wrong. Good job. Fair enough.
It's not here. It's not here. He didn't say La Raza.
Okay, Potts. Question for you.
Yes.
Do you think that Trump what's being alleged here, that Biden was more racist than Trump? What are your thoughts on that? I want to give you a chance to kind of address these things and get you back in the conversation because you have been quiet and been a good boy for a little bit. So
Okay. Yeah. So
Been
I think
making
that
you content. I thought I
Yeah.
was a good boy for content.
you're all good boys. Everyone gets a treat. Okay, go ahead.
So I think that the allegations of Biden being racist are just like ridiculous. I don't think that. I think any statement that is attributed to him being racist is either him like a mental gaffe or just like genuinely being, misquoted. Otherwise, the allegations of Donald Trump, though, are much more concrete. He has, like he brought up the case, I forget the name of it, the 5 in the Central Park
5.
Yeah, Central Park 5. The statements and that whole case is just ridiculous, denying the housing applications, his statements about all of the immigrants, the Muslim ban, just basically every action that he takes when it involves minorities or races or anything of that nature comes with an undertone of like, that just seems a little ridiculous. Even the dismissal of the Jags, when he did that, it was the statement he gave. The reason for why he did that was to combat diversity in the military. But everyone that he fired were extremely well respected. They had great careers. They had lots of time in the service, and then they replaced them with people who just like had bachelor's degrees in political science that have never served in the military. That's a DEI. Like that is the peak of just inserting people who are unqualified into positions they don't belong. So yeah, I just think the whole comparison is ridiculous.
Okay, I'm
Wait,
shocked.
can I respond to
I'll
something?
let you respond in once. I'll let you respond real quick. But I am shocked no one mentioned the biggest thing in my mind, which was the Obama birth certificate thing. Obama was
True.
Yeah, the birther.
blah blah blah. But
That's
go
not
ahead.
racist because
Yeah,
his
wait.
name's Hussein.
Not
You
nearly
never
as
know.
racist again as like saying that you must be a particular race to have a job in my administration. Fucking crazy. Second of all,
Just like
I have the interview up
like how
before you guys
Just
knee
just
jerk
like
to
how the
that.
Democrats are
Before you guys knee jerk to
undemocratic
that.
for
Oh,
just
no.
putting Kamala forward, but the Republicans are
That's a little
democratic
bit
for
racist.
electing an insurrectionist.
Hold
Hold
on.
on, I have-
so you're
I have-
saying-
At
I have
least
to push
Trump
back on
won
that.
a
Hold on,
primary.
Hold on.
Okay, actually won like an actual race.
Wow.
Okay,
Kamala won
first
a
of all.
primary too.
Okay,
just wanna-
Shit.
hold on.
Kamala won the
didn't win
primary
a
too.
primary.
Give Lactoid a
Kamala didn't
chance.
win
In
the primary.
2020.
Give Lactoid a chance. We
She
are
didn't
winding
win
down. But we
that.
gotta give Lactoid a chance. Go ahead, Lactoid.
She was the
didn't win-
running mate.
She didn't.
She was the running mate.
As the VP, not the P. There's a
Correct.
difference between the two.
Why do you think we
I wanna-
elect
I- I
VPs?
wanna-
It's
I
for
gotta
when the
fact check you.
fucking P goes
I'm
away.
I'm gonna fact check you, okay? Because you
Come
said
on.
something that I knew
Come
was
on.
incorrect. But then I found the transcript, okay, and I see where you're wrong, okay? Let me see.
Okay.
So Tapper. So no Mexican judge could be involved in a case that involves you, Trump. Quote, well, he's a member of a society where, very pro-Mexico, and that's fine. That's all fine. But specifically referencing La Raza. He's specifically
Okay.
referencing the society. Exactly.
Okay.
I just want to push back on the wanting a specific race to be in like a political position.
It's racist.
The whole point of politics is about representation. It's about representing your population. It's about getting, representing your constituents. And I think that like after you have a pool of qualified candidates, after you already have made the determination that they're qualified, to say, oh, I think I should probably bring in a minority because I'm an old white guy. I probably shouldn't be I shouldn't pick another just, normal white guy. I should pick someone who's qualified, but also of a different race so they can represent a broader view of society and a bigger portion of people that I can't reach, that I don't actually represent.
Sure. Let me ask you this: if you're in a primarily white area, let's say like 98 or 99% white, and then you start talking to people and they're like, "We're not going to vote for that guy. He's black, and he doesn't represent us. A white person
awesome.
would represent us." Do you think that'd be like a little bit of a racist sentiment?
I think that it would really depend on the person. It would depend on the context, I think.
Oh, okay.
What context could make that not
Black
racist?
choice.
It's a spectrum.
No, that's just flat out racist. Just as
What-
flat out racist. If somebody said, "I'm not going to vote for Obama because he's black," that's racist. Flat out.
Black
Even,
choice.
even
I got a
though,
question.
even though most of America's white.
So
Even though
one-
most of America is white, that doesn't mean that
Yeah.
you just.
So I think the difference is they're withholding the position. They're withholding the position from him because of his race. They're saying his race is what disqualifies him for me.
Yes.
Yes.
And there's
Yes,
lots of
for
people
me
who could
individually.
there's lots of people who could be on the
If
Supreme
you
Court
only
that
date
weren't black
women, are
women.
you sexist?
That-
If you only
But,
date
like-
women, are you misogynist or misandrist? Are you a misandrist?
I mean, I'm a misogynist and I only date women, so I'm
Sure, fair enough. Yeah,
I
that's
hate everyone.
Nice.
just saying.
Super
We are
2016
kinda
Reddit
winding
cult.
down. We are kind of winding down, right? It's been, look, I've been at this for
Ain't
3
broke.
hours, and I'm an old man, an old
Aw.
white man, if that matters. It doesn't.
It
But,
does.
White
does to
presents
the-
the
it does
Get
to
him,
these
guys!
people.
you all.
Get
I
him.
want to thank you all for. Oh my, this has been a tough one to moderate, but I appreciate you all coming by. I appreciate you all coming down. We're going to give each of these lovely individuals closing thoughts, closing statements on the matter at hand. I do want to remind people that if you enjoy this content, if you like what I do here, if you've had fun watching this, hit that like button. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you hit that subscribe button so you can see more. We got some great content coming up tomorrow. We're going to be talking about all sorts of news of the day stuff, call-ins. It's going to be fun. I'll let other people debate me if they want, like the guy who did earlier today. We are going on Wednesday. We have a very special show. We're going to have Enemy Charlie and Tolly Bots, women, and they're going to be fighting for our amusement. We're going to put them up against Team Fatty and another gentleman who say that women don't really deserve rights. And so these women are going to fight for their rights, literally. Let's see if they are able to succeed. So tune in Wednesday for that. It should be fun. And tune in tomorrow for some call-ins, some chill vibes. With that said, I'm going to give it first to JC, and we're going to end with non-fun. So JC, close us out.
Well, this was a very frustrating panel, but it was also very telling. I think the fact that we kept circling back around to right-wing and specifically MAGA examples of violence was pretty telling with regards to the prompt. Obviously, even if left-wing violence was more on the rise than the minuscule amount that it is clearly not even close to the problem that we face institutionally downstream from the office of the president, so long as he enjoys criminal immunity and is allowed to break the law flagrantly in front of the country's face, like accepting $400 million bribes, like refusing to obey directives from the Supreme Court, regardless of how some individuals on this panel may have thought the president was obligated to do. I think that the idea that, at the end of the day, the idea that like Republican conservatives were on here at all to criticize us is kind of hilarious, and I hope that I get to have the conversation about like in-party critique with some left-wingers who are actually concerned with addressing violent rhetoric instead of maggots who have no interest in doing so.
Where can people find you?
Oh, sorry. So I'm on YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and TikTok now. And then I'm also on Twitter, all under some variation of the Big JC. And I'm also in your server, too.
Okay. Check them out, gang. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate
Thank you, Wick.
Staxiums.
Hi. I feel accomplished during this debate as JC began the debate thinking he was rather a centrist and then realized exactly who he was dealing with and came pretty promptly to our side. I don't know if you've seen that clip. I actually don't even know where it's from, where they're debating Kobe versus LeBron. And they're just like, what about the rings? And he's like, that's the only, he goes, that's the only argument you have. And the other guy responds, that's the only argument I need, buddy. And that's how I feel about January 6th. Genuinely, you cannot speak a single word until you decry everything that happened that day. And I don't want to hear a single word from you guys about violence until that occurs.
Where can people find you?
Sorry. Yeah, I post on Twitter and YouTube, and I make videos on TikTok, etc. Staxiums everywhere. Thank you so much for having me, Wick. It's always a pleasure.
I got links to all these people's stuff in my YouTube description. Check them out. Click them. Reward them for rewarding me with their time. I appreciate every single one of them. Go ahead, Potts.
Yeah, I think that the big thing was that I think the big thing that kind of just shows the whole debate is that the violence on the right is constantly dismissive of January 6th. And they will always want to point to BLM, but the vast majority of the left and anyone who ever talks about it and people in positions of power will denounce it. And then on the right, you have the president of the United States refusing to even admit that the election wasn't rigged. And I think that the positions of power are really important for that kind of dynamic, that people in power acknowledging it, even if 70% of Republicans don't think it's a big deal or think it is a big deal and think it's bad. The fact that the president of the United States seems to not think it's a big deal is a much bigger problem than the majority of Republicans. You can find me at Potts David G on all socials and YouTube. And yeah.
Check him out, gang. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Admiral Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that actually Staxium's argument at the end there summed up really their whole argument and why it's a flawed thing, right? He brought up the Kobe Jordan thing and the debate about, hey, the rings, that's all you ever need. Well, if that was the case, then Bill Russell would be the GOAT all time because he's got way more rings than anybody else. But nobody calls him the GOAT, or very few do. And that's really sums up leftist logic, is they don't have any logic. They don't even understand their own arguments. And just that's why he has to sit here and say things like, oh, I have nebulous definitions about what violence is. I don't want to hold a standard. Well, me and Lactoid can sit here and point to one standard that's consistent across the board and hold everybody to that. And then that's why we tried to examine this debate outside of the governmental point of violence and focus on the political violence happening from non-government actors. But they didn't want to engage in that. They wanted to obfuscate, and it's pretty clear why. It's because they all support terrorism, like I started at the beginning. It's only what they care about, that only what they think is right. They'll morally justify anything that they see fit, and justifying violence is very easy for them because, Trump, orange man bad. I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. We got a fun week going down. We got a doubleheader on Thursday. If you like this, we also have 2 DCS matchups, one on Tuesday night and one on, just one with DCS matchup. One Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Be Favorite Liberty versus Big Buckaroo. And you'll see, if you like the kind of content, you can see more of it. But right after this on Primes, me and Lactone will both be there.
Okay, and we'll raid out into Prime because we like Prime here, and we'll give him some extra viewers. So thank you for being here, Gibbs. Always appreciate you. Blacktoid.
Lactoid, you can find me on Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And I want you all, for a moment, to imagine a world, okay? The year is 2100. It's a nuclear wasteland. There's fires everywhere. Roving gangs of leftist thugs are roaming around, attacking people with crowbars. They're burning down things. They're destroying things. They're all literally Hitlers, okay? And they're doing all this terrible shit. But remember, January 6th, you can't criticize any of it. You can't bring it up on a panel about leftist violence. We can talk about BLM and the fact that overwhelming majority. Am I lagging out a bit? Am I lagging out? Okay, I'm back. The overwhelming amount of Democrats support BLM, which is founded on a lie, right? A lie that is on par with the election being stolen. That there is this massive disproportionate amount of police brutality towards Black people. That when you have currently storming of ICE facilities, when you currently have bombings of Tesla vehicles, when you currently have all this shit occurring right now. But none of it matters. Because January 6th, which is not popular amongst most Republicans, only 30% approve of it. Remember, that happened. So you can't bring up anything else. Nothing you can talk about. You can't talk about the leftist violence. You can't talk about the killing of Brian Thompson. You can't talk about AOC's comments on that. You can't talk about any of it. Because remember, 30% of Republicans were in support of January 6th.
Okay, thank you,
True.
Lactoid. Check him out, gang. Last but certainly not least, the goodest boy on the panel today, Non-Fun. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what to add at this point. I mean, I think the most concerning thing is it seems like a lot of the violence on the right is kind of tacitly endorsed by the people in power, like I said, and it seems like when there are allegations of Democrats supporting violence or whatever, as in the case with BLM, it seems like there's a deeper ideology to it, that they're actually supporting the violence is incidental to that, and it seems like most politicians condemn the actual violence that happens. I'm going to keep streaming for a while. I think we're going to be watching Sam Cedar talk to Ethan Klein. Ezra
Klein.
Yeah. And probably Tim Pool talk to the Adam Conover as well. So you should check me out on YouTube at Nonfon and on Twitch and Kick at Nonfon420.
Okay, check him out, gang. Thank you once again. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I might be facilitating an impromptu debate between Andrew Steele and Alexander Wren tomorrow, I guess. I wonder if I can get them to pay me money to do it. That'd be fun. Huh? Anyway, I'll see you guys later. We're right out to Prime Kai. Make sure that you let him know that it is a hate raid, and that we are all super racist, every single one of us. Okay, great. Wait, bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye.
All right, bye, guys.
Biologist professor, and then like with me, you know what I mean? Like, and like I helped her. I've already broken her of that when she was like 13, and like and then she started reading. She's a libertarian now, so like it doesn't matter where she goes to school. Like she'll be fine.
That stuff real quick.
What? We heard like that real quick.
It probably was to someone else.
It's just Gibbs' native tongue.
Mumbling, yes. Sounds about right.
Okay.
Is that the microphone or is that just Gibbs?
No, it's fine.
It's like colloquialisms.
Okay. Let's bring people up.
Okay. Can I say something to you, Prime? And this is going to be a bit embarrassing for you, but I want you to know
maybe don't
that,
do it,
that this comes from love. Okay, this comes from love, okay? I can tell what your financial situation is in your personal life by whether or not I can cut my camera on Streamlabs to 1080p or whether or not it goes back down to 720p. I don't know if it's directly correlated with your financial situation, but I can tell when your like lobby subscription goes from like the top premium to like the regular paid version.
It has not changed. I'm sorry.
You don't even have an actual green screen.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, to hide. I never thought there was a purpose to hiding like my situation back there.
I mean, also Prime is never
No,
hidden
I'm saying
his,
Fabian doesn't even have an actual green screen. I don't know why he's talking about certain qualities.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Fabian.
Yeah, Fabian.
Get fucked.
But you have an actual green screen and you just can't light it correctly. Good to know.
You kind of got fucked there.
So you
and you just can't light it correctly. Good to know. So you spent money on something and now you still can't set it correctly.
Whoa. Hey, no, wait a minute.
Whoa.
Yo, I don't know how Twitch would react
That's
to
a big
that.
escalation.
You
from
got me
Fabian.
there, okay. You did
Can we
get
not?
me there.
Hey, no, Scott, seriously, can we not? I don't know how Twitch reacts to that, please. Can we not? Don't.
Dude, there are British people and Australians on Twitch.
I don't. Yeah, hold on.
CUNT is.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
There's black people
It
use the
doesn't
N-word. It's a
matter.
little different.
Yeah, well, hold on. It doesn't.
Come in and Lactoid just wanting.
Fanatic can do it, but I can't do it.
Right?
Okay, that's the rules.
Yeah. We don't know.
You can react to Kanye West's
all
new
that
song.
matters. All that matters is that like a Twitch employee
All
will make the
misunderstood on
decision,
Twitter over here.
and
I
then
see.
that's a decision I get to live with.
All right,
that you don't.
all right.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, yeah. It's fine. I don't like. I'm not going to try and put your channel in harm, brother.
Okay. We'll just have to move past that. Okay. And we should have a full house today. There's one person I'm waiting for. Lactoid. Hey, Lactoid, could you go in the group DM? Could you remind me which one I'm waiting for?
I'm here.
Ooh.
Could you go? Yeah, just go in the group DM.
I can't.
One of these faces not like the other.
A proud Caucasian man, I think.
I mean, I account for my airtime always.
Yeah. Well.
Is that one of those exploding Stanley Cups you got there, Sociologic? Embracing your Muslim heritage, having bombs in the house.
Wait, so a quick question. So I was thinking about this. Remember when Samsungs were just blowing up randomly a few years ago?
Yeah, it was like the S8. The S8, I believe, was the big one.
What if that was just Israelis testing out their beepers?
That actually makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Similar injuries too. Actually, similar injuries.
It was the exact same situation. Like S8's just randomly blowing up in people's pockets. I don't know. Could be.
I know that the Jewsbergs believe that the Jews control everything, but do the Jewsbergs believe that the Jews control South Korea too? Like, is that a thing?
I mean, do you think they control pagers in Lebanon? I didn't think that, but apparently they do.
You're using the wrong mic, Gibbs. Gibbs, you're using the wrong mic. Also, I don't know. Apple computers were like starting fires like 20 years ago or so.
That was probably them too. Actually,
that was probably them too. Yeah,
lines up.
yeah.
They're really getting
and they sabotaged like Sony made batteries. I think it was Sony. I think it was Sony made batteries. Within the supply chain, but I don't know. But then again,
getting away from the Juiceberg for a second.
Like that time, like a few weeks ago, I was driving home, and it seemed like every time I got to the light, it just turned red, like right before I got there.
Yeah,
maybe there's some connection.
Did you see the new user agreement for the Nintendo Switch the second Nintendo Switch?
Yeah,
where apparently if you modify your Nintendo Switch, Nintendo can remotely brick your Nintendo. And then the new games for the Nintendo Switch 2 will not be local games. They will just have a code on them that allows you to download the game. And so you have to
or game
like
key.
you literally like no one on earth can own a Nintendo Switch 2 other than I guess a Nintendo employee or part owner of Nintendo, because you're just renting the console and the game.
Renting all of it.
I was like, that's fucking wild.
It is wild. It's wild.
Nintendo will never get my money from that. Like, fuck off.
That is pretty.
I mean, to be fair, at least they're upfront about it. It's not like they're one of these music catalogs that like don't tell you, and all of a sudden like you lost like 10 of your songs.
By upfront about it, they said, "Hey, we're doing a user agreement thing," and it was buried in it, and then people figured it out from the user agreement because legally they had to. It's not like they were like, "Hey guys, new feature for the Nintendo Switch 2 will red ring of death your console if you mess with it."
Yeah, but I think you can still download. Like, wait, hold on. Are you saying there's no physical copies for like any of the?
So let me.
The physical copy just has a key on it.
No.
That allows you to download.
You're giving some misinformation here. So let me. I've seen a lot of this. Okay, so there's multiple options for when you go into the store and buy a game. All right, there are some that have a regular cartridge, right, and it's a 64 gigabyte cartridge, and for some reason, Nintendo's not offering different sizes to that. So 64 gigabytes, like I think the biggest. Anyway, that has the game, right? If you get one of those, that has the game. Then second option is the game key card that our friend Scott was talking about. In that case, there is a code. It's like a it's not quite a code. It's like a token, right? A token that goes out and it says that this console can download this game, right? And then you have to download the game and use it that way, right? Third option is something they've already been using previously, but just like the worst option is when you get the box, open the box, and there's just like literally a code there, and you have to type that in, and then that's a one-time download, right? So that's the worst option of the three. So the advantage of the game key card is that you're not buying a 64 gigabyte card. So like for the publishers, it's massively cheaper to do that,
right?
And right, the example is not a one-time download.
Right, like I could go to my friend's house and put it in, and then it
give
would
it to them.
yeah.
So it has retrade value there, right? Which is a massive improvement over the download codes. And
is it priced differently?
No, as far as I know. No. And so but you don't know which. You have to look it up. Which ones, right? It might have it in the on the box, like on the box card. What you'll get, but so look at the box art, right? Or just like go to forums. They are cataloging all of these things. So keep that in mind. Those are the three options you have. And a lot of publishers, even if they can fit it within the 64 gigabyte version, they're not going to choose that because it's just cheaper.
Can I just clarify something? Because I'm pretty ignorant on consoles. Because the last console I owned was like a Nintendo 64. But so with the cartridges that you brought up, like you can go to like a friend's house and all that stuff. But with the digital stuff, can you like log into your account at your friend's house and then use the game there, or it's like locked to like a specific device?
No, it's not locked to
you can log in. You can log in.
You still have to download it though, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, I guess you do. Oh, look who's arrived.
I was here the whole time. Probably had me in the background.
But
I stood up for you, Ben.
No.
No, you didn't. You stood up by saying you're a proud white man. What?
I said a proud white man.
Obviously, a compliment.
A white man was the one that was late, not Bam. Bam was here the whole time.
It's not. Check the VOD.
I recall Corey being late. Actually, now that I think about it, I think it was you.
Who's the one drinking?
I couldn't tell you. I have no idea what you're talking
You
about.
forgot already.
Hold on. There's a lot of shit you can say about Corey Campbell, but be careful because he might just bring up a timestamp from a debate 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, back in
and then be
2022.
like, oh, what are you fucking mentally retarded? You don't remember when you said this on a panel in 2022?
On March 13th at 6:23.
Some of us say more than 16 words in a panel, and we're not just taking fucking notes the entire time.
Well, wait, I was recollecting your words and Lactoid's words, not just mine. Okay, and if you want me to litigate a bunch of other
fucking Corey Campbell is Prime Kai's stenographer.
Maybe, but you know what's funny about that? What's really funny about that is that happens all the time. Like on not just Primes, but like on other panels, people are like, "Do you remember what you said on this date at this time?" And I feel like that. What was that movie? The really terrible one? Was it Mortal Kombat? Where he was like, "Yeah, for you, when so and so came to your village, it was whatever, but for me, it was just Tuesday." You know, like I feel like that's a real thing. Like
I think it was Street Fighter. I feel like it was
Street Fighter. That's what it was. Yeah.
I'm about to say, do you guys not have like a strong grasp of like your beliefs in language? Like if somebody quotes me, even if I don't remember it, I can attach myself to it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I'm like, I probably said that. That sounds like me.
I
Or
do all
I
that.
noted like, nah, that's not me. Like, or if I've said something that was you're probably lacking context.
If somebody
But
accuses me of saying something sexist, I usually just assume it's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, if I make a lot of jokes. I don't really care. So, like, if somebody says something, they're like, I could never match what I've said previously in a stream to my ideology because if it doesn't match my ideology, I probably did say it just fucking around.
Crazy.
You know, among everyone on this screen, Doobie's the one I've known the longest, and like matching a quote to Doobie would be the hardest for me. Would actually be the hardest for me. Some things I definitely could, right? But other things, I feel like I don't know, man. Like even after all this time, I just kind of I feel like I'd have the most trouble. Everyone here, I think, is more I can grasp. Oh, I mean not Chai Bunny because she's brand new. But everyone here I can grasp easily. But Doobie, I don't know.
Well, you want to play a game of like Doobie or Hitler?
Oh,
That's racist.
That would be
So
like
the issue prime is that everybody here is in a box, right? They're like in an ideological box. You can kind of figure out where they stand on most issues. I'm beyond the box. Okay, there is no box for me.
You're a frog.
Do you remember those old Sargon of Akkad videos where it was Daily Stormer versus like a feminist, and he would just or it was Daily Stormer versus like someone that was a CRT professor, and so you would just take Nazi quotes and then like something Ibram X Kendi said or and then he would just take out the race and no one could accurately guess whether it was a Nazi or whether or not it was a typical feminist or critical race theorist or something. That shit, I miss those days.
Really?
I'm old.
You can do that today with like Israeli politician and like Nazi. It'll probably work out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I feel like you can, for the most part, you could do that with any statist. I don't know. Like if you just take out the identity, you're eventually going to get to identitarian politics in some way, shape, or form, and then so it'll be difficult to tell.
So, okay, like regardless of like where you stand, is it not sad that the president of the United States thinks that stage 9 cancer is a thing?
Wait, what?
Did he say that?
Yeah, he said it.
Is that what he said?
He's like, yeah, Biden's got stage 9.
Oh, I know
cancer.
that's from. There's like
I
a
think it's just
Gleason
a
score of 9 or
misunderstanding.
some shit. He
there's a
probably thought
Gleason
it meant
score.
like stage 9.
I thought it was
Yeah,
a Gleason
it's-
score of 5 though.
No, I think it's in. When I looked at it, it's
I
9.
saw
Someone said 9.
I saw.
He
yeah, I
said
saw
he said
9
actually
today, but-
stage 9, and then Trump Jr. Don Jr. said 5.
Yeah, on Yahoo today, the article was what does a stage 9 Gleason score mean or whatever it was. Like,
Well,
Yeah, that's probably what he was referring to.
It's
yeah.
Oh my God, the grades we give.
That's
Well,
what it
no,
says. That's what it said in the article when I looked it up.
I still think Trump is an idiot, but I can understand the misunderstanding. Like, if I remember correctly, okay, my knowledge of cancer diagnosis is a bit rusty, but from understand, like for that specific score, they take a biopsy from 2 different sites, and pretty much a 5 is the worst score. So from site 1, it's a score of 5, okay, and that's
Gleason 9.
And then yes, on the second site, it's a score of 4. So they added together a score of 9 to pretty much
Fuck
show
you,
that like
Corey.
the cancer is spread like pretty much across the prostate, and that's why it's also in the bone as well.
Wait, how
As in, like,
likely is it that they didn't know this for
think
like the
Trump knows
last
any of
like
this?
they didn't know this like 2 years ago?
I think it's
Yeah,
actually pretty likely. Why? Like,
there's
why?
no fucking way.
You think that like we just know you have
No.
cancer? Why would they just like, oh, we knew he had cancer?
It's
I feel like people
stage
find out when they
stage
find out.
9
Hold on,
apparently.
hold on.
Okay.
Whoa.
But
Hold
it's like
on,
metastasized to his bones and shit. Like I feel like that
Yeah,
that takes a
stage
while for that to happen.
Now, like the idea that like so some people are using a doctor on like what was like Good Morning America or something and saying like they knew since 2021 just because the doctor said he likely had it in 2021, but he was probably asymptomatic in 2021, maybe even
don't you
in
get regular
2022 and
physicals, though, if you're-
2023.
Like,
Yeah,
Can I
but physical,
clarify?
physical, like I mean, if you like physicals don't always catch cancer, man.
Well, they'd be
Like,
thinking
I
about
mean,
the
I would
natural
assume they.
ability
But
to
they
follow
did a
it.
physical
Hopefully
before he ran for
without
president.
saying
right?
so
This
there's
is
a
the
couple of
president. Wait,
questions.
this is the president. He's old. Like he's an older. Like I would
Yeah.
assume they're screening for that like quite regularly. Like
No,
I would
no,
assume.
no.
So,
There's
I mean,
there's
I
multiple
hear that.
things
It's not
there.
like you're a
Hold on,
regular
you
guy
can't-
getting your
you
fucking
can't
colon checked. It's
screen-
the fucking president. Come on, man.
Maybe I'm
Okay,
wrong. I don't
listen,
know.
hold on.
Yeah.
So listen. You can you can do a colonoscopy, right?
Mhm.
But you're not going to find anything problematic until it gets later in, or there's some symptoms and the doctor suspects cancer as a potential thing, and then they might order some type of biopsy if they find something in a colonoscopy, right? But like you can't like do a blood test or like I mean like obviously there's mammograms for like breast cancer and things like that, but like it's you the idea that we knew about it in 2021 or 2022 even is probably bullshit.
He
But when
did-
they were saying he's at his tip toppy best and he's great,
bullshit. Yeah.
they probably knew he had cancer.
So
Like,
I'm
it's
gonna
just
go
straight
to
up lied to
lactoid in a second. I
American
just want to
public.
add something really quickly, and then to lactoid. So my understanding, this is what I've heard, and I'm not an expert here, so keep that in mind, right? But what I've heard is, one, like just if you're there's like regular exams, but like at a certain age, and I heard the age was 70, like they don't even recommend that you do these exams like yearly, right? That so some people avoid those exams. Those exams aren't necessarily mandatory, so we don't know if he was taking those exams. That doesn't mean that he might not have. There could have been a reason why he didn't do it, right? Meaning that maybe he suspected he had something and didn't want to get the
Or he was
answer.
getting treatment
while
in
he was
fucking
running.
Delaware.
So that's a problem, yeah, right. And I think we should have learned already on both sides. We can't necessarily trust what a doctor says about like the president's health. So putting that out there. And
Yeah, dude, Trump is 6'4" and 230 or
Yeah,
240
it's
40
fucking
pounds.
wild. It's fucking
according to
wild,
his
right?
doctor.
Best shape ever, yeah. So like, let's not pretend that we can rely on those things. And yeah, like you actually have to detect it. So like, I don't know when it was actually detected. But there's multiple things. When it was detected by a medical officer, right? Officer, I mean a medical person, right? When Biden might have suspected he had it, and then when the public was informed about it, right? Like, those are all three different points, right? And we only know one of those, right? When we were notified. Beyond that, I don't think we necessarily can rely on Biden's statement to tell us about the other two. So I'll put that out there. Back to it.
So my understanding is that his cancer is like it's like a type 9 or like on the Gleason score, which is I'm sorry if this already been explained, but basically it's like the most aggressive kind of cancer. But I don't think it's like a stage 9. I think it's like stage 5 or stage 4 or something along. It's metastasized into his bones, which is a big deal. But because it's the most aggressive kind of cancer, we don't know. I mean, it could have happened quickly. It could have happened over the course of a couple of years. We just don't know. And we know that Biden has continuously, and the people around him have continuously lied about his health condition. So there's just no way to trust that he didn't know. It's very possible that he did know going back several years. There's just no way we can possibly know at this point.
I don't. I feel like what does it mean? We know people have been lying about his health condition. Like
They
like,
intentionally
oh,
they
wait a minute.
intentionally
No,
withheld.
wait
I can
a
explain.
minute.
Let him
No,
say,
just let me finish this thing. Like I understand that there may be something that you're about to say that like we can look back in 2020 like hindsight 2020 and say they're like, oh, okay, this should have been given more perspective. But like what 99.999% of people mean when they say that is like, look how we did in that debate. Look, he didn't do good in that debate. That was
that's not what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
I agree he
Come
did
on,
terrible,
bro.
and I'm not referring to the fact that Democrats were lying to themselves. I'm referring to two instances in which I think they were lying to the people, like the actual people in charge were lying to the voter base. The first one was withholding the Her Report audio and trying to withhold the Her Report transcript. Now, the Her Report audio just leaked. It is awful, as we knew it was, and there was a reason why they were hiding it, and Congress literally subpoenaed that, and the administration refused. And there was a conversation about whether or not that should lead to contempt of Congress. There was a whole fiasco about that. They intentionally withheld that because it looked so bad for Biden's health. There's a second one was staffers. Basically, as soon as he got into office in 2021, there were staffers saying that they began to notice mental declines as early as 2021, like significant mental declines from 2020 to 2021, and that did not make it to the press, right? They did not go out and talk about that, despite the fact that they knew. So, I mean, those are two instances in which it was like deliberately being held from the public.
Well, in addition to that, right? We don't have to go into all dive into all the nitty gritty of this, but this brings into question all the auto pen stuff and all that good jazz. And I get the yes, it does. It absolutely does, and we can get to this. But it seems like this is almost a far-reaching, and I don't want to use the word conspiracy, but it almost seems like that. Whenever we're sitting here, and I remember distinctly, like the first guy that came out, and I'm not the big was George Clooney. He goes, I had some questions about Biden. This was a while back, way back, before any of the debating about his mental stuff started. If I remember, he was early on. And then Morning Joe, the next day after Clooney said that, came out and was yelling and saying, I've known Biden 20 years or some bullshit. And he's like, he's in the best shape. This is the best Biden we've ever had. Now, all right, listen, I'm not saying Morning Joe speaks for the Democratic Party, but it does seem like collusion when Morning Joe comes out the next day after that. And then it seems like across the board, across all mainstream media, and I use mainstream media referring to the left of the station, and says I'm not going to pretend Fox isn't part of them. But on the left side of the mainstream media market, they all were a unified front saying, hey, his mental acuity is fantastic. And then we also had the staffers covering up the fact that he was not doing good. Also, it seems like there is smoke, and maybe we should look and see if there's a fire.
Wait a minute. No,
I want you to drink this up, Gibbs. All right. I want you to imbibe this. Right. Gibbs is absolutely correct. All right. He's absolutely correct on this. 100%. That it wasn't like just Morning Joe, right? It was across the board in terms of left-wing mainstream media, right? Who were offended. How could you, right? You've heard the office of the presidency, and it was also streamers on this platform who did the exact same thing, right? Who pretended and made and questioned your motives. If you have questions about Biden, right? They were like, well, why is it this is one president that you feel that this is a problem with, right? It seems weird that you're just questioning this one president. You mean the really fucking old president that we're talking about? This president, the oldest president we've ever had? That president? Yeah, that's the one I'm questioning. But yeah, so this was I wouldn't say, I don't know, I don't need to use the word conspiracy, right? I don't need to use that word because this is just like how the machine works, right? There doesn't have to be any planning involved of it. It's just a machine.
To piggyback on that, like that's just true of any current story, right? Like any current story that makes the Republicans look bad, you're gonna get like lambasted by everyone on X for like daring to like talk about it, or like not toe the fucking MAGA line. And anything that makes Democrats look bad, that's going to happen on Twitch, and obviously to varying degrees in your echo chambers on different social media platforms, right? Like, but I mean, like, I think that's just the tribalistic nature of our current political landscape, where the lines are drawn. Now, obviously, there are certain issues that break through that, especially when it is like liberal issue, liberals versus like communists and far left socialists and things of that nature, where there is still a kind of back and forth that goes on there. But I mean, in general, that's just the political landscape we're in. Like, if you tried to say something bad about Biden, it doesn't matter what it was. Like, if you were a lefty leaning streamer and you looked at the infrastructure bill and said, hey man, there's like 17 steps that you have to go through, and this is going to take like 4 years, and not a single state is going to get through this. And this is literally just $1 trillion towards lawyers and NGOs, and nothing is going to get built by this Biden infrastructure bill because it's not actually going to build any infrastructure. Everyone on Twitch would be like, how fucking dare you? Give me your progressive card back. Right? Like, I think that's just kind of like the nature of the beast.
Well, I'm just
still
curious
happening now.
I'm
still
just
happening now.
curious.
People still blame the people who didn't vote for not voting for Kamala, rather than blaming like the administration for kind of like shoving it and forcing it down our throat. And it's like, you can't blame the voters for not wanting to vote for like.
I do.
I'm just saying the administration applies like what like Scott was saying.
I do. I will continue to blame the people that didn't vote for Kamala. It's absolutely every single one of their faults, 100%. But I like.
Not true, but okay.
But I'm just curious. Like that, I'm not making the argument that Biden's the best Biden we've ever been. Like I'm not saying that he is equivalent. I'm saying at any point in the president that he's as equivalent to the person he was at 45 years old. But what we say, what the thing you're saying without saying
really
these arguments. No, what you're saying without saying whenever you're making these arguments is that like you're putting all these words out there, but the question we're not dealing with is like, okay, is this person unfit to hold office? Is he a danger to America by being president? And if your answer is yes on that, is like, do you honestly believe that there's any test on mental clarity that Joe Biden would fail that you believe Donald Trump would pass?
Of course. What are you talking about?
No, I don't want to answer that question. Now, I'm about to say, now, hold on.
I would say, I would be willing to put them down in the same room and give them, I don't know, a fucking SAT, whatever test you want, and I would wager that Donald Trump would come out probably able to at least understand the concepts presented to a passable degree versus Biden, who would be needing a coloring book. Like,
that's why it sounds like you're lying. That's what I'm saying.
Bullshit.
I'm
gonna back you up.
Joe Biden's not a coloring book. Like he came out, he did speeches. He always tried to quote stats. The reason like Trump gets to say retarded shit every single day, but he only speaks slogans. So he thinks it's okay.
Right?
No, nothing he says is right.
Bam. All right, I will never forget. On the stage against Kamala, I'm in a panel we're watching it live, me, and he goes, and we transgender immigrant surgeries in prison. And I laughed. Ha ha, what a crazy Donald Trump to say. Then I Googled it. And it turns out there was basis, in fact, for this statement. It was something she supported to the ACLU. So, like, you're sitting here going, hey, these things sound crazy until we look them up, and they end up being true.
Okay,
or they have a kernel of truth. And he's
Can I back you up, Bam?
That's a little different from saying, like, he's never right, to saying that he's always like. It's different to say that, like, all his statements are crazy, have nothing and based in fact to a lot of the things he says, right? He didn't make the statement that
a smaller proportion of things are actually crazy.
Everything that he says is wrong. But go ahead.
Let me olive branch this, right? Like, I would say this, Bam. I'll answer your question by saying this: is that Biden on his worst day would absolutely be crushed by Trump, and Biden on his best day would absolutely crush Trump. Like, if you give them a math exam or you give them certain things that require, like, that might be more representative of G factor, I think Biden would probably more often than not do better. But I think the issue is that it was very, very obvious, even in 2021, that there were days where, like, Biden could not be trusted to be in charge, to be the commander in chief. I'm not saying every day was like that. He would have days where he would have a speech and he'd be like, holy shit, Biden's really making sense. He's lucid. He seems to understand all the issues, right? And then there were days where he was given cue cards with photos of the journalists and the questions they were going to ask. And we were pretending like he was doing a press conference because he wasn't mentally capable of doing a press conference. And even then he was fucking it up. So there are days where he was on a good cocktail of drugs, or he had a good day or a lucid day where, like, he was without a doubt more cogent and better than Donald Trump is, because Donald Trump but Donald Trump
Like,
weirdly enough, was more stable.
Hold on. Let's argue with this thing you just said right here. Like, so part of the reason why we brought up all the stuff with Biden here is because they hit him, right? They hit him. He didn't give the interview. Trump does like 6 hours of television time a day during or more.
This is out in the open. If it's bad, it's
Trump
bad.
had way more exposure. That's
I hate that argument about like it's out in the public. Yeah, he's taking a $400 million.
Let Gibbs finish.
Hold on. He goes out there for 6-8 hours every day during the campaign. Is on multiple things, getting on a jet. What I gotta say, if I'm on stream 8 hours straight, there's going to be slip ups at some point throughout shit going on. You're going to say something, you're going to go on, you're going to like drive somewhere, you got to find a stat, like you're going to have like, oh, I remember XYZ. Like you're on for 8 hours, you're going to have more time to get clip chipped. It's just going to be like easy peasy. Versus Biden would go out there 1 hour, and within 1 hour, we'd have 10 clips every time. You can't tell me that it's the same. I would attribute most of what like what Trump had as to like tiredness and like, oh, I've been on camera 8 hours, as opposed to like, hey, this guy can't give a single speech without 30% of it or more being a literal word salad.
Oh, man, there's a lot of stats here. Go ahead, Bam.
I just don't like the argument.
A third.
I hate the argument of like, oh well, Trump's out in the open. So like, but if like we still have to judge what he's doing out in the open. Like they're saying that like
he seems totally in control. I mean,
that's what they're saying. No, wait, Bam. That's what they're saying.
Very simple question. Very simple question.
Trump, they're saying that like you see Trump do like 6-hour podcasts or 3 or 4 hours.
I was just about to say that,
and he's at least lucid.
But
versus
Biden,
who only
how do we know
Biden ever do
why are we judging him as lucid?
Could Biden do a Joe Rogan podcast?
Well, because he is lucid.
Yes.
He's there.
You really think that? Then
100%.
like at what point?
I don't like the examples that people bring up is like, oh God, Biden's a vegetable. Like his the interview that released like 2 days ago, it came out and he said Bo died was it 2014, 2015. And it was like, golly,
I don't
Biden's
get why this is a hill you want to die on.
And I'm like, that's
you
not
really think that him fucking up. You think that him fucking up only a little bit in a scripted interview where they make edits and cuts and where they pre-screen the questions is the same thing as like a hour and a half sit down with like Theo Vaughn talking about fucking cocaine will make you be an owl outside with the street lights on. I mean, you have to like navigate what the fuck Theo Vaughn just said, right?
But if you're saying that, like I said, I don't believe that. I don't think there's any reason to believe that he couldn't sit down and have a lucid conversation.
I think there's literally every reason to believe that any reasonable person that he could not do that.
Every reason.
Then why didn't he do it?
I'm trying to answer you. The biggest thing that the biggest reason that people see Biden the way he did is actually it's a Democrat
because he was that way.
No, it's a Democrat thing. It's a Democrat thing of legitimately trying to be, I guess, quote unquote, too smart. When you watch Biden make statements, he's quoting statistics, he's quoting specific things, he's going into detail about the things he talks about, and then Trump goes on every single interview and says, "We're gonna make America great. The people are I'm the best." They said I'm the best that ever did it. They said that I aced the cognitive exam.
Bullshit. Have you ever watched a full Trump podcast?
I've watched every single thing.
Okay, so you're just lying.
Trump speaks in slogans.
So let's go to. I want to let Corey. Let's let Corey in for a second.
Well, I definitely haven't watched every single interview with Trump, but I did watch, I think, the first hour of the Joe Rogan Trump interview. But sort of to balance what I would also highlight that, at least from what I can tell, and this might be true of Biden as well, but it's all the same. Trump doesn't have to remember anything because it's all the same talking points over and over again. And also, just keep it in mind that I believe in one of Trump's deposition, he did not recognize his own ex-wife, Marla Maples.
That's right. I forgot about that one.
Or rather, he recognized E. Jean Carroll as Marla Maples, or vice versa. But either way, there was clearly someone from his past that he should have recognized that he never actually recognized. And now he could have been lying. I don't know.
I can't recognize half the people I know now. I mean, what is that?
And you see how
but
they would have done that for Biden. That's what I'm saying. They were like, golly, Biden's a retard. He didn't recognize his wife. But Trump's like, how is he supposed to remember his wife, man? People happen.
If you
wait. I think you're being.
I just want to sort of try to bolster Bam's point as well in terms of In the debate, like, yes, everyone recognizes that Biden stumbled horrifically and didn't overall perform well, but he was actually attempting to cite numbers and actually bring facts as opposed to just the same old talking points that Trump uses over and over and over again. And same thing,
That's just not true.
that just goes through the overall information. Like, how many times does Trump still tout, probably even to this day, that Canada has 200% tariffs, and it just gets everything factually on that. What is it that? The U.S. has funded Ukraine to whatever $400-300 billion. That number is just factually incorrect.
Mexico will build the wall. Let's go to Doobie, Lactoid, and Ali.
Wait, on the Trump thing, I mean,
I thought you were going to say something there. If not,
yeah, look. So I think that it's kind of the issue with Biden isn't that he couldn't remember specific figures, whatever, on the debate stage. I mean, there were like months leading up to that and after that. It was clear in all his public appearances that he just could not finish a sentence. He needed help getting off stage or finding the right way, right path to walk. He needed handlers to walk him off a lot of time to get him to the fucking car. Like, it was way beyond just he like overstudied for a debate and he couldn't remember the figures or whatever the fuck. Like, I think that's like hardcore cope. No, Trump, I think I wouldn't call him an idiot, but it's true that he just like talks shit a lot. He lies, talks a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit that he doesn't understand fully, doesn't know. He just kind of rambles on and on, right? But that's like far and away from what we're looking at with Biden, which is a guy who genuinely seemed to like need help getting around, especially like toward the end of the campaign. I mean, there's a book. What's his name? The Jake Tapper book, right? He describes in there that
Original Sin.
Now, to be clear, I haven't read the book yet. I've read excerpts, right? And I've read articles about it. But he describes in there how like toward the end of the campaign, they made a big deal of him having staffers on hand to walk beside him so that people wouldn't notice how much trouble he was having walking, and so that they could guide him toward the exit off the stage, right? Because he was having trouble, just kind of standing there rambling on and on, not really understanding when he was supposed to stop talking or what he was supposed to do after the speech was over. Like, it was really bad, right? So it's way
or
beyond
like where
this one
the
debate.
sidewalk is.
Yeah, it's way beyond that.
Like twice for like 12 years.
It'd be super obvious too, though. It's obvious. It was obvious in their face. Is the big thing.
Again, like we're saying that he can't walk, but he's taking 10-mile bike rides twice a week.
Come on,
if you believe that, you're fucking high. I'm sorry. That's no.
There's video evidence.
The dude couldn't walk. I mean, yeah, I understand this. They said this. Right? I understand they said this, but you should believe that. They said this the same way that fucking Trump says that he can run a mile or whatever the fuck.
No, Trump doesn't do it. I'm saying that we have video of Biden doing this every single week, and they keep pointing back to the one time 2 years ago when he failed. And
Didn't he have a bike accident like 2 years ago or 3 years ago?
Even high, I don't believe it. Sorry, Steph.
Let's go to Lactoid and Ali.
Don't believe it. Fake news.
So bam. Here's the question that I asked last time I had a report debate. So you're caught in a little bit of a catch-22 if you want to defend Biden's mental capacity, because the whole reason why charges weren't recommended to be brought by Robert Hur was because he was mentally incapacitated. If he wasn't mentally incapacitated, there would have been charges recommended for his improper handling of documents, and he would be potentially currently being like charged and prosecuted for doing that. And so my question to you is, I mean, is he incapacitated mentally, or is he a criminal that deserves to be charged? One or the other.
Right. I disagree with your framing. The thing with the documents thing was really the Biden administration actually ended up reporting the documents themselves. It's not a crime to have the documents. It's a crime to conceal the documents.
The investigator found Robert Hur found that like the reason why he didn't think Biden was concealing that if he was mentally cognizant, a lot of the stuff he was doing would have been concealing. But the reason why he didn't think that Biden was concealing was because he came across. I've read it. I can
they reported it.
The audio leaked. They literally tried to hide the audio, and Robert Hur wrote a report on it. And quite literally, Robert Hur, the person tasked with this investigation, wrote the reason why we're not going to pursue charges, and the reason why I don't think that Biden is actually concealing this shit, because if anybody else was doing it, this would be obviously concealing. But the reason why was because, I mean, look at him. He can't remember when Bo died. He can't remember all this shit. He's all over the place. Obviously, this is a memory problem.
They said he would be sympathetic, right? On like the jury stand.
A sympathetic old man is specifically
No,
how
if
Robert Hur characterized
if he went to if Robert Hur went to court on that case, he would lose because the Biden the documents weren't requested by anyone. The Biden the administrative team literally made aware like, oh, we ended up finding some documents in his garage, blah blah blah. You're more than welcome to come get them. You're more welcome to openly search the house. Like they made every effort to return them.
No.
That, like I said, Robert Hur can say that was his reason, but if he went to
You're
court, and did that, he would've lost.
you're mischaracterizing the Hur report. There were elements of that for some of the documents, but there was also elements of that like where Biden had improperly stored documents and had provided them illegally because they were classified to his ghostwriter for his book. And again, you can't do that. But Robert Hur believed Biden may have not thought these were classified because he was so forgetful, because he was a feeble old guy. Right? It wasn't just that he was improperly storing them. It's that he improperly shared them with his ghostwriter for his book. And Robert Hur wrote about that in his report. Biden was fucking up and doing shit that he was not supposed to be doing with those documents. And Robert Hur said, the reason why I'm not recommending charges is because the jury's going to believe that his brain's pudding. They're not going to believe that he actually intended to do anything bad because he's so disabled, essentially. And if you don't think that he is, if you think he's not disabled, then answer me. Why did he provide those classified documents to his ghostwriter for his book? Why did he do that? If he's not like mentally disabled at this point.
I believe there's a lot. A lot. I'm probably most of the documents that touch the president's hand. Like I don't know if you can necessarily always think about like, oh, this is or isn't classified. Again, I think it's a part of a broader administration, and I think once they realize their mistakes, they literally made every effort to pursue them. What, like, if you think that it's like, oh, okay, Biden kept these documents because he was unfit. What is your argument for why Donald Trump hid his boxes for what, almost a year?
I have said
you're not dealing with what Lactoid's saying.
No, let me say what he's saying.
Well, you're not. I have actually. I've criticized
it directly. I'm saying that
I've criticized Trump.
Lawyers.
I'll explain. Right. I've criticized Trump. I actually thought the Florida documents case, was like the one case. I didn't think the Georgia phone call case was all that big of a deal. Actually, I think that he had a strong defense there. But the Florida documents case, I thought was like the one case where Trump actually did fuck up, and I think that he did fuck up. And I think that the recommendation of charges was because, unlike Biden, Trump was found to be mentally cognizant enough to hold some level of culpability for that. And Biden, who was doing similar things, right, was found to not be culpable, or Hur didn't recommend pursuing charges because he thought that a jury wouldn't find him culpable, because this was the specific reason Robert Hur cited, was because he was mentally deficient, because his memory was going, because he was an old, forgetful man, because he couldn't follow sentences, because he forgot when his son died. These were all specifically cited things by Robert Hur.
We have.
Well, wait. Were those? I want to be attempt to be clear. Like, were the terms used, mentally deficient, used in the Hur report?
I don't know if it was those specific words, but it was everything. It was like forgetful. He couldn't remember when his son died. Forgetful old man, sympathetic, forgetful old man.
Well,
all those terms.
Because that is part of aging. That's part of cognitive decline, and that's where. And you also just now, believe, just a minute ago, used the term mentally disabled, and it's like, is that a fair characterization of Biden? You would actually say he's mentally disabled, as some sort of like diagnosis.
I don't know what specific diagnosis he has, but if you're so mentally gone that you can't be held responsible for a crime that you committed,
games coming to
yeah,
play.
this is a little bit of word games. If you're so
I can't
mentally
deal with
gone,
the argument, so I'll just fucking dunk on you because you used the wrong word.
If you're so mentally gone that you can't be held responsible for a crime that you committed, I would consider this to be highly problematic for the president of the United States.
I think the lawyer was literally trying to save his ass because he had no case. He's like, I
can agree.
Biden's just an old retard, so it is what it is. Like, I think that I just don't buy that position.
He literally shared classified documents with his ghostwriter.
But what I'm saying is, whenever you say that, like, oh, Trump and Biden did a similar thing, it started and stopped with there being documents. Nothing about how they behaved was similar. Trump wasn't seen cognitively aware of what he was doing just because of the way he does his speeches. He was seen intent, like they were seeing intent behind what he was doing, because there's recordings of him telling people to move the boxes from room to room, that he's aware of them, and he's like literally telling his staff to hide them. That's why it's seen as intentional versus the Biden administration reporting that they have the documents that no one even knew. That, like, we can't.
So I'm not. Like I already said, the thing you're talking about this was a section of the Her report that was referring to certain documents that Biden was illegitimately keeping, right? And one of the arguments was made that Biden was more forthcoming about these specific documents than Trump was about his. I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is that applies to one subsection of what Biden was doing when Biden was doing a lot more. He was sharing classified documents with his ghostwriter. He was holding documents improperly, even after they were asked for. There's all sorts of things that he was doing, right? And what Robert Hur specifically said was, like, the reason why I'm not recommending.
I heard what you're saying.
Sure. And so again, if he's not mentally cognizant,
I'm saying I
if
think
he's
he would have
not
lost on those grounds.
you think you were right. So at the very least, you think that he should have gone to court over it.
No, I don't think he should have went to court over it. But if that's his reasoning, then sure, but he would have lost. I think he was bullshitting.
You would have lost, but you think he should have gone to court and have a jury decide?
No, no. I don't think he should have went to court. But I'm saying if that's his reasoning, then he should. But I'm saying I don't think that was his reasoning.
You just
like
agree
now
with
we're
Her's
talking
reasoning.
about opinion of what. Now we're talking about the value of what was actually important. I think the forthrightness of coming forward and. I think that's
this
like
is just
number
TDS,
125.
Hey guys, I just want let me get the money. And it only took me 3 minutes.
There we go.
3 minutes. I hope. No, not even 3 minutes. Excuse me. That was 1 minute. Oh, I'll take that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a record.
Yeah. How about that? Alexander Wynn, who's been sponsoring our streams, honestly, $20 says this is patently false. Her found Biden mishandled classified files but didn't charge him, citing weak evidence and his poor memory, making conviction unlikely. There was no evidence of criminal intent either. So that's what he says. I don't know.
And a poor memory is like important for establishing criminal intent, because if you don't remember all the shit of what you were doing, then that's a strong argument that you didn't have criminal intent, right? Yes.
But we have plenty other reasons why there was criminal intent.
If that's like the overall message of the Her report, like I don't know that explicitly establishes that he's mentally deficient or disabled. Like that's just part of aging.
Have you listened to it?
If the argument is that we can't hold him responsible because we can't establish criminal intent because his memory's so fucking bad that he doesn't know anything.
Well, no, is that what it says, or that he just comes across that way, as in he has that impression? Because I think everyone can agree.
Why the fuck are we in 2025 and pretending like Joe Biden wasn't fucking mentally deficient towards the end of the presidency? Like, why are we even living in this fucking fantasy la la land of like Democrats losing?
I can answer that. I can answer that.
They don't want to suffer from the lawfare that they know they're going to have to get, because if he was mentally like incapacitated, that means who knows who was running the government. All sorts of crazy shit's going down. Pardons, who signed these executive orders, like who's really doing all sorts of
you don't need all that. What the executive orders are as he signed them.
Hold on.
Hey, what's the document say?
Hold on. Then over here, what we're doing is we're finally lifting up the nasty little layers. And there's been something rotten and festering underneath the whole time. And now we're getting a look at it. And the reason why the Dems are fighting so hard on this issue, or so many of them are, is because they know that it's going to delegitimize a lot of his presidency, I think, in the long run. I think it's going to be a huge scandal.
The idea that the president runs all this shit has always been a myth, right? Like, you don't need a conspiracy theory when like interests align. Every fucking president that gets in has a team. Okay, like you have like a slightly above average IQ president, right? Like, I don't think we've had a genius president for fucking 60 years, right? Like, I think like the last genius president was probably Abraham Lincoln. Is Bill Clinton a genius? Because he seems intelligent,
Bill
but he doesn't
Clinton
seem a
actually
genius.
I think Bill Clinton has like the highest IQ recorded in the president.
Okay, I found my notes.
I don't know that I trust that, but fair enough. Maybe Bill Clinton is. But I'm just saying, like every president has handlers. It's just that Biden clearly his handlers were doing more than any other president.
Puppet master, bro. It's different when it's industrial light magic, and they're literally moving the arms up and down fucking Yoda, bro.
Kennedy was pretty fucking smart. Yeah.
Let's go to Corey. I know you got stuff. Corey and Ali, and then let's go to Lactoid.
Yeah, so just like you, Scott, whether you acknowledge it or not, I think language matters and the words that you use matter. Just like it matters so much to you that you label Lactoid a socialist, okay? And that means that words matter to you a lot. And so labeling someone as mentally different, to me, that is loaded language. I think it's clear to recognize cognitive decline that happens with aging, okay? But I would say it's unfair, as in if I were to label what happened a few weeks ago, if like both you and Lactoid couldn't remember an event a year ago, that means you're mentally deficient. I think that would be unfair.
You never sent me any evidence of that, but fair enough. Like
I know. Whoa, what?
Whatever.
You want to litigate this? We can litigate this. I would love it.
Please don't litigate it, please.
Yeah.
I'm just
saying. Would you like
no.
No, we can litigate it. The specific thing you were referring to was a conversation about originalism, not an actual conversation as to my beliefs on the when it comes to like the legality of sexual intercourse because of a person being conceived or born on a particular day. We're specifically talking about the legal interpretation as an originalist would understand it, not my personal moral belief, which is what the conversation we were having on the second time around.
But you didn't use any of the same arguments that you did a year ago. None of those same arguments came up again.
They weren't relevant because we're talking about my moral position the second time around. The first time around, we're talking about originalism. So no, I was not using the same arguments because originalism is a particular time of legal framework as opposed to my moral position, which is very different than.
I actually
go ahead, Prime.
I actually don't want to litigate this right now. 1 second. $5 for Sir Bobbles. It says Trump during all his depositions, quote, I don't remember, even when asking about his name, age, and the color. I remember his depositions. I actually don't remember what how they look like. I mean, if you're saying that he was like saying I don't recall, well then that's just a standard thing you do to avoid culpability. But
that's not what Biden was saying.
I don't. That's true. That's not what
all I can think
saying.
of is the ASAP Rocky trial, where like one of the witnesses was asked how old they were, and he eventually just responds with an adult.
Yeah, that's right. That's all that fucking matters. Let's. But yeah, I'd have to try to like. Someone have to jog my memory as to like what his depositions look like. I don't remember if they were like really bad. Comparatively,
doesn't surprise me that he was just like not that he was a pompous ass and not answering questions in a deposition.
I mean, we grade Trump on a poll. Like, I mean, not on a curve. I mean, like if you take a quote, if it comes out of Trump's mouth and you put it in Biden's, everyone would immediately call it an idiotic quote. But like Trump always says things like that, so we
reason for that though,
it because he always says things like that.
I mean, kind of. The dude came in as the dude comes in as a celebrity and not a politician. So yeah, he kind of just gets to talk out of his ass, and people are more likely to accept it because they don't see him as someone who's supposed to be polished, who's supposed to be like a representative of state, so on and so forth. But then Biden, who is a president who's been in politics for 50 years, right? He doesn't get that same like leeway. So it's like this idea that like Trump gets to talk out of his ass, and he like if Biden said he was an idiot, yeah, like I'm not saying Trump isn't smart, but like what would it take? Because outside of like, we've watched how Biden like handles himself in interviews. We watched him in like hold press. He dropped the presidency 9 months or 10 months before the election came around. Like, what else is it that you?
No, I believe he legitimately was slowing down. But like, I believe he was legitimately slowing down in the way that most 82-year-olds are slowing down. Like, if you ask me if there was a sharp 82-year-old out there, I would say that like
but there's a problem when the 82-year-old that's declining is declining. You tell the entire country that he's doing great. You have him saying that he's going to run for president for the second term in 2024. Like that's a lot. That is a lot.
I just never seen anything that made him like unfit.
3 months before, and then 3 months before, you go actually probably not, and then we find out like 8 months after that like. Stage 4.
Dude probably had cancer. Yeah,
it's a lot, and you're kind of over here dying on the hill that like he didn't lie. He wasn't on a mental decline. He was fine. Like you're kind of making it like he was great. When compared to Trump, unfortunately, man, like Trump can hold his own for 3 to 6 hours, just kind of chilling, hanging out, taking like that. That's like to Gibbs's point. He's kind of just doing his thing. We have media and eyes on him all the time, and he's not at the same decline. He's not stuttering. He's not wavering. He's saying whatever he wants, but that's just because that's who he is.
He says incoherent sentences, constantly, but we just accept it.
But when he says an incompetent sentence, he goes, "Oh,"
and
then
he's
gone.
to the next thing. Yeah.
let's go to our friend Lactoid, and then I want
He's
to say something really
He's
quick.
a professional. All right, so I can't possibly go
I
through
agree
all
to that.
this.
I agree that Trump
Yes,
is a
he's a
professional
professional
retard.
But
retard.
I found my
Yeah.
notes. I found my notes regarding the analysis of the Her report, and so I cannot possibly go through all this because I have literally dozens of pages notated where Her specifically talks about Biden's
I
memory.
like that you did that.
But I'm
That's pretty cool.
going to talk about a few things here. As early as page 8 of the PDF, he's forgetting stuff. Page 9 mentions his memory is going. Page 10, Biden specifically refers to classified stuff. But then for some reason, Biden believes that it was non-classified stuff erroneously. Quote, sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory was how he thinks that he would come across to the jury, and that he'd have a difficult time showing a mental state of willfulness. Remember, the standard here is not just intent, but you actually show willfulness. Willfulness is a higher standard. It means that you knew it was illegal and you intended to break the law, as opposed to intent, which is, even if you don't know what the law is, you can still get in trouble for intentionally breaking the law. But willfulness is a even higher standard than that. He knew the notebooks that he had were classified. The evidence demonstrated he read that classified information to a ghostwriter verbatim for his book that he wasn't supposed to have. He thought that he was not required to turn in his note cards to the National Archives, which he was mistaken. The law requires that he does. More evidence, page 14. Bad. What he did was bad, but we will likely decline to prosecute because a jury may sympathize with him. Page 49, failed to return documents as early as 2010 that were requested back from the executive secretary team. 53, more stuff that Biden refused to return. 61, Her determined that his motivation was for writing his book with his ghostwriter. For page 98, Biden is refusing to cooperate with Robert Her, refused to answer questions as to whether or not he believed the notes contained classified information, refused to answer whether or not he was authorized to possess the information after his vice presidency. There was a couple more things here that I think are really relevant. Well, there's one more thing that I really want to list because, right here. Okay, page 212. He did not recall when he was vice president. He thought he stopped being vice president in 2013. Asked if he was still vice president in 2009. He did not recall within several years when Bo died. Forgot that the Afghanistan debate was important. He said that he disagreed with General Eikenberry, despite the fact that he actually agreed with General Eikenberry. The whole time he was consistently misrepresenting everything. And what Her found, and if any of you want to, I can give you specific numbers for each and every page of the Her report in which this is mentioned. There's dozens. I can't get into all of it. But this is the important phrase, and this goes to your point, Corey. He didn't say mental disability. He said diminished faculties in advanced age. That was the term that Robert Her used to describe Biden, that he had diminished faculties in advanced age.
That seems reasonable.
I think that's pretty fucking bad.
That's consistent with aging.
You don't think Donald Trump has diminished faculties and present with age?
Not to the point to not be held responsible for crime.
No, that's not. Again, if he would have went to court on that, he would have lost on that.
No, he would not have. He literally was keeping classified information that he shouldn't have had, and he was reading it verbatim to his ghostwriter for his book, so he could personally profit off of it. He would have lost that case, hands down.
He might have. He might have won the case because he would have argued that he didn't have the mental faculty to be able.
Well, that's what he would have argued. Yes, he would have argued.
Right. That's how he would have won the case if he won the case, which would clearly disqualify him from being, having the fucking red phone in his office.
So, hold on. Can we try to be it? I don't know. Maybe I'm the most nuanced person here, which is usually the case, I guess. But except maybe for Lactoid on this one, and Scott. I don't know, whatever.
I said they're both retarded for a lot of reasons. That's my nuance.
Yeah, I think that both can be true. I don't know, we don't have to pick good guys and bad guys here. Both can be true. It can both be the case that Biden has diminished capacity, which is clear, right? I don't think anyone argued. Some people did actually argue. I'm not even gonna say that, right? The people in the White House who thought he was just as sharp, and I couldn't keep up with them. That's a quote someone said. When we got to meetings, I couldn't keep up with Biden. He was running circles around us. That was some bullshit thing that he said. Nonsense.
I would say looking for the exit though.
Yeah, so looking around, wandering around slowly, right?
They meant it literally, right? They didn't mean it figuratively.
Exactly.
Just running circles around
Yeah.
One trick pony boy.
So I mean, there was rampant lying about the situation from like the White House specifically, and then Democratic establishment. That can all be true. That lied about so many things, but um uh it could also be the case that, well, one, that he could have diminished capacity, but not necessarily to the point that he's a quote unquote danger to the country. Right now, here's the problem: is when you use the danger standard. Well, in what way? Right? Are you saying that, well, him being in the office is not a danger because he has handlers? Right? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that we can rely on his mental judgment in critical moments? Right? Him being the final word with his diminished capacity. Is that what you're saying? These are different things, right?
I
So
think
it's
that's
weird to
kind
make.
of what they mean, though.
Yeah, well,
But can
I think. Hold on, let me finish. Don't worry.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No worries, friend. So like one, I think different people mean different things. I think they mean lots of different things, and I think it even shifts depending on the argument on this one. And then also it can be true that Trump, right, like our friend Ali says, has a lowered standard. Right, people will accept a lot of crazy. Trump talks with a third grade vocabulary. Right. In fact, it's kind of one of his strengths because he can keep things so simple when he's like presenting them to people and just like repeating the same lines over again. This is what the Corey's example previously, right? The talking points that he uses are actually quite limited, but they're all in fact effective. They're impactful, and he can just use those over again in slightly different variations. What we expect to come out of Trump's mouth, we expect nonsense, craziness comes out of his mouth all the goddamn time. That happens as well, but is that diminished capacity to the point where he's a problem where he can't run the office? What is he actually running? What if there's a president? Let's say a completely competent president. Let's whoever you like, right? If you like Reagan, if you like Obama, whoever it is, right? If that person decides Grover Cleveland, thank you. If that person decides to completely offload their responsibilities to the people around him, right? His cabinet, his chief of staff, and all that. If he barely does anything but like sets an agenda, right? If he just does that, is that person not fit for office, right? Like what that standard actually means, and what the consequences of that are actually much more difficult to define, right? For everyone. Right. And I think we all use whatever is most beneficial for us in that moment. So all I'm asking, I'll wrap it up here. All I'm saying is that, hey guys, all these things can be true to different varying degrees and at different points in time and in different contexts, right? There could be, hey, maybe this person isn't reliable to like deal with like Putin, right? A person who's clearly on top of his game, right? Maybe that would be a national security a weakness or whatever, right? If he was dealing directly with an adversary, right, and who could obviously see like a diminished capacity in either Biden or Trump, right? Or maybe it's fine where all he's doing is like talking to allies, or when he's like dealing with just his party members, right? Maybe it's fine. So like define these things is extremely difficult, and all of it can be true in different ways. Scott.
So I think there's a couple of things going on here. If we really want to get into like why we have these feelings and opinions about these two different presidents. So first and foremost, I think there are some people that view the presidency as like a pseudo king that is really in charge of the entirety of the executive branch, when the truth is you're more correct in your example of like they set an agenda, right? And the buck does kind of stop with them. They do have final say in some way, but then there's also a lot of regulations and there's a lot of like procedure. Like Trump can't just fire every judge, right? Or fire every person in a branch. Like he can't. Like he can do a methodical process, but then there's an appointee kind of system that has to be approved through Congress, right? So even Trump, if he wants to like quote unquote drain the swamp or something, can't just like fire the entire executive branch and like put all his people in. Like it's just not possible. And so I think that says something to do because I think that falls into contradiction with like the concept of a representative democracy that people have. And so people unfairly or maybe even blind themselves to how the presidency actually works, where they're so much more concerned with the mental faculties, et cetera, of the person there. But to your point, there is that kind of, SEAL Team 6 has the target in their sights. What do we do? And like, can we trust the person in that room, be it Trump or Biden? I think the answer is probably no for both of them. But then I think the other thing here is that because, there's the Thomas principle, right? Like just because something doesn't exist in reality, if its consequences exist in reality, then it is a part of reality, right? So like there's no honor tree. Like, but we have a concept of honor and we hold each other accountable, to some degree, depending on our culture, for how honorable someone is. And so therefore the effects of honor are real, even if there is no material honor that exists. And so I think where there's a huge stark dichotomy between the left and the right is the symbolic behavior of the figurehead of the country. It's probably one of the biggest differences than people that vote left wing and people that vote right wing. Because people that vote right wing, what they care about is establishing order-based politics. They care that they have a strong man. They care that somebody looks like they're in charge, that they're captain of the ship. The people on the right believe in the iron law of oligarchy from Michaels, right, the sociologist. Right? They believe that if you have a weak figurehead with handlers, that the iron law of oligarchy shows that there will be a small group of elites that corrupt that system. And the left doesn't necessarily view it there. There's teleological differences and things like that. But this even comes to a head when we look at like Eastern politics versus European politics. Somebody like Biden, and especially Obama, was so much more accepted by Europe because he was a liberal, because they believe in there's all these same kind of visions. They don't like that strong man. It's about mutual respect and having some level of humility. But if we look at East Asia, right? East Asia is all about strength, about not being bitched out. That's why Trump was so much better with North Korea. That's why Trump, despite constantly attacking China, is more successful in being able to do things in East Asia, and that's because there's a cultural difference there. And so I think what is occurring is the way that we symbolically view the role of presidency, both literally and in many people's lack of understanding of what's going on, but also symbolically. The left, Trump is everything the left could hate about the symbolic representation of the president and the way that he behaves. And I think in similar fashion, Biden is the worst fucking thing the right could have as a symbolic president.
Because he seems
Not
weak.
strong, not
Yeah.
because he seems weak, because he seems handled, because he doesn't look like he can control the iron law of oligarchy, because he's more focused on humility and like he's the nerd in the room, and so I'm not even trying. I want you to understand, I'm not saying one thing is good or the other. I'm just trying to describe it descriptively from a sociological perspective as like maybe why there's so much anathema that people have for Biden's sickness and what they feel is corruption, right? And versus Trump's brashness and in crazy things that he says.
Yeah, but okay.
Go ahead.
That was the smartest thing I've heard you say, Scott.
Well, here's what's crazy
That was
about
really
that. I
funny.
think maybe some of what Fabian's saying is true, and there might be some truth to that on like a psychological or societal level. But I think there's also the much more basic level, right? I do you remember Prime whenever we invited y'all to the Cute Bot and like Political Royale, and I told everybody. I mean, I don't know if I told everybody, but I told several people when they were asking about it. I said, hey, this will be where a lot of normies are. We're all debate bros. If you want to actually convince some people, this is where. And one of my biggest arguments I've ever had about this is people coming on here and they want to sound too uppity and too smart because they think that makes them look cool. And we just talked about what level grade level Trump speaks at. Well, the average reading level in the United States is the 8th grade reading level. I think our speaking level is a little lower. So is it really that intelligent to come on all these shows or come everywhere you go and only speak in this highfalutin fashion? Only the societal, the best can understand, the super intellectual. No, you're actually retarded for doing that. You're stupid as fuck, and it's actually very intelligent to dumb it down and try to use smaller words to speak to everybody. And I think this actually shows Trump's intelligence by going out and speaking to the masses. Now, y'all can sit here and project and say, "Oh, he's bad," but it's very clear to me that this is bad faith and disingenuous. It's clear as day to anybody that's had any family member that's like had dementia or Alzheimer's that Biden was suffering. Like honestly, I've said even before he ran that I felt bad for Biden in some regards because I think that he really feels that he has to stop Trump. Now, whether or not I agree with his policies, I truly believe he felt like he had to stop Trump. He had to be the guy, and I think that he probably wasn't good then. And he ran, he was president, and he got in there, and it deteriorated quickly. And now, yeah, I think there is something to be said for, hey, who the fuck was running this country? What were they doing in the president's name? And I think there's a lot of justifiable outrage on the Republican side when they're saying we should investigate this shit. And then for us to be sitting here and told, oh, this is the same as Trump, who we've had on television for decades. And we've seen him. If I take Trump's interview where they asked him originally, if I take Trump's interview where they had him talk about like running for president originally back in the late 80s, early 90s, he looks very similar. Maybe there's some decline, but he speaks in modern terms. I would
Why
even
do
say,
you go off
hold
an
on,
edge,
hold
man?
on,
You
hold on.
were doing
I'm not
so
going off
good.
edge. Hold on. There's maybe some decline, but he's within the same ballpark, bro. Like you're acting like he's not
He's
even
doing
playing
it
the
to
same
test your
game.
faith.
Yeah, no, I don't even think it's that. Like he's saying the same kind of stuff. Whenever you're saying, "Oh, he's different," yeah, he's different when he gives a 3-hour speech and he goes off on some tangent, comes back, versus he's in an interview where it's bang, bang, bang. Even now, when he does interviews, some of them are better than the ones back in the day. I don't know how you can even argue that.
Okay. So okay. I think you're the only one who feels that
You
way.
just sounded like
Fair enough.
Bam defending Biden.
I'll say,
that was
yeah.
just
I mean,
that's literally what you
To be
did.
fair,
no, it's not in the same ballpark.
You and Bam were both sides of the horseshoe.
No.
You and Bam were both sides of the horseshoe there.
Y'all, this is the problem you're having right now. Is y'all are engaging in this like only online planisphere where y'all are sitting here going, "Oh, we're so much more intelligent. We can see this clear decline in Trump." When I'm saying he sounds to me
I
like
literally never said I was intelligent.
He sounds to me like any guy at the bar that's sitting here talking about politics and he's trying to relate to people. And half the people that vote, remember the age-old thing people used to vote on? When I get a beer with the president, that was a thing that came up in polls all the time. And this is exactly what Trump is doing. He's speaking in a way that the people at like a bar would understand, or the average person. And y'all are going, "This is clear decline."
I said that.
No,
in my
he sounds like a drunk person, so he sounds exactly like somebody else.
It's purposeful and intentional is the reason.
So
you're just throwing your own rope, man.
I don't.
No, I'm
So
not throwing
it's
my own rope. I
weird.
know I'm right.
It's weird. It's weird. Okay. I think you're half right, at least for your original comment. In that it is smart not to talk above people's levels. That's a good thing. Like I said, it's a strength of Trump,
especially for a populist.
He talks.
It's acting like it's like calculated.
He's doing that on purpose.
He wants to speak in his high jargon.
Previously, y'all called it decline now.
It is an example, an advantage to not speak at a collegiate level when talking to the American people, right? Fair enough, right? Average reading level is 8th grade. I've heard that before. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but like I can believe it. I can believe it.
That's what the AI says.
That's fine. I believe that, right?
Are you reading the AI gives? What's your reading level?
That is different from
I don't know what the AI's reading level is.
3rd grade but vocabulary. 3rd grade is filled with 8-year-olds, but it's not an 8th grade reading level, right? Like it's true that his vocabulary is lower than what you'll find in others, right? It doesn't mean it's at the right level. And it doesn't mean that
maybe it's
he's necessarily
vernacular.
showing
I don't know what his
vernacular
vocab is.
But yeah, vernacular maybe is what I want to say. Well, even vocabulary to a certain extent too, but whatever. In any case, that doesn't mean that just because he's speaking simpler doesn't mean that he isn't speaking so simply, right? That it implies that there is some sort of a lack of or cognitive deficiency. Those both can be true at the same time. It can both be an advantage for him, and also it could be that it's a sign of some level of cognitive deficiency, right? So we can just do that.
I think there's a great example in history,
Josh, you just
which
said
is
something
like
so good. I just want to respond because I think you made one of the smart, like what you piggybacked off the prime. And honestly, you said one of the smartest things I ever heard you say on here. I think it is actually super. I think it does matter your expectations and what you actually expect from the presidency. I think that
Mhm.
your breakdown of it was actually super on point, and it made me think about like what are my expectations of the presidency, and it probably informs my argument on why I feel the way I do about this, because I do more or less believe that Biden's I believe Biden, like if I sat down with him for an hour and I went on any issue, I believe that I legitimately believe I could have a really intelligent conversation with him. Like I said, you people may disagree, but I think that like if you talk on an issue, I believe he has thoughts and opinions he's been doing a long time that he could engage, that he could engage on a really high level. But that's not necessarily like I value that, but that's not necessarily the most important thing. The most important thing I value with Biden is with his experience, with his decades and decades of experience, um, comes connections. And I believe that the United States presidency is a
Well,
position
what
of
if he's
connection.
dead in 6 months? Where's his
Okay,
connections then?
okay, let me finish what I'm saying.
I mean, or if his connections don't think he has like
get right.
No, I'm
I
really
mean, but really though, like you sound like
no.
y'all laugh, but like Steve
Okay,
Bannon
I thought
reported
I was still
that six.
talking.
Oh,
I
I'm sorry,
really
but
thought I was still
Steve. Oh,
talking.
I mean, well, Steve Bannon reported
Yeah,
that, like
I,
right back in the day that
I
within
don't care
6
what
months
you're
of him
saying.
being elected, he would be dead. That was the thing,
Okay.
and people laughed and called it a conspiracy theory. Now we're
He
hearing he's
didn't
got
die.
this high level of. Can't hold on. We haven't said 6 months passed in yet,
Okay,
so
so in
we're
6
at
months
3
he's not
months
gonna be
in.
dead.
Hold on, he's got
No, I'm not gonna hold up. It's still my turn.
extremely
No,
high level of
let me finish what I'm
cancer,
saying.
extreme level, high level of cancer,
You're
and
just
you're
wrong.
going, you laughing when I say he could be dead. If he's dead, those connections don't fucking
Okay.
matter, do they?
So we're gonna go back. We're gonna go
Yeah.
back to Bam, right? Quickly. Sir Bobbles, $1 super chat. He said, Gibbs, please do next week in Trump cosplay. Apparently he would like to see that. So okay.
Yeah,
Let's go, Bam.
Yeah, I believe I believe that the most important part of a presidency is the connections, and I believe that there's like I think it's nice to come out and give a speech and have make people aware of your intentions and the spirit of your agenda. But I think the more important part of a president is to know that like okay, who are the people who understand the systems of government and the aspects of the economy and the like the global government that I believe can carry out good things, not just necessarily my agenda, but can carry out good things for those areas, irregardless of what I personally believe. Like I think that it's um like I think there's a lot of value in that. I think that's the most important job of a presidency. I think what the actually the like the thing that people come on that was like, oh, the auto pen or Biden didn't know what the executive orders is. There's a lot of things I'll get on Trump about. One of the things I don't really care to get on, even though a lot of people do, is is the fact that whenever Donald Trump gets the executive orders, he has to have it explained to him in real time. What is this I'm about to sign? Because the reality is presidents don't. About to say most presidents don't actually write their own executive orders. They just have a spirit of things that they want to address, and they have teams and teams of people that go and write out the specific legislation. And so I believe that Joe Biden, the Biden administration, which is something I usually say, like I try whenever I talk about Biden, I usually say administration, is because I do believe he had the country, he surrounded the country with people who were generally really good at their jobs. I think it was actually like an honest thing. The reason, even though Trump appointed, oh God, what's his name to the Fed? I can't think of his name off the top of my head. The Fed chair. Yes, even though Trump appointed Powell to the Fed, I think it was a honorable thing that even though Biden could have came in and replaced Powell, he realized like actually, you know what? During Trump's presidency, there was actually a pretty significant amount of growth. Like it seems like Powell does have a strong grasp of what he's doing, and I'm not gonna like rip him out just to have do my guy or my thing. I actually want people competent in positions. Donald Trump in this second presidency, which is very different from his first, doesn't value competence, and I think he'll even come out and more or less say it himself. His number one value is loyalty to him and ability to push through his whims. Like Donald Trump is like he wants to be a part of every single piece of I'm right done now, and I want Chai to go because I feel like we're using a lot of magic energy over there.
Actually, so what I want to do is I want to let Scott, because Scott wanted to say something, but then I actually want to switch slightly, change the topic, right? Slightly shift it, and I think a lot of people are going to be able to be a part of this conversation when I move it. But yeah, finish your point.
Okay,
And
yeah.
then
I'm sorry. Yeah. Just wrapping up. Yeah. I believe that Donald Trump truly does. He does. I don't think he understands what the role of the presidency is, and I think he does believe he has to be hands on and put his fingerprints on every single part of the presidency. Even when it came through with the deal with the UK, which already is a nothing kind of deal. Whenever Ludwig approached him with it, Donald Trump said, "How can I make it better? Let me make a phone call. Let me be in on it." And it's like it's the way like you let the little kid drive, like
Can you answer
you
my
put him in
question,
the
man?
steering and let him
Can
hold
you
the
answer my
steering.
question?
Sorry,
Well, no,
I do want
answer
to.
my question because
I
his
want to.
whole thesis is prefaced it on Biden's going to use his connections. He's better.
No,
Steve
he
Bannon,
did.
like I
His
said,
entire
hold on. If he gets
I'm not talking
elected,
about Biden's presidency
if
too.
he
I
had
was
gotten
pro
elected
Kamala.
now, if he got elected
I was
now,
pro.
like y'all said, and he was
Yeah.
dead in I don't know
He would have the
July
entire
because of
administration.
cancer. If he dies in July of cancer, right?
His
Hey,
administration
guess
will still
what?
be in place.
Are you saying that we're benefiting from his connections the
Yes.
rest of that presidency? All right,
Yes.
that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
That's the point of connections. It's an entire
Well, what if
administration.
the connections
What
don't
connection?
think he's mentally like he has mental like how many
I don't
people
know.
I'm
still
just saying.
believe?
I'm just saying that Gibbs' point was like counter, like the opposite of everything I
If
say.
he's dead,
Like
how are you using those connections? Tell me.
if you believe that Donald Trump is the most important part of his presidency, and none of his cabinet members matter, if he
I mean,
dies,
you're just not
then
engaging
everything
at
falls
all.
apart. No, I
No, no,
engage
no.
directly.
Tell me
so
how
to
you
respond
benefit
to
from
Bam,
connections directly if he's dead.
so to respond to Bam, I agree with you basically wholeheartedly on everything you just said. Albeit for me to tell you what you believe, Biden's mental. I can't say, just because I believe someone is mentally deficient in
Right.
some way, I can't say that you believe that.
Mhm.
But I think you've done a great job of describing how liberal democracies actually work, and I'm sitting here just completely disgusted that that's how the system works. And that's just a fundamental difference between us, is that it's about connections and it's about agenda, and that it's it's about it's not actually about people representing, having a representative democracy of a person that comes in with their vision and shapes the government completely to their whims, but that they need all these connections in order for the government to work in that regard.
The bureaucratic state is real. I believe in it, but I think it's a good thing.
I think it's a terrible thing. But I will say this, just kind of a counterpoint to this idea that Trump is. I think often the left looks at the way Trump speaks, and because he doesn't speak to them, he sounds dumber than he actually is. As much as I do think Trump says a lot of fucking stupid things, I think maybe a good example for the left, if they really believe this, is to go watch two interviews simultaneously. And those two interviews are by the same group, which was, I can't remember the exact name of it. Someone will remind me in chat or something, were the Black Journalists Association. Right. And when you saw Trump go in there, this is the most hostile environment to Trump. Like, everyone there believes Trump is a racist and Trump is an idiot, and they're ready to get him on the gotchas. And he had that room of these people that absolutely despise him laughing consistently. Yeah, the blacks. With the hard R.
One of the person leading that was like a Trump administration, like a Fox News girl. I can't think of her name. Like there were people
But then you can see Kamala. You can see Kamala attempt to do the same thing, and it completely backfires on her. And so maybe it's idiocy, maybe it's decline, whatever. But you can't deny that Trump's ability to get into a room and have those people comfortable and open and change their ability from being really angry to kind of laughing about it, is a he's a clear charismatic force that does that.
I think
you see the same thing with Bill Maher when he went there. It's
I think
Bill
that's
Maher is flabbergasted by how disarmed he was by him.
Yeah, that's a mischaracterization of that the Trump specific I don't remember what it looked like for Harris, but for Trump, he was literally attacking one of the journalists like out of left field. Now I don't know if there were laughs. I can believe there were laughs later on. I remember
watch the interviews.
I watched
hosted it.
I remember watching the whole thing, but I just, it's been months, so I just don't remember. But I know there was plenty of hostility within that, and I think a lot of that hostility was deserved. But that doesn't.
Yeah, it was back and forth. The hostility was on both sides. Just watch it.
I know. I agree with you. There was hostility on both sides. But I'm saying that like I do agree with you specifically on the narrow point of his charisma, that he has a level of charisma that Kamala Harris did not have at all. At
And
all.
Joe Biden
Like
used to have
it's
it, but he didn't
and
have it in his
and Joe
80s.
Biden used to have it, indeed. Yeah, I agree with you there. And I also agree with I think is a really interesting what you talk about, this outline of oligarchy. I had never heard that before, but it helps explain like the whole thing with the swamp, right? And
Mhm.
the right's thinking on that.
It's like
I
it's one of distributors nine points of what defines right wing. I think it's really important.
That I actually want to look into more of that because I think that's actually quite instructive and helps explain the disconnect between the left and the right when we're talking about these things. All right, and I do want to shift the conversation just a little bit, right? And maybe something this is more that everyone can bite into. All right,
We can actually do the
because
topic too. I kind of started this. I'm sorry for messing things up.
no, that's fine.
I'm excited the next Republican candidate's going to be Solomon Grundy.
I
If you're
just
dead, having those
I
connections is
just
good.
kind of well, I mean, you can use like, connections can be inherited, right? Like,
Hey
I
guys,
my
George
my
Washington for president,
my
2020,
father my
whatever.
father can die, and then I could use his connections, and they become my connections. Of course,
Oh
you
yeah,
can do
because
that,
that's
or
the
whatever.
same. Yeah, totally the
That's
same.
exactly that is the same. All right, whatever.
How
I
often
don't
do
care.
they
I don't care.
not do
I don't
business
care
in
about
good
this. I
faith?
don't care
All
about
the
this.
time.
I don't care about this. I'm going to move on. All right. So,
That's dumb. It's dumb. I agree.
great. Thank you. Moving on. So, I wanted the last time I did this. I had explosive reaction. Let's see what happens this time. Yeah. So President Biden has been diagnosed with cancer. And what comes the regular thing happens. And that there are pouring sentiments of we pray for his family. We're thinking of him, and he's in our hearts and whatever the fuck, right? Um, Also, there are especially because I'd watched MSNBC specifically while that and like, well, yes, the people have had recent policy differences. In fact, he's been under scrutiny in recent months. But we can all understand. We can put that aside now, right? Now his family's going through this tragedy of cancer, right? Okay. Um, I'm going to ask: is it okay, or should it be allowed within public to root for someone's misfortune? Right? In this moment, I think there are plenty of people who have reasons to dislike Biden, and I think it's actually quite human and literally the most logical thing to say, actually, fuck you, kind of deserve this, and we wish the worst on you. Should that be allowed to spread within the public sphere, or does it just work better? Does our system work better when we say these niceties, when we say to each other, "Oh, well, of course we don't wish badly on our political enemies, right?" We don't do that much, but because that brings in a level of I don't know, brutality or impoliteness into the system that degrades it. So, what are your thoughts on this? Hopefully, I was clear.
I think
I'm
it's
on the latter.
uh, yeah. I think it's nuanced in terms of I don't think you're obligated to extend sympathy, but I do think it's wrong, or at least in very poor taste to cheer it on or to express satisfaction with it.
I agree.
You don't. You could just remain like neutral and just keep your mouth shut. I think that's totally fair. But to actually celebrate it, I think that's probably overall a reflection of poor character.
Okay.
I think Prom
let's go.
celebrated Herman Cain's death, so where'd you?
Oh yeah, I did.
might be-
I thought that was hilarious. But let's go to Ali.
I don't know if I mean I wouldn't do it just out of my own personal, like I'm not gonna sit here and tweet like thank God, and all these things. But no, I think people should be able to, and if you want to do it, sure, it can be in poor taste. But like when the Queen died and everyone was making all the tweets and jokes and shit, I thought that shit was hilarious. I can understand why people would not give an iota of a fuck, right? Netanyahu dies, I'm not gonna sit here be any form of sympathetic or empathetic to that. So no, I mean I think it's fine that people want to do, and I think that like I think it's kind of virtue signally. Like it's nice and all, like to have some sympathy and empathy, but like to go out of your way and tweet about it, it just like I don't know what you're doing. Like just forget everything. That doesn't make sense. Dude was a president. Policy affects a lot of people. I don't know if you can just forget that because you're sick.
Let's go to Lactoid.
I don't know if it's. I mean, under some people's definitions, it could be virtue signaling, but I think that political polarization is a problem, and partisan, kind of this partisan hatred that's occurring. And I agree with Corey. I think that it's a better society if we are able to show sympathy and to express humanity for our political opponents. Because, and everybody always wants to justify this when the shoe's on one foot. But if the shoe's on the other foot, all of a sudden it's a different game, right?
No, okay, sorry. I'm gonna jump in here because I was gonna wait, but I do it now because
Explosion starts now.
Explosion is coming.
Prime's doing it.
Explosion is coming, right? No. Hey, we have a ex-president now, who helped sponsor a genocide, an ethnic cleansing campaign. Like the conflict that's happening right now, that's happened because of President Joe Biden. That's why that's happening right now. It wouldn't have happened. Trump wouldn't have had the opportunity to exacerbate the situation if Biden hadn't put us in this moment. Right? It was Biden's decision to help support this ethnic cleansing campaign. Right? I get reports every fucking day, every day, of deaths in Gaza, right? And the number goes up and down. 30 deaths, 40 deaths, 80 deaths, 100 deaths, right? A report was, I think it was the day, I want to say the day before, maybe it was a few days before, where we got the news about Biden, right? That there was like I think it was the restaurant that a former restaurant that dropped a bomb dropped, and there was like 100 people. There was a recent bombing had 100 people dead, right? They called it a sea of blood, men, women, and children, a starvation campaign by the Israelis onto these people. Tens of thousands of deaths officially, right? Hundreds of thousands of deaths unofficially. And then we do this thing, right? Where, we don't want to be unkind. We don't want to be unkind here. We don't want to be, we don't have bad manners. And we say, well, of course, we wish the best for the family. Well, of course, right? In fact, or maybe we just, if we don't have anything nice to say, we shouldn't say anything at all. No, actually, we should actually point out in this moment that there are people in Gaza who also have cancer diagnoses who lost their access to healthcare, right? And oftentimes lost their life because the Israelis bombed the shit out of them, right? Or they're covered in rubble. Like it's weird that we don't scale our responses according to the actual person, right? Like I think maybe this is a more appropriate response. We were talking about private citizens who don't have any power, right? Who might just be assholes and maybe like, oh, okay, maybe I just won't say anything about that, especially if they've done nothing to hurt me or anything, or anyone that I know of, right?
What if they voted for
but
Biden?
Maybe they're just unpleasant. What'd you say?
What if somebody who voted for Biden and put him in power, helped put him in power? What if they get cancer?
What if they
I don't hold voters more morally responsible.
I see what you're saying.
If they did that fully understanding the brutal, disgusting shit he supported, then yeah, fuck him. Like I don't understand why we need to like play nice and sanitize like the disgusting shit these people do. Like it makes no sense.
Do you also support then the statements and the feelings made towards Corey Compertor at the Butler shooting?
Yeah, so again, like I said before, so if Corey Compertor fully understood that Trump is a traitorous, rapist piece of shit who should be executed, actually, and shouldn't be eligible to run for president ever, if he fully understood this and voted for him anyway, wanted to support him anyway, then yeah, fuck him. Like why the fuck? This is like saying, oh well, should we celebrate the death of a Nazi, at Hitler's political rally? No, fuck that. Of course we should.
Yeah, fuck these people. Let's before you do that, and I know you're gonna go on. I just want to hear from Chai because we haven't heard from you. Chai, just like what's your general opinion about these types of things? Wishing ill on your political opponents.
I mean, I don't even think it has to be about that. I think there's a genuine level of like atmosphere on the internet where it's just okay to say edgy things and not really care. Because I've been seeing things online too that are also misinformed about him having cancer. Like, oh, why should we care that you have cancer when you literally held us from seeing our family during COVID? But then COVID started with the lockdown with Trump, so that's also misinformed. So, how genuine can your critic be if you don't even know what you're talking about? Which is why I don't actually speak a lot, because I like to be genuine and I like to know what I'm talking about. And this is very vibe based, where you should care about your fellow human. You should care that they're doing okay. But you should also be allowed to say certain edgy things anyway with the freedom of speech, because why should I be punished for telling Gibbs I hope he trips over a fucking rock? I shouldn't have to be punished for that. And at that extent, yeah, you should punish me for that if you're going to punish them for whatever the fuck they just said. I care about people that have cancer. My dad had cancer. I can relate. Do I think Biden did shitty things? Yeah, but he's also somebody who is a president. So does my I hope you get better from cancer do anything for him? No, but if I have a religious faith, maybe I could say a prayer. Maybe that would be kind of me.
Like the reality is, man,
Wouldn't
every
waste a
time
prayer.
I saw Biden on the campaign trail walking up those fucking stairs to a plane, I prayed for like a strong wind. Like, to be honest with you, I pray that he fucking fall over and fall all the way down.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, and I think
same
that's
with
true for,
Trump.
like, most
Every
politicians
time
anyways. I don't
Trump
think anyone
is like
holds them in regard.
fucking walking up Air Force One, I hope he fucking falls down the thing. Okay, I hope he fucking breaks his neck. I just do. Like, he's a fucking terrible person.
No
Same with
shrooms are paying off.
Netanyahu.
Yeah,
I
Same
don't
with
think
the
anyone
fucking
holds
whole
the
Does
gaggle
that
of these
make me
fucking
politician in
think
animals.
high
less of
regard.
Booby as a person? No, because Biden chose to run for president and make himself this public person too. So I don't think less of Doobie for saying those things.
Not just a public person advocating for, covering for evil, disgusting things that's leading to the deaths and suffering like thousands of people. So yeah, it's great. There's no reason to sanitize this
So
person because he has
I
cancer.
think from a like a strategy perspective of like quote unquote healing the nation or whatever, I think this is one of the few times the Trump administration handled something perfectly so far, anyways, which is that Trump went out of his way to offer condolences and prayers, and then he had JD Vance kind of asking the tough questions on Air Force Two, where JD Vance was saying, look, I think this leads to serious questions about his mental faculty and what they knew, and the people were lying to us. And at some point, maybe now is not the right time to do it, but we need some type of investigation from like a strategic perspective. But from like a moral perspective, so my step, I guess you could say, great grandfather, right, was like one of the big wig corporate lobbyists for a telecommunications company. He's known like 8 presidents, like personally. He's the reason the red phone exists in the White House. Good friends with the Kennedys still. And he asked me, recently, like, oh, out of all the presidents that have been alive since you were alive, which one's your favorite? And I told him, I was like, I was basically like, hey, I was trying to tell him before this conversation, you don't want my opinions, please stop. And then so he asked me again, and I was like, well, I think all of them should be publicly executed and hanged for the murders that they've committed, and that they're all war criminals. And he was like, what the fuck? And I was like, listen, every single president that has been alive since I've been alive has engaged in extrajudiciary murders of people, usually in the Middle East, without Congress declaring war, and killed tons of innocent bystanders, supposedly to get some terrorist. Sometimes it's just because of like a misallocation. And every single one of those people has a higher body count than any serial killer that has ever existed in human history. And so I think there is this really fucked up thing in our society where we have this false. I think it's statism, in my opinion. I think most of you would probably disagree because you're not libertarians, but there is this false morality that is placed to people that are like public servants or politicians or something, that they're doing like this supposedly good job when they're murdering people, when Obama and Trump and Biden and Bush are drone striking weddings. We're like supposed to be like, well, give them your thoughts and prayers. Like, no, fuck these people. These people are monsters. These people are some of the most evil people to ever walk the face of the fucking planet. But for some reason, everybody has this blind side where the other guy that represents the different letter next to their name is the real evil guy, and my guy deserves thoughts and prayers and things like that. Like, look, for example, I hate fucking Hassan. like with a fucking passion. I hate a lot of these, but like when he came out and said like, we deserved 9/11, or like, made fun of Dan
He's right.
Crenshaw, I was like, yeah, that's what blowback is. What the fuck are you talking about? Or when like
He's just
Frogan
right.
or like when we have these streamers come out and then they cross the line, and it's like, for some reason Hassan can be in a phone call or a Discord call, and even though his mother is a landlord, scream that he wants the streets to run red with the blood of landlords, and everyone's like based. But then when he's like, fuck Dan Crenshaw, I hope some jihadi fucks his eye socket, everyone's like, oh, that's too far, how dare you. And it's we've placed this false sense of righteousness on truly evil acts of the state, and then we just simp for these fuck these politicians. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? I know,
So
I
we're
mean,
gonna
like
go.
you specifically here, but
Yeah.
just all of you.
We'll go to Gibbs, Lactoid, and Bam. Anyone else? Okay.
I'd like
Yeah,
to go.
yeah.
Doobie.
So I want to say I think that first we gotta differentiate a couple of things. One, I think there's a drastic difference between wishing like ill upon somebody and like I don't know advocating for violence, right? Like I want to
Indeed. Yes.
make
Yeah,
that real
one's
clear.
TOS and the other isn't.
Sure,
It's
sure.
the only
Well,
difference to me. It's the
well, okay.
only fucking difference to me.
Now, okay, that's fair. That's fair. But I actually think there is a fundamental difference, and like to this, right? Like I think if I'm actively saying, "Oh, go hurt XYZ," or I hope that someone does something to you XYZ, that's bad. Versus if I'm like, I hope you catch Ebola, like obviously nobody thinks that I'm gonna go get Ebola from like wherever they have Ebola and bring it and give it to you, right? Like it's like that's not what people are
From the
thinking it's gonna
Ebola
happen.
store. Yeah.
Yeah, the Ebola story. They don't think I got weapons of mass destruction or disease on hand. They basically know it's a stand-in for like karma. Like, or if I wish somebody would stub their
Wherever
toe
Black
every
and Vetch
time,
is building
yeah, every
labs
time it's
with
about to be
Biden's
healed.
money, that's
Yeah,
where
every time
Ebola is.
if I hope you stub your toe, and every time it's about to be healed, you stub it again. Like, yeah, I'm just wishing bad karma on you. Now, I do think there is some like nuance that we need to have here, right? I think that people should be able to say like whatever Hassan said, what like about hey, we deserve 9/11. Yeah, absolutely. Do I think it's like bad taste? Probably. Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
However,
they're
I
immigrant.
like sure. I like if I'm saying over here though, like I think there's something we consider, like, and I think this is maybe something we don't consider. Like I get Prime's argument, like, oh, I don't like Jihadi Joe, John, or I don't like fucking, whatever Genocide Joe, or all this bullshit. And hey, they bombed that wedding, and terrorists go to weddings. We had to get them. That's bad. Like I'm sorry. I want the terrorists dead, I guess. And I'm also sorry that like all this shit's bad going down. But like I can definitely understand where someone's like, oh, well, because this happened, fuck those people. Well, I'm also sympathetic to when people that were caught in that terrorist like explosion whenever we bombed them. Yeah, I'm sympathetic to their families and I'm sympathetic to their times, and I get it. And I'm like, okay, maybe we don't wish ill on these people. I'm also sympathetic to maybe the members of the Biden family that had nothing to fucking do with grandpa, that they don't know other than grandpa, like sitting here going, oh, he's got cancer, someone that's been important in my life is gonna die. I get the sympathy, and I maybe don't think like it's a good thing that we're going and saying, hey, fuck all these other people. Like I get like wishing the bad things on that guy, and I think you should be able to say that. I just is that the society we really want, where we're like, oh, well, I hope you're further down the line, your family. Fuck you. I hope everybody in your family
Gotta
gets
fuck your
cancer.
lineage,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, like fuck
Yeah,
your
Curse
lineage.
upon
be
you and
fair,
your
Yeah,
house.
if you fuck
Right?
my lineage,
Romeo
I'm
and
gonna
Juliet.
fuck your lineage,
It's
yeah.
more though, like I mean, because like you'll say that, and then it's like at the same time you're like, well, we want to rectify these generational wrongs. We're like, okay, cool, you want to rectify the
Wait,
generational
Gibbs,
wrong,
Okay.
maybe don't wish
advocate for
ill
manifest
upon the.
destiny?
Yeah.
Hold on, hold on. I'm just saying. Well,
Hold on. Did
listen,
anyone wish ill
hold on.
on
Let
the
me finish.
Biden line?
Hold on, Well, yeah, I've seen they're over here like, well, I hope that they're getting what they
Who?
deserve. Nobody should care that they're sad about
Who
this.
who
I see all
who
sorts.
did that? Who
Nobody
wished
mainstream.
ill?
I'm just seeing on Twitter. Don't
Okay.
worry. I'm just
Okay.
like I'm
All
not
right.
arguing.
Okay.
I'm just saying people are saying wild shit. People are edgy just to be edgy. Like just like Chai was saying. I'm just saying I advocate for manifest destiny, and I absolutely totally understand when someone's like Gibbs, you're a piece of shit. I don't expect it. But if they were like, well, Gibbs' family all needs to catch cancer because Gibbs believes in manifest destiny, well, you're also an asshole. Like I mean, that's cool. Like I just that's where I stand. I don't know. I don't feel like it's as hard as people are making it out to
Let's
be.
go to Lactoid. I think I said Bam and then Doobie.
Before this panel, me and Gibbs were on a panel where we're talking about left wing violence and uh, what the left wing does to perpetuate violence, how they justify it, how they talk about it. And of course, we talked a lot about right wing violence as well. And I think Scott was right when you said that really the difference is one's TOS and one's not when we're talking about being super grateful when somebody has something bad happen to them as opposed to going and doing the thing. In that there is a line, but oftentimes there's not. Oftentimes the line is artificially enforced, or people are a very, very small push away from crossing that very thin line from one end to the other. We live in a country that's continuously getting more and more polarized, where people are starting to hate each other more, where people are less likely to have friends of the opposite side. And when you talk to them about that, when you talk to them about it, they'll say the exact same thing that's being said, the exact same things that are being said in this panel. How can I be friends with somebody who votes for somebody who does this? How could I even care about the life of somebody who votes for somebody who does this? How can I even want to be around or have any respect whatsoever or have any kind of connection or have any kind of nation with somebody who votes for somebody who does this? The further this continues, I think you're going to see a further deterioration of society. You're going to see the chance of actual conflict rise. And I think it's just generally not a good country to be in. I think I think it is a good thing that Trump wished him condolences for his cancer, and I wish him condolences for his cancer. And I think I would like to live in a country where we do that. And I don't want to live in a country where not only are we having this sort of team sports of death to the elected politicians to their side, but there's some people who are going so far as this team sports of death to voters of the other side. I don't want to live in that kind of fragmented society. We currently have streamers rooting for and celebrating the deaths of people merely because of the way they vote in this country for one of the two major parties. And I don't know. I don't like things that go towards that.
Well,
I think it's a bad
that's such
bad
wait,
nation. It's a bad
wait.
society.
The solution,
and I reject
the
it. Maybe
solution,
this is polite politics or whatever, but I reject it, and I think we should do a better job of rejecting it overall.
the solution to that though isn't that like you judge the people once again, like you judge people judging the voters for the president losing or judging the voters for the actions. The presidents are taking these actions. The voters are recognizing these actions and then judging the people according to these actions. The solution isn't the like to like hinder the judgment of the person of the voter. It's to hinder the action of the president. And so it's like when you do have people that are voting for these like unprincipled things, right? If you do have people that are voting for genocide, right? Like right now, I didn't vote this year. Bam blames me for not voting for Kamala for Trump. Like that's not how that works. That's not how this works. We have to take the we have to take and hold the candidate accountable, not the voters. So like no, like the way you do this is by like holding the candidate accountable.
I mean, I appreciate that you don't take it that far, but there's a lot of people that do.
So
but it should hold on, but it should be taken that far, right? So I think that I mean we can use the hold on. Just really quick, okay? I'm sorry, Bam. Just,
you're past.
I just got to say something to that, just really quick. So the Israel thing is like easy, right? So like we have this thing currently happening. It's fucking terrible. If you want to call it a I think it is a genocide. But if you don't feel comfortable calling that, I think bare minimum is a fucking ethnic cleansing, obviously. But this is happening, right? And then we have politicians who are advocating for more of this. Trump was on the campaign trail. He was saying he's going to get out of the way, let them do whatever they want to finish a job, blah, blah, blah. On the fucking debate stage, he and Biden were arguing about which was going to support Israel more, right? While Israel is doing all this crazy, fucked up shit, right? So if somebody sees that and they choose to support this person anyway, I feel totally comfortable in wishing bad things on them. I think that they're a morally fucked up person for advocating for anybody to vote for this guy who is telling us that he's going to vote he's going to continue a thing that is killing thousands of people.
They're competing with who's going to support it more.
So, yeah, like during fucking 9/11, right? Osama bin Laden through his hijackers or whatever kills like 3,000 people, 4,000 people, something around there. Israel killed that many civilians, just civilians, in the first fucking month of the conflict, right? Like that's insane, right? And when Osama bin Laden died, you had people fucking. I remember my father getting a fucking American flag out the side of this car, driving down the street, like going, "Ooh, America, America!" Like people did this all over the fucking country. So it's okay to vote to be happy that this piece of shit died. But Trump and Biden, who support and arm and fund through their party this thing that's fucking 10 times, 30 times worse, like fuck that. Why the fuck shouldn't I celebrate when they die? Like it's so
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I want to. I want to.
Let's go home. Let's get, we gotta get Bam in.
Bam, relax, relax. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll let you go. You're good.
I appreciate it.
Floor's yours, brother.
I appreciate it. So I am pretty close to lactoid. I believe that the practicality of
Who's close to me?
of the okay, you too, Corey. You're right. Yeah. The practicality of the long term like divisiveness and like the ways that we wish things on people. I don't believe that I believe that this only leads to bad consequences in the long term. Like and I don't think anyone can think farther than their nose when it comes to these situations. And the thing about it is I don't believe the people who say otherwise or try to hold like oh like it's okay because these politicians the presidents are like have done these awful things. Like I don't even know if that's a position you can hold consistently. Like for example, if you heard tomorrow that something that due to one of the rockets coming out of Gaza or whatever that it ended up somehow landing on Netanyahu's house that was full of him, his wife, and his grandchildren. Like, and Palestinians were like dancing in the street happy. I don't think any of you that have this position on like, golly, he bombed the wedding will come out trying to shame like, how dare these Palestinians dance? What about the children? What about the? You would just be like, oh, okay, like I understand this is a concept of war. Like, that this was the only way they could have reasonably got to him, and we would. That's what your focus would be on.
Are you saying we would be happy or wouldn't be happy? I'm a little confused.
You would be happy. I think you would be happy if something happened to if they ended up getting to what's his name Netanyahu somehow. But like you don't bring up the details that he happened to be with his wife and grandchildren at the same time.
Wait a minute, what? That's a lot to load that, right? Like I was saying specifically, hey, I'm okay, and I think Ali said,
I'm just
hey,
saying
I'm
you wouldn't
okay.
focus on that. Like,
No. But you're loading this.
Of course, I'm loading.
With like, oh, you're hold on, no. But that doesn't. So I bring up
we didn't
Biden.
say we were okay with
Biden
like,
having
families
cancer.
getting affected by.
Yeah, I didn't say, hey, I wish the Biden clan to have cancer.
No, you would be
right?
okay with it.
I would be no, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be okay with like innocent people who didn't do anything. Like, no, I wouldn't be okay. Jill Biden might be something, right? I think she has. I think Jill Biden has. I think Jill Biden has a lot of culpability.
I wouldn't be okay if
like,
his grandkids were in the building with him.
yeah,
His wife,
his
maybe. I
grandkids?
don't give a
The
fuck.
fuck?
But his grandkids, no.
Yeah, so you would
Why would
immediately switch to like shaming Hamas and say that they wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't.
About
I wouldn't shame Hamas. I'd be
reasonable-
like, that was fucked up. But like,
this is
what do you
most
want me to
reasonable
do?
way to do? Exactly, you would be okay with it. It would just be like, oh, okay, that's the way you go.
No, hon.
No.
We can do two things at once, right?
Yes,
I
that's-
can.
those
If
things
no,
are
no,
big
listen. You can do two things at once. One, if in that situation that you're loading, right, with other casualties, okay, but I can do that, right? If in that situation Netanyahu dies, right? Yeah, I can praise Hamas for like killing, right, a genocidal bastard being Netanyahu. Fuck yeah, right? But at the same time, I can actually mourn the deaths of Netanyahu's children. I mourn. I have big problems. I had big problems. I think
spend my
that
time
so
doing
many.
it, but you would
I
say
think so
like,
many. Hold on, guys. Let me finish my sentence. So
Praising
I think
Hamas
so
might be a
many.
little wild.
I think so many. You know what? After almost 2 years, of slaughter. Actually, I think I can. Actually, you could do that, right? Because the IDF terrorists who've been slaughtering so many more people, like tens times tens more people than died during October 7th. Yeah, at some point you can say people can fight back. So anyway, if they fought back and killed the target, right? I could say that in that instance, well, good work on aiming that rocket and getting past the Iron Dome and all that, right? But secondly, I can also say, hey, it's a tragedy that Netanyahu's grandchildren died. They were innocent individuals, and I wouldn't be okay with that, right? That is in itself a tragedy. You can feel both things at the same goddamn time.
Sure, and people can feel, and you can feel 100 things, but that's not what you would talk about. You wouldn't.
What do you
shame
mean? Why
wouldn't that be the focus of our conversation?
The big focus of our political talk.
Wait, if we see a genocide happening and we see the leader of a country, a prime minister of a country that's leading the genocide, why would we sit here and then focus on the death of his kids that happened when an attack happened? That would be a weird focus.
Exactly. I don't understand why anybody's responding to me then, because that's exactly what I said. You wouldn't make it a focus. You would be okay with it. You would be like, oh, okay.
You wouldn't go okay with it.
Yeah. Try to sneak that in, being a fucking weasel, Bam, right? Saying that like that wouldn't be our focus of conversation because this is a political show, right?
It wouldn't be addressed.
No, hold on.
You
Stop,
those are two
stop,
different things.
stop being a fucking weasel, Bam. I see what you're doing. It's not gonna fucking work. Stop, excuse me, shut up. Stop being a weasel, right? Because what you just said first is that, hey, you want to focus on it, and then you snuck in, oh, you would be okay with it. That the deaths of those children, you'd be fine with it. No one would be fine with the deaths of I wouldn't be fine with the deaths of any Zionist children. Actually, those children are innocent. Actually, I want them to live because that gives them a chance to make better decisions than their parents, right? The same thing with conservative children here, right? Who might be the children of actual fucking fascists, right? Like, I don't hope for the deaths of the children of fascists because I have hope for them that they can be better than their parents. They're innocent individuals, so I can distinguish those two things, right? Stephen Miller, piece of shit. Absolute fucking fascist within our government, an actual factual fascist within our government, right? As far as I know, he doesn't have kids, but if he did, right? No, I wouldn't hope for the death of his children, right? For Stephen Miller, it wouldn't be a sad day if he disappeared, in my opinion, right? But you can make those distinctions and don't try to be a fucking weasel and put that in there.
Exactly what
You're
I'm
a fucking weasel.
And I stand by what you're saying. You would be okay with it. And I want to know when I can have a
You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar trying to twist people's words.
Wait. What is okay? What is okay?
I'm not waiting.
What does it mean? What does okay mean?
I'm trying to explain. What I want to have a conversation with adults in the room that say because guess what? When you think that Biden is okay with Palestinian children dying, you think that?
Yes, actually, I do 100%.
You're the fucking liar. You know
no. Hold on. He has been told
as a consequence of Fatima Hamas, but you think
hold on.
Clapping
Okay, two things.
You're a fucking liar.
You know, okay. Try to pretend like you're actually offended here, Bam. Yeah, nice try. I see through you. But anyway, hold on. I just got to read the super chat. $20. $20 from Alexander Wynn. He said the reason we call it on the rhetoric when someone is terminally ill is because these people didn't do anything alone, and they aren't actually evil. They often just did the best they could or what they thought was right. So this is towards Bam's point. I think so. This came in later, where
they were just doing their job, you know. They were just doing their job to the best of their ability.
No, fuck that. Right? No, fuck that. Each people have actual agency, right? Fucking like there was a
APAC money, baby.
There was APAC money. Oh my god, that's another thing. But let's ignore that for now, right? That's another part of this. I see your hand, Scott. There was a group of doctors who have been working in Palestine. They during the bombings, right? They go back to America, talk about the scale of the death and destruction that they had seen, right? They were doing the rounds in the media. They end up getting invited to the White House, right? And one of the doctors like, yeah, Mr. President, like trying to appeal to his heart, right? The one that Bam thinks exists. They tried to appeal to his heart. Hey, Mr. President, there's so many children have died, right? Have died horribly, been blown apart by this. Right? I have pictures. I like to show you these pictures. Biden goes, no, excuse me. I've already seen those. Don't bother me with those pictures. I've already seen those pictures. Literally not even possible. Literally not even possible because that doctor took those pictures himself, right? Those were his pictures. Biden didn't even want to be bothered to see it, right? We see him, Biden, we see the people in the DNC who like literally during the DNC proceedings, right? As people were walking in and out of the convention, they had protesters reading the names of the dead Gazan children, right? And then them putting their fingers in their ears as they're walking by. You can find the footage of this. Them putting their fingers in their ears as they're walking by and yelling, "I don't care, I don't care!" Right? This is the brutality that Biden has instilled within our society, right? And it's reflected in himself, right? When he was okay with the endless bombings in himself, but also with the starving of the children, right? When he made token pleas to the Israeli government to actually start letting aid back in, right? Remember the whole port incident where he says we're gonna, instead of like just making the Israelis let the food trucks in, we're gonna build a makeshift port, right? It's gonna take us months to build this port. We're gonna build a port, then we're gonna put the food in that way because we don't want to break a nail of the Israelis to just let trucks into Palestine. And then the port broke apart. It just collapsed, right? And then I guess that's it. I guess that's all the pressure we'll put on this the destructive force. So hey, I've watched this. I've seen the type of man he is. If he had compassion in his heart, he would have ended it long ago.
And that's
He would have seen that death and destruction. I think you can actually make the completely logical leap that he doesn't mind the death of these kids. Whether he revels in it, whether he necessarily revels in the deaths of these kids, I guess I can't say, right?
And
If I applied that, if I applied that before, then I do take that back. Because I don't know if he revels in the deaths of these kids, but I know he doesn't seem to give a fuck about that.
I think it's the one thing keeping him going.
The money
soothes
his sadness. The money soothes his sadness.
Like both of y'all were coming up twice. Like just to finish up.
Trying to
like,
frown
the reason why I'm saying that what you're answering these questions like children is because you don't because you're like so afraid to hold on to your moral purity, even though the outcomes are the same. I'm gonna ground in an example and I'm gonna apply it to myself because I'm the only person here with fucking honesty. The reality is, I believe that I'm talking in the conversation with Prime right now. I'm not applying this to all of you guys. Sorry about that. But I'm saying that I believe that in the Ukrainian war, I believe the Ukrainians have a moral right to defend themselves. And to push the Russians all the way out. Do I understand that the individual Russian soldiers are probably a lot of them are honorable men looking to serve their country and just trying to follow in with with what they were told to defend their homeland? Absolutely. I bet these are honorable, like normal young people just like me and you and everybody else in this conversation.
A lot of them are conscripts.
But I believe my general moral ought is with the Ukrainians. So and I want the Ukrainians to push back the Russians. Like even though I'm not individually, personally okay with innocent Russians dying,
the Russians.
The reality is, I have in practice, I'm okay with Russians dying. I'm okay with these people I just called honorable dying. That is me being okay with it. I can come in virtue signals like, no, I'm not okay with it. But if you understand that the desires of your heart lead to that outcome,
are you talking about Russian soldiers or Russian civilians?
Soldiers.
Are you talking about kids? Are you talking about kids
yeah,
and
we
grandkids?
we were talking about deaths of civilians. So I'm
saying, do you believe that any of the Russian soldiers are good people? Just
I don't. I mean, I'm sure some of them are. I'm positive.
Sure. Okay, that's what some of them are. Now, you would say that you're not okay with good people dying, but in practice, if you believe in the what's called ability to defend themselves, you end up practically being okay with them dying.
Wait,
those are two different things.
Wait, we can separate the soldiers. I think there's multiple things. One, there could be good soldiers like within a force that's doing bad.
I'm sure there are nice
right?
guys in the Nazi army.
Yeah, exactly. They were actually factually like kind Nazis who literally helped some Jews escape, right?
Exactly. And you have to be okay with
but whatever. But whatever. That doesn't vindicate the entire force, right? And what they're doing, right? It doesn't vindicate, even if they do a good thing like letting some Jews escape. Does that mean that vindicates some of all the other things they might have done? No, actually, maybe not. I don't know. Depends on the situation, right? But all that is separate, right, from the politicians, the ones I identified, right? Specifically, I said, right, when we're talking about politicians who make these decisions, right, the people who I named, right, were all politicians, and I said, hey, these people who have power, right, power above what a soldier does, right, who make these decisions, and then does it make sense to revel in their misfortune? That's the thing that I was talking about.
Sure, so that's what I said. Now, do you believe it's okay for the good people to die?
It's not okay. No, it's
exactly.
Not okay.
That's a bitch move. Stand on it. Stand on business.
What are you talking about? No, it's not.
You do believe it's okay?
No, it's not okay. What are you talking about? Like, No, it's not okay.
You're a child because you have to believe it's okay if you believe that there's one side that has vindication. If
No,
you
hold on,
want them to
say
succeed,
you're
then
because
you're okay with it, yes.
you're using you are being loose with your language here, right? You're
No, I'm
saying
not.
okay. Hold on, listen. You're saying okay, right? As if like acceptable. I say it's unacceptable when but I'm not sure what you mean good people here. But at least what I mean innocence, right? No, it's not acceptable that innocent people die. As a
It's
practical
innocent, I said
matter,
good
they
people.
do die, which is really unfortunate as a practical matter. But no, I am not okay with innocent people being bombed to death. Of course not. Why would I be?
I didn't say innocent. I said good people.
Okay, then I don't.
That's what I'm talking
Hold
about.
on, can I say something? 'Cause I feel like so Ben, we're
dying. Isn't him being okay with people dying?
No,
it's
but you do have to be
circumstantially like
okay
they're
with it.
in war. It's not that he's okay with it. It's that's the circumstance that they're in. He's not saying that he's okay with good
and the only
people
reason
dying.
you're saying it is you're holding on to like your moral purity. Like drop your balls.
What
Ain't
moral
no fucking
purity
talking about.
are you
Now-
talking about?
and now all
I don't care. Wait, here. I don't
I'm
care if
talking about
soldiers die. I don't
practice
care if
of
soldiers
something.
die, whether you're good, bad, evil. I don't really give a fuck. You're in war. That's completely different than saying I don't care that if a grandchild dies as means of a bombing, right? Like when the beeper attacks happened in Lebanon, when there were kids that were affected and died. Yeah, that's shitty. But there were a bunch of people who were defending it, being like, "Oh no, we attacked the you shouldn't have been around the pager. You're around terrorists. If you're around the pager, you're the son of a terrorist. That's your fault." That's kind of the issue. Like when you have people
I
who are
will say I
blaming.
still stand by that. By the way, listen.
course
It's
you do.
acceptable.
Of course
Acceptable
you do.
losses.
Pager
It's a
bombs.
war. So it's
Of
a
course you
wartime.
do.
Hold on. This is kind of what I
Yeah,
wanted
you
to
and
hear.
Misfit,
Hold on,
you and
sorry,
Misfit
hold on.
Hopping.
Hold
No,
on.
no, no.
You actually were right earlier about
I do
asking
want
this
to.
question.
Sorry, guys.
Shows your logic.
Hold
I've
on.
been waiting for
We
like 45
hold
minutes.
on, guys. Hold on.
I
One second. Hold on, 1 second, guys. I'm going to give you the choice, right? Because we've already like run past the time where we usually start our topic. Okay, so we can continue on with this for a little bit, or we can just switch to the topic. And
this is more
on that.
fun.
That's what you guys all are game for,
I mean,
right?
we're heated. We're heated. So whatever.
Promotion's already started, so might as well.
Okay, so I'll let few people go,
but I just want to be
and then we'll
yeah.
reassess from there because that's what people came here for. I want to give them a shot, right?
But
so let's all right. Ali, finish what you're going to say, and then I'm going to go to Scott. I'm going to go to Gibbs, and I'll finish out with Doobie, and then maybe we'll move on.
Like in the conversation, Bam, you keep moving the goalposts. It started with grandchildren, then now it's is like Russian soldiers that are good people. Are you okay with them? Like the goalpost keeps moving because at a certain point, at a certain point, it comes to you: was like Hitler a bad person, or was he just trying to defend his country? Were the Nazis bad, or were they just doing their jobs? And people who believe that their country was being overtaken, it's like every person can be a good person with your level of like charity.
Hitler was with his wife. It's okay that she died. Like,
what about his grandkids? What about his grandkids?
I'm not talking about what actually happened.
What about Nazi soldiers that were just kind of good people, but they fell into like, is it okay if they died?
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying in practicality, yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I think the
Prime's
point.
saying
Well, no, I
too.
think the point that Bam is making is there's a difference between celebration and stoic resolve, right? Like if you celebrate like for example, if you celebrate the deaths of the Palestinian children, you're probably pretty fucked up. If you celebrate the deaths of like Israeli children, you're probably pretty fucked up. If you celebrate the deaths of the children in the Donbass who were blown up by Ukrainian cluster bombs, right, that we never talked about, right, you're pretty
what
fucked
about
up
the
if you
leaders
celebrate that.
of like Hamas or
But,
IDF or something
sure,
like
sure,
that?
well, yeah, for all those like things, you can say that's tragedies and we shouldn't celebrate that. But I think there's a difference.
No. I'm saying you could celebrate
that.
leaders.
Well, we're talking about specific acts versus specific people. So, like when it comes to the pager bombs, right? That was brought up. You can say this was like a very in a military action, a relatively responsible attack, right? For how you're going to engage in warfare. And to the extent that civilians were involved, that's a tragedy. We shouldn't celebrate that. We should like mourn that, right? And that's I think what Bam is saying. That's what I'm saying, right? Like you don't have to discount all action to say that you shouldn't celebrate the collateral damage that comes with military action.
No,
but what people are doing right now is celebrating the cancer that Biden has.
That's what me and Prime were saying is that we wouldn't celebrate the children that just happened to be part of the attack because the original example was if Netanyahu got bombed with his wife and his grandkids, we would, and then he tried to insinuate that we would be okay with it because we would be cheering on the fact that Netanyahu got bombed, and that we would overlook it in a conversation and we wouldn't even talk about it because we would care so much, and he's trying to pin that on us. That's not like.
But he's kind
at
of
all.
right there though. If this is
Hold
what
on,
I
let's
was
go.
gonna
Let's
move
go
this
to
to.
Scott Gibbs, and then Doobie.
So I think Bam is right descriptively. I just think he is. Right. And I think to Lactoid's point, right, there's a difference between celebration and you're okay with it. I think what Bam was trying to, and I'm not trying to speak for you, Bam, so much as you were
No, I think you're on the right
getting
page.
bogged down in them yelling at you, right? So
Yeah.
just
It
outside
was
perspective.
combative. You can break it
It's
up,
like
yeah.
when we're talking about like what is going on in Gaza and whether or not Biden is receptive to it. It's I think there is, at least from Biden's perspective, is that like there's no right answer here, and every answer is going to lead to death. And so his political position is this middle fence thing. Now, obviously, I'm more cynical in terms of like money and politics and things of that nature, but if you believe that the war is that any war is justified, then you're going to have to be at the very least baseline willing to accept. Maybe okay is the bad word because it's coded to be
Yeah, willing
almost
to
mean
accept might be a
morally
better
good,
word.
but you're willing to accept the death of innocents that have nothing to do with this, because the alternative is you don't fight back. The alternative is you don't get to kill those people, right? And so I think this whole conversation actually um, goes much earlier to a point Lactoid made, which was this concept of like polite politics. And I think this is really the big problem, is that people are vibing out their political hatred, and they're vibing out why they dislike someone because one political issue seems to really affect them. And I think Gaza and what occurs there in the photographs there are a guttural kind of like thing, but politics is violence. Unless it's libertarian, it's violence. That it is stealing money from people. Every time you say we want to increase the tax, you're saying less job opportunity, less promotions, lower page for lower salaries for workers. Like someone somewhere, instead of getting a promotion and staying with their family, goes back to those drugs that they were hooked on before, right? Like there are deaths with every single policy where you are regulating an industry or taking taxes or involved in a war is causing death. And so this entire concept of like of I hate this politician specifically is the problem, as far as I can tell. It is this, we have this veneer of moral good for politicians that steal, that take from us, that regulate our lives, that enslave us, and that cause deaths regularly with everything because 52% of people agree with whatever this fucking policy is. And I think it's a contradiction in our logic that leads towards us praising or having this false sense of sympathy for monsters. But in terms of the overall discussion, I just wanted to add this really quickly. Everybody should go to Amazon Kindle if you want to listen to audiobook, or just buy it somewhere else and get the book Ordinary Men and the Reserve Battalion 101 and the Final Solution in Poland, right? Because I think far too often we view things so that our moral compass can feel good. We view things in very black and white scenarios, and I think that is a amazing book at showcasing how some of the most well-meaning people, right, police officers in Poland who only chose to work for the Nazis because someone else would do it, and they thought that if they did it, it wouldn't be that bad, can eventually be moved into taking pregnant women and blowing their brains out and throwing them into the mass body graves, right? Like, and those are normal men that started off with good intentions. That's what war does to us all.
I would agree. Lottie, put your hand down. I'm like, I need to move on to get through this.
Okay.
So, Gibbs and then Doobie.
Yeah. So I kind of want to come back to something that sociologic that you brought up about 20 minutes ago, and you said like, what is okay, right? And I was kind of going to try to interject with like, yeah, when we talked about the pager attacks, and they're like, oh, there was some collateral damage. It's kind of like let's okay. I would say I'm more Israel than Palestine or Hamas in this argument, right? But really, I don't care. I'm pretty like neutral. Doesn't affect me too much on my day to day. Doesn't affect my bottom line. That's how I vote. So guess what? If I was a Houthi rebel over in Yemen or whatever, and I somehow got into Israel, and I saw Netanyahu with his wife and kids and like 15 grandkids and all their cousins and what, and there was 50 people there, and it was just not Netanyahu is the only one, I would take the shot and I would blow the whole place up, right? Like that would be the strategic sense. Why? Because that's the acceptable loss. Now, at the same time, I wouldn't turn around and be like, oh, Bin Laden is in Karachi in, I don't know, like on the India-Pakistan border. You know what we're going to do? Let's go drop a nuke on it and take out the whole city just to get one man. Like, that's not acceptable loss, right? I think so when we're saying, like, when Bam says, oh, y'all are okay with this, yeah, y'all are going to say, yeah, it's sad that, you know, little Timmy and their like nephews all got blown up. But y'all are absolutely not going to dwell on that fact for more than to say that. If y'all are going to go, well, it's good because Netanyahu had it coming. And so, like, I got to say, when y'all are sitting here going, oh, hey, you know, we would stand on this tall, moral, reprehensible, it would be bad. Yeah, I don't think y'all are bad people for saying, there's an acceptable amount of collateral damage that you're willing to accept. I also don't think you're rooting for, oh, little Timmy to get killed, but I think you're perfectly okay with a certain amount of people getting killed to like get the guy y'all want out gone in like certain situations. I think every human is at some level. I think that's a primal thing, and for y'all to deny that, I think is bullshit. Like if we're being real.
Let's go to Doobie.
Dang, me and Gibbs agree. That's probably
Yeah, I think I don't know. I find this very strange, to be honest with you. Like I think this feels like sanitizing, and it feels like you're kind of whitewashing and building like a mythology around this person that oh, it's such a great public servant. And I can agree with Scott that we have to accept, you know, some level of violence in politics, right? When I vote for higher taxes, right, I'm accepting that if somebody doesn't pay those taxes, they might end up in a cage or dead, right? I accept this, right? So we all do this, right? This is just how the world works, right? So, but there's a point beyond that. I mean, obviously, advocating for supporting what I believe is a genocidal ethno-state while it's committing a genocide, while its politicians are going on in fucking public giving speeches in support of this
There's no
genocide.
space between those things. Those are practically synonymous.
Yeah, like, and while they are, we have people within this country who are funding terrorists in the West Bank who are stealing land, attacking people, murdering people, with not only the support of that people in our country, but the support of the Israeli government. Right? Who they're doing this into Palestinians in the West Bank. Like, I think that's a level beyond, you know, just accepting that taxation and, you know, the requirement to pay your taxes exists. I think that's like supporting intentional fucking evil. I think I consider this to be evil, right? The clear picture of evil in the modern day is what's happening there, right? So if this guy, for whatever reasons, right, whatever philosophical reason, maybe he thinks it's in the end of the day it's going to be better for the United States if Israel gets to do whatever the fuck he wants there. Maybe he's just getting a lot of money, right? And it's better for him and his family, right? If he supports them, whatever the fuck his reasons are, right? He's supporting evil. So I get to say, hey, it's a good. If I hope you fucking die. I hope your cancer hurts. I hope you. I hope it drags on for a very long time and every moment's painful. Right? Fuck you. Right? And I think that's fine.
Oh, okay. Can
No,
I
go for it.
respond to that? I'll try and be quick, but
I will.
just very
You're
quickly,
only trying to be
I
quick.
agree.
All
Well,
right.
hold on. I'll be quick. I will be quick. I agree with you that there's a substantive difference between supporting a war or supporting a genocide somewhere and taxation. The problem is that the difference is a vibe difference. It's a difference of feelings. It's a difference of you don't have a grounded philosophical argument here other than it crosses some threshold that makes me feel real bad. Only the libertarian has the thing that says these are both aggression, and I can say the other is a worse form of aggression, but I because of property damage or because of, you know, the amount of damages or the amount of, but when you just talk about these vague notions of human suffering, they come down to subjective assessments, and this is exactly why people can view one side of the political camp as evil and their side as justified, because their level of aggression they believe amounts to a better world and vice versa.
You could find anything. Any political side could
What?
find something. Of course.
No, yeah,
Hold on,
this
like-
is. Oh, sorry, you go, Doobie.
You don't think pro-lifers could find a reason to like hate all of you?
No,
of course,
I mean,
of course. So, like,
400,000 dead
but
babies
calling this
is way
calling
worse than
this,
Gaza.
Way
was.
worse than
calling
Gaza.
this hold on, calling this like a vibes thing. I mean, I guess people have feelings. When I see you know, a news story about somebody being like tortured to death in Israel or anywhere, yeah, I don't like that. And when I find out that my tax money is going to fund that torture, or going to fund a bomb that just set a bunch of children on fire, yeah, I don't like this. It makes me feel bad. So I'm gonna say, hey, we shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be supporting the person who's letting that happen. Yeah, that's vibes, I guess. Like not wanting people to be impaled on a fucking spike is a vibe, I guess. It's
You're
a
going
feeling that I
further,
have.
though. You're going further.
But
Yeah,
you know, like that's
sorry,
no,
but
but like I think there's like there's an intent and there's like a function, right? So like what is the intent of taxation, right? What is the intent of sending that bomb over to have those children set on fire? I mean, I think we're still like very far away from each other. And I can understand from the libertarian's perspective, it's all aggression, it's all whatever. But I think from my perspective, and I think from the vast majority of people's perspectives, this is you're like worlds apart here.
So
Yeah, that's the problem with not accounting for unintended consequences.
I'm gonna use my privilege to do last word on this and then move on. So to get to the topic at hand before we lose too much time. Yeah, vibes, sure, but like that's okay because that's how most human beings operate. Yes, it would be great if everyone had a grounded philosophical understanding for why they feel the way they feel, right? Or to make to find an exact line in the sand where one amount of aggression is too much, another amount is just under, right? Yeah, that would be better. But like, I don't know, that's not how society works. We can, if you want, like. Put more funding into philosophy training so more people can reach that level of enlightenment. But like whatever, right? Like whether I agree with Gibbs or not, right? His assessment that like bombing Netanyahu is one thing, right? And his family is one thing, and then nuking Pakistan/Afghanistan to kill Osama bin Laden is another thing, right? Yeah, yes, it's vibes, right? That's what he described as vibes, right? But we can understand on a very human level that there is a scale here that's involved. And yes, it's vague and it's messy because we don't know where that line is, and then it invites contradictions within our conversations. But okay, we can manage that. We manage to do that all the time. Like that's just how that is. So it's okay.
Yeah, we live in
but
a society
beyond that,
is also like a vibes thing. I disagree with policy on vibes.
I would love
society.
policy to be strictly on facts and hard numbers and data. I wish that was the case. That's not the society that we live in, unfortunately. But we can society that could push for. It's something we can definitely push for. I think it'd be better if we push for it. To your point, Scott. But like that's not the way it is. And then living in this real world, we can still manage.
I don't want to distract, but you're not.
Yeah.
Y'all
So
both aren't really addressing it, but it would derail.
okay, so that's fine. Yeah, Biden, horrible individual. Horrible individual. We can so to be clear, everyone can decide for themselves like where they land on this. Like I can't impose that everyone should feel the way I feel about this. Clearly not, right? But I think it's silly when but as I can't impose and I can't decide for you, right? I just want the same courtesy on the other end, right? Because we see people trying to shame others for saying, "Yeah, fuck Biden, fuck him and his cancer," right? Hope it's painful if someone says, that. "Yeah, that's actually a valid response," just like saying, "Hey, best wishes to the family," right? That's also a valid response if that's what they want to do. But like, I won't be shamed. To be clear, I won't be shamed for recognizing the harm that this man has done, the direct harm that this man has done in the world. Right? He's an awful human being. And for the rest of my life, fucking life, right? I would drag his name through the mud. I would drag if I have a chance to shit on his grave, to actually drop my pants and shit on his grave. I'll do that. I'll do that.
Trump's big.
Because of
I have a real compromise. Here we go. If you are a family member, if you are a family member of a famous person, just get off of the fucking internet when they die or they get sick for a couple days.
That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I agree with that. But yeah,
no matter what, it's not going to be good for you, no matter where you are.
And I'd also shit on Trump's in case I was with Biden. I would absolutely
yeah,
shit
see,
on
that-
Trump's
why
grade
is
as
that?
well.
Why-
Because
I
of
hope
how
you guys
moral-
want to change the
but my
topic.
focus being on Biden because Biden was the one who had the cancer. Fuck Biden. And
Not even that. Biden
the-
was like the Democrat that technically is supposed to be your side. So if your side affected you more and hurt you more, you expect the other side to be like repugnant and not like hold to your values. So obviously you would hate the person that affected your side from the inside more.
And to be clear, Lactoid said that like, oh, when it comes to the other person's side, to the other side, well, we don't accept this. Yeah, to be clear, yeah, Biden was ostensibly on the left, right? And I say fuck Biden.
That's not.
I say
no.
fuck Trump too. I say fuck them all.
What I'm saying is that
So hold on, I'm gonna use my privilege because
you said that I said something that seems a little bit mischaracterizing.
Yeah, no, whatever. No, I'm saying I'm
this
using
is
my
a better
privilege. We
conversation.
do have to go on because we have like an hour long. This is what people came for, so I gotta.
All right. Well, just be clear. I reject that characterization. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay, well then bring it up after, right? And write it down. No, write it down. So
No,
if you guys
look,
wanna-
I mean, people can come to their own conclusions. What I said.
No. I'm saying
I reject it.
I'm saying write it down, and then after or the topic, we can discuss it, whatever your objection is. But I just got to move on because now we only have an hour left. Hello all. This is a very round table. What do you do?
Already now.
All right. And we got a lot to discuss here. A lot to talk about. Hey guys, if you enjoyed that conversation, consider supporting the channel. We haven't got any support this month, so support the channel. I mean on Twitch. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. If you got a resub, please use your resub. We do need your help. So if you want to support this channel, help us out. We don't have any support this month, but if you like what we're doing, right, come through, support the channel. We do need your help. All right, so we're gonna run through the topic. I'll run through our openings. We're gonna do it quickly. The topic is the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, LAHSA, 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 has come under fire for having poor accounting practices and apparently poor performance in completing its mandate to house the homeless. This comes as the California state government cannot account for billions in taxpayer dollars that was sent to address the homeless issue. Do you think these efforts to address the homeless problem are worth it? If the corruption allegations are true, does that invalidate the compassionate reasoning behind these policies? If the allegations are true, is this a reflection of failings of the left? And how would you suggest these towns and cities handle homelessness? Okay, so just quickly, if if you haven't been following at all, California has put literally billions of dollars into addressing its massive homeless issue, and for very little result. Right? There's like certain stats on this, but like basically the amount of money like per homeless person that's actually been housed or actually have received services like wildly skewed. Right? Like per millions, like for one individual. And it implies, right? Well, this will have to be proven in court or whatever, right? But it implies that there's some sketchy shit happening, that people may have been taking money off the top, right? That is simply the implication of what's and worse yet, California just cannot account for the money, right? The money has gone out the door and they don't know where it went, right? So I mean, what is this? The Pentagon, right? It's the only place that's acceptable. We're trying to see does this have wide implications? One on like democratic policies, right? And the people who advocated for these things are these policies themselves. Are they the thing that's flawed, really, or is it maybe the way they've been implemented, right? Because there's a large cluster of nonprofits that administers this money. It goes out from the government, but the government mostly doesn't actually do it themselves. They hire nonprofits, a whole constellation of nonprofits to actually do the work, right? And then the money just kind of disappeared. So maybe that's the problem. So let's just discuss that, guys. Keep it quick. Lactoid.
All right. So the whole thing's a scam to begin with, but like leaving that aside, to address something I think a problem that I think is really narrowly tailored to this being a government program in the first place. Because I mean, fraud does happen in private industry as well. But in the public, one of the differences here is that there is no end point in the same way there is for a private business. The reason why you have these massive pension funding obligation shortfalls in Illinois and these other states, where per household, every average household owes $26,000 to the state just for pensions that they're never gonna really never gonna get funded, is because when fraud and scams happen in the government, the solution is just raise more taxes. We can always just take more from the people, and you can bleed a large amount of people for a much longer period of time, as opposed to in the private system where if one company experiences fraud, they may go bankrupt. And the problem is now the problem has a rational endpoint. So I think this is kind of a problem with the kind of general system. And here we see it on full display, where you see widespread fraud, and it's costing tremendous amounts of money. And it's not going to solve. Nothing's going to be solved here. They're just going to keep raising taxes on people to pay for it.
Scott.
Oh yeah, since I'm Fabian Liberty, you can find me. Just Google Fabian Liberty, you find me. Yeah, this is just how government works. Like this isn't a unique scam or scandal. This is just how government works. Like when you see children of rich kids and they're like, "I'm a philanthropist," like this is what they're talking about, right? It's just funneling money to wealthy donors and NGOs. Like this is how several billionaires have made their billions, is just utilizing government funds through NGOs. And it's exactly as Lactoid described. The government is bad, taxation is bad, but the government isn't that bad at just doling out money, right? It's not that difficult. But when the government starts trying to do projects and infrastructure and starts hiring out corporate contracts, and then charity and like empathy and all these bleeding heart high ideals get involved, it is a recipe for just rampant corruption and rampant waste. That's just how government operates. It's nothing special.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey Campbell.
Yeah, I would, I guess, essentially agree that it seems to be an example of bad government. Now, whether good government actually exists, I guess, is maybe a different question. But to what I extracted from the article and the videos, and also like in the prompt, it's like, at least as far as I can tell, just well, a large sum of money has disappeared, and that an investigation is underway to determine what happened. But if that money was actually allocated in the end in a good way, then not inherently a bad thing. So I guess I sort of reserving judgment to see what the outcome is. But I might be mistaken about that. But that being said, if in fact, okay, money was essentially, lost and unaccounted for, and it's just gone into the void, yes, that is bad, not good. And let's say that wouldn't surprise me coming out of California. At least from what I understand, overall, California is inefficient and has, sort of a regulation problem. And they can't even get, high-speed rail done. So solving homelessness, probably not in the cards right now. So, but all that being said, to wrap it up, I think the intentions are good. I'm in favor of policies that address homelessness, but probably California is probably doing it in a poor way, and I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel bad that my libertarian counterparts here didn't say do the thing and say, hey, all taxation's going to shit is theft and this is all corruption in the end. Because I mean, I actually kind of echo that sentiment on this. Anytime we spend welfare or homeless money, I don't see any fundamental difference between Joe, the child of whatever philanthropist person, steal the money, and the hobo getting it and wasting it on crack. Oh, the money just disappeared either way. It's total bullshit. So when we're gonna cry about it, yeah, whatever. However, I do think this is a prime example for like people that are in the camp of we should have some government being able to point and saying, hey, the Dems have gotten together and they've gotten in cahoots and we got corruption. And this is exactly the kind of shit that Doge is supposed to be cleaning out. We got over here looking like what we have with the USAID, where they were just doing all the same sort of shit. That's the same kind of thing that's happening in California. California is basically the third world now at this point. It's terrible. It's a shithole. I'll say it right now. Every time I go to California, I almost get stabbed. Sometimes I have been stabbed. It's amazing. I live here in Texas, is, and I don't have that problem. And there's hobos outside my house. I bitch about literally days, every day. I say I'll talk about it. I've never been stabbed. You know why? Because they know what happens when you do that here. And it's just crazy that this third world shithole, they can't figure out homelessness. And then Trump goes, hey, let's take some of this USAID money, or well, no, not USAID money. It was the money for some of the illegal migrant housing, and we're going to house some U.S. vets. And now they're screaming how bad that is and all this shit. At the same time, we have Prime giving us a panel today about how there's probable corruption within the own homelessness thing. And it's just, I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of my tax dollars going to what's obviously a fleece. And we just need to gut the whole welfare system in general, I think, at this point. That's what I think.
Thank you so much, Chai.
We know that's because it doesn't benefit you in any way, Gibbs. We know that's why you think that, by the way.
That's true.
I give my change to the homeless people. I will take them into the store and I will let them build their own sub. I will spread kindness to them. I think caring about people, even though there is corruption in every field you look in, is still good. It's nice to put that out in the world. But I also do think that California has made itself in a way where it is its own little system, where it just takes advantage of this and implements its own hidden objectives behind some of the legalities of the way that they work, where they're like controlling the number of homeless people, but also not really helping them. Like they're in these certain stipulations when it comes to, oh, well, you can't kick people out if you don't have anywhere to house them, but you're not utilizing these empty housing. And you're like, oh, well, building new ones would be expensive. Utilize the empty ones then so you could get them off the street and help them. I think helping homeless people is good. But I definitely think they're taking advantage.
Let's go to our friend Doobie. I know he has very strong opinions about this.
I think they should be executed, actually, after a trial. But I think that if there's anybody who's using this program to benefit themselves, their donors, whatever the fuck.
I thought you meant the homeless.
I 100.
That's what I
no,
thought too.
not the homeless.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe,
I was like, are you
not the
pro-homeless
homeless, okay? All of the
genocide? Like, genocide the homeless.
Any of these like corrupt fucking
Doobie or Hitler, let's
politicians,
do it.
lobbyists, like they 100% should be like given the death penalty. Like it's fucking disgusting, right? And these programs like Scott's right, unfortunately, right? In California especially, I'm sure it's similar in other states, but throughout my life, every time we have one of these fucking programs, right? They get everybody behind it, holding hands. We're gonna end homelessness in California. We're gonna give the kids iPads and fucking music courses and shit like this. Every single time, right? There's no bid contracts for politically connected lobbyists through their fucking construction companies or their nonprofits, quote unquote. And we find out these people are making $400,000-$500,000 a year, and all the money is getting eaten up in the administration. And then at the end of the day, nothing fucking happens. It just fucking goes nowhere. And then 4 years later, another big thing. Oh God, the homeless problem. We gotta get more tax money for these fucking kids, for these fucking homeless people. It just cycles over and over and over again. It's never ending, right? So I looked into this. I was aware of this before, but I looked into it again, right, leading up to this to make myself angry. Some of these fucking people. It was like in some cases like $800,000 per homeless person, right? That to like house them, $800,000. Like they should have just fucking given the guy a check for $200,000. It would have been fine. Okay, like it would have maybe overdosed in a week, but that's better than $800,000 going to fucking nothing.
Amen.
Like they had these fucking units, and they had these fucking units in near downtown LA, right? Very nice units, very fancy. It was like a brand new building that they built, right? Just like fucking high end as fuck. 15 people lived in there. The fucking building cost millions of dollars to make. I think it was like $20 million or something like this. 15 people. It's fucking crazy. There's no excuse for that. I think obviously this money's being eaten up by lobbyists and donors and all these politically connected people, and they 100% should be given the death penalty. I hope they're destroyed. I hope they're ruined forever. I hope all their families are ruined. I hope everybody who benefited from this is ruined, because the homeless situation in California is really fucking bad. Like really, really bad. Like, I've told you guys that my wife and I, before her pregnancy progressed, we'd go to Skid Row, right? And we'd pass out food, water bottles, clothing, blankets, things like this. And it's like, I don't even know how to describe it in a way that's like, makes sense, right? It's like, it feels like you're walking into like a medieval village. where it's just like muck and trash and just fucking, it's awful, right? It's really, really bad. So if people understanding that this is the situation, and they chose to use this money to enrich themselves anyway, then yeah, it's, I can't. I hope they die. Okay.
Got it. Um, so looking at this policy in particular, yeah, it seems that there was corruption and people taking money, but I don't believe that that's legitimately necessarily the main problem. Homelessness in particular in the United States, California especially, but across the United States, has been one of the issues that people get attached to their method more than the actual outcomes and what practically works. And it seems, unfortunately, left, right, center, however you want to draw it up, we don't have, at least as far as like major positions, there doesn't seem to be a great solution for homelessness. If you ask someone generally on the left, and was a position I even believed at a point in time until you do a little bit of research, that it's like, oh, there's just rich people who are holding all the houses, and if they're just sitting on empty houses that the homeless people could live in. If you actually look at the vacancy rates in these communities, it's extremely low. These are some of the most sought after rents in the country, or on the planet actually. They're really, really aggressive. If there's a vacancy open today, it's probably gone tomorrow. That's like there isn't enough housing out there. But the other thing that doesn't seem to work, I actually was recently watching a debate between Sam Cedar and Ezra Klein talking about abundance and the issues of dealing with housing. Like there is truth to, maybe like Toy was saying it, or no, Doobie was saying it, that the cost per unit is just unfeasible because people are expecting like uh, there's negative externalities with building cheaper housing, but like, quality of health and things like that people want to factor in and care about homeless people. But what people don't understand is that it's going to be like monumentally better than being homeless. And then there's the perspective of like, we actually tried to do the center left option on homelessness of just building houses for homeless people in the past, under LBJ and the public housing project. About to say, it pretty much placed specifically the black community, but all poor people into the quote unquote projects, and it created a community for impoverished people, and it didn't seem to actually help our situations in a lot of cases. It just seemed to create a community of poverty. Like it just put all the poor people together, and but it didn't actually improve people's situations. So the unfortunate reality is we just have to keep doing research into what the data shows, and you're probably going to need pretty aggressive policy. I'm almost done because I know we got to be quick. There's in California in particular, the vast majority of homeless people probably will never be in a position, just because of the cost of rents, to ever like climb out of homelessness to a position where they can afford $3,000, $3,500, $4,000 a month rent. Like probably 85% of them, they just can't. So they probably need to be moved to other more cost effective places. And then there's probably, of that, another 40% that, regardless of financial situation, aren't mentally able to like be taken care of by themselves. They probably need to be some form of institutionalized, and that's a really uncomfortable conversation to have too. But I don't know. I can't solve homelessness. I wish I could.
Ali.
Uh, yeah, everything Doobie said. I think these politicians can claim, or these like corporations or companies or NGOs or whatever, they can claim they care all they want, but at the end of the day, it's just it's gonna cost. It costs too much. It takes too much work. There isn't enough resource, whatever it may be. I mean, to me, it's really fucking simple. We have abandoned housing and apartment buildings all over this country. You fix them up a little bit. You make them cheap. You make cheap rent. You stop automating so many jobs. You pay people a little bit more of a living wage, and there we go. We solve. that solves homelessness, maybe some mental health, right? Tackle some mental health, some drug issues. But yeah, I feel like it's simple, which probably means it's not. And but I just don't think people actually care. I'm kind of getting more and more to like an anarcho-capitalist standpoint. I'm like, fuck all these people, because it's like it doesn't seem like anything's
That's the
benefiting.
philosophy.
It just doesn't seem like we're putting our trust. I don't trust any charities. I don't trust any NGOs. I don't trust like that the government necessarily cares for like any interests outside of like whoever's funding their pockets the most, like lining their pockets. I don't know. It's I've lost trust in these institutions. Kind of it's at this point like it feels like the country is forcing you to fend for yourself, right? And so it's just like yeah, I don't know why I would. Yeah, it seems like they want you to fend for yourself because they want everyone they funded for themselves and they don't care. So it's like it's tough. It's tough.
Mhm. Like I said, but LBJ and I guess we're open now. LBJ tried to do the just build more housing route. Like
It's not just build more housing. We have rent shouldn't be. I'm sorry, like in a regular suburb in like it shouldn't be $1,700 to $2,000 to rent a 1-bedroom apartment. Like it rents just we have the housing. It's just too expensive. We have the jobs, but they just don't pay enough. And it's just like we look around and we like wonder why people are on drugs in the streets. Is because they can't afford fucking much else.
But it's the markets. Like my rent's not $1,700. My rent is actually $725. But I also live in the state of Alabama. And that's I was about to say, and everybody can't live in LA, New York.
Yeah, but how many people can move to Alabama and get a job and maintain $750 rent, right? Like how much jobs do you guys have in your area?
These homeless people don't have jobs to begin with.
But
Skid Row.
It's hard for me to pick up and move to North
They don't have
Dakota.
jobs. That's why they're living in California. That's why they're living in warm states, so they don't deal with the fucking
you have the entire
environment,
South.
so on and so forth.
If you have a population influx to a state, the jobs will come. Jobs will follow.
So first, I want to try. If you want to say something, I'll give you the space, and we'll go to Scott, and then we'll Doobie.
Like, as a normal person, if you can understand how hard it is to pay rent, how do you think it is for them in California of all places? It must be horrible. And I can't afford to just pick up, because I've looked at the demographic of where I can really get a place that's worth good money with my specific person, and it's in the middle of the country. I can't afford to just pick up and move. I don't have anybody out there. I don't have any
Who
family.
wants to live in the middle of the country?
Like,
Middle America's rough, man.
I don't have any connections out there. How would I just pick up and move to begin with as a normal person that isn't homeless?
I hear people do this all the time. Hold on, I know women all the time. I specifically who will just move across the country to like live with a random dude. I'm sorry if they
Hold
on. These guys don't have jobs half the time. They're just doing it on a whim. And I see this all the time. And if those people can do
all the time,
like regularly, like at least once a week. Like it's crazy. It's crazy that like this demographic of people that exist can do.
So are you saying give homeless people makeovers and give them Discord accounts?
Somehow these people
unironically,
with no resources.
A good Tinder account.
Should we just start looking for attractive homeless people and make a dating website?
Acting like a person of legal age and that's sane can't spend the minimum of just like go on their phone and start looking for jobs somewhere.
Brother, you can. It is doable.
What phone? They're homeless. What phone?
Homeless people have phones.
Homeless people have phones. You can jump on a Greyhound almost anywhere in the country for less than $100. Usually it's like $50. Like
that's still a lot of money. What if they need to eat?
Hold on, the average hobo.
What if they need their cocaine?
Hold on, the average homeless person makes over $50K a year if off begging nationwide is what I looked at. Between $40 and $50K off begging.
Let homeless people do drugs,
all that. A lot of us
just a vast disproportionate amount, dude.
If you're telling me they can't earn over a course of 3 or 4 days enough to go get fucking a Greyhound ticket, give me a break, bro. I've seen
yes.
So
ridiculous.
Okay,
they can't do this.
It's weird. So I was gonna jump in later, but I just gotta address this really quickly. Like, all right, physically moving like Chai, right? I don't know what her bank account looks like, right? But I'm sure she has enough to physically move her body, right, from point A to point B, right?
Yes.
Wherever that place was, right? Let's say it was Kansas. I don't know where she lives, but like, let's say it was Kansas, right? I'm sure she can actually manage to move her body from one spot to the other, right? That's different from planting yourself there, having a life, having a social infrastructure that allows you to live about spending on other things. I don't know if, like, let's say Chai had children. I don't know if she does, but if she did, right? Like, well, if you no longer have your mother and your father around to help with you to daycare, all of a sudden your living expenses go way up, even though maybe your housing expenses went down, right? All these things factor into this, right? To sort of say, hey, well, like, I know some like hobo women who abandon everything to meet broke ass guys, right? That happens every week. That according to Gibbs, right? Every week, like hobo women do these things, right? Move across the country for some broke ass guy. Yeah,
Hobos seem to
sure.
surround your
I'm
life.
sure they can physically do that, right?
You should
But whether
leave
that be a good idea, an actual good idea, a feasible way to live your life, right? For Chai Bunny and like normal people, like you said previously, right? Maybe that's a different thing. Let's go to our friend.
Well, then you have to hope that North Dakota or wherever they're moving them
Gibbs
to
should
have the stability to even house them there too.
North Dakota isn't a good place to be homeless.
So-
It's too cold. But like further south,
So,
yeah.
The houses
so
are cheap as fuck, though.
there when we were talking about homelessness, right? Because we've kind of gotten off of, I think everybody kind of agrees, I guess, at this point, that this is just how government and NGOs work with this bullshit. I thought I'd have no
I don't
pushback
agree
on that.
I don't
Yeah, I
agree.
think
I
government is a good
haven't
thing.
gotten my chance to push back. But
All
go
right,
ahead.
all right, we'll get to that later. Then I'll follow the vibe, if you will, of the conversation. So we're really kind of talking about two things when we're talking about homelessness. So one is available housing and the cost of housing, and when we're specifically talking about homelessness, the absolute wrong answer is to give corporations and kids of millionaires and billionaires with Harvard degrees that they use for philanthropy, millions of our tax dollars to solve this problem. As we see, it doesn't fucking work. The right answer is twofold. One is we need to abolish localized welfare. Even if you are pro welfare, right, and I can't win you on this bullshit welfare, at the very least, we need to nationalize those welfare programs as opposed to localizing them. Because what often happens with the homeless population is they will get to an area, they have all of these issues, they finally get into a shelter, and then they get the quote unquote help that they presumably need in. And what the problem is once they get that help and they become kind of like dependent upon that help to survive in that area, they can't leave that area for job opportunities. So even though, we talked about moving from point A to point B with your body isn't that big of a deal, it often means losing all of the programs that might have taken you 6 months of paperwork in order to get to go somewhere where a job is. And what we really want is we want someone living in one state that has nothing but the clothes on their back to be able to move to another state very quickly if there's a job opportunity and a cheap house, right? We don't want them stuck in an area like LA where there is no affordable housing and there isn't a job opportunity for them. They ought to be able to move across the state or even to another state if they get a job. But a lot of times these localized welfare programs keep them locked where they're at. The second is I think an obvious one that most people understand, which is, NIMBY laws, land use restrictions, things of that nature. When you have these laws of not in my backyard, for those that are uninitiated, I guess, right, where you can only build, high-rise apartment buildings, which is cheap housing, in certain areas of the city, what does this do? Well, one, it artificially inflates the price of housing because there's plenty of places that we could build apartment buildings, but because rich people have decided they don't want that anywhere near their neighborhood, they made it illegal. But also, it puts a massive constraint on public transit and a massive constraint on the ability of poor people to be able to work, right? Because if I have to, if you have a car, it's not really a big deal to commute 20 or 30 minutes in your car from your suburb to go, to where a job is. But if you can only afford rent in like downtown area, but you get a job that's a 20-minute car drive away, well, you have to, but you don't have a car. Well, you have to take a bus, and hopefully the bus is there, or you have to walk, or you have to ride your bicycle. It massively limits the ability of poor people to be able to actually work a job by not having apartment buildings in all of the suburbs, in all of the city, so that there is affordable housing somewhere nearby where their actual job is, where they don't necessarily need a car. And of course, this also puts a strain on services like congestion things. So that's one problem, which is getting housing down. That's not even talking about the way our Federal Reserve and quantitative easing and how the rich intentionally inflate property values because that's how their wealth is based, because they don't pay taxes on income. They actually pay like capital gains, all of the really evil shit, right? But that's the simple shit. The other portion that we have to talk about is what is the root cause of homelessness? Beyond the fact that some people will always be homeless, because some people, that's just a reality of like, you can give them everything, they're not going to take that opportunity. But if we look at the data, what do we see? Depending on the study you're looking at, 31 to 50% of all homeless people have been in the foster care system. 20 to 25% of homeless people have a severe mental illness like bipolar disorder, paranoid schizophrenia, not like, oh, I have depression. And then somewhere between 20 to 35% have substance abuse disorder. So when we were talking about the homeless population, we were talking about people who have been in the foster care system, many of whom have been molested, beaten, treated horribly. The day that they were treated as a paycheck, and the day they turned 18, they got kicked out with nothing on their back, and they've gone through a traumatic life. Or we were talking about substance abuse disorder, drug addiction, or we were talking about severe mental health issues. So if we're going to tackle homelessness, we have to talk about what is the breakdown of the family, why are so many kids in foster care, look at how horrible our foster care system is and how can we reform that, and what are we doing about the war on drugs, are we actually helping people in that regard, and what are we doing mental health wise? Because if you don't solve those problems, it doesn't matter how fucking cheap housing is, you're still going to have the streets littered with homeless people.
Quickly, so Bobbles, give a tier 1 remembership, I guess, on YouTube. He says the majority of homeless are employed. I was going to say that as well. You just don't care about them. I guess this is talking to Lactoid. I recommend getting involved to hear from them directly, I guess. Or are you selfish? He didn't say who he was talking to, but Lactoid seems to be always a good bet.
So homeless, a couple things. So a couple things. Homelessness is categorized various different ways. The general definition of homeless could actually, like, if we're talking about just general, like, broad spectrum, it could include people who like live on their in their grandmother's house, or like live like couch surf or something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't consider that to be homeless. Normally, the kind of like actual like street urchin kind of chronic homelessness that we're referring to when we think about like homeless person, like Skid Row, the example that Doobie brought up, like this is a different kind of homeless person. This is the kind of homeless person that has been living on the street for an extended period of time, that doesn't actually like, live within like residential housing really significantly, and has disproportionately has mental health issues, drug addiction issues, et cetera, et cetera. One thing, this group of people is dramatically underemployed, obviously. Like, the very, very few jobs do these group of people have, which is generally what we think about with like the problematic homeless people. And to push back on maybe this is pushback. I don't even know if this is a pushback, but Scott, I mean, you might call this NIMBYism, but I don't want to live by these people, and I don't think I should have to. And if I can't do it through zoning laws, I'm going to do it through an HOA, because I'm sorry, like, as Juby was talking about, like going down into like what essentially is like a third world hellhole, digging through muck and garbage and destruction and crime. I mean, would you want to live around that? Do you have your kid around that? I don't think you would.
So
right?
I think there's a substantive difference between an HOA or a neighborhood or a wealthy gated community, right? Like not having an apartment building in the middle of their gated community, versus wealthy, affluent people in LA making laws that end up applying to like large swaths of the entire county, right? Or an entire county. Like, I don't disagree with you that like I might want to spend the extra money to live in a very specific neighborhood or something where these people aren't around. Right. I why not? Like, I'm all for it. But like, I do think it's a problem when zoning laws are so layered and there's so many of them that effectively there's like one area of a giant city is the only area you can legally build an apartment building. And specifically when we're talking about places, especially like LA, where it can take millions of dollars just to get through the bureaucratic red tape that has nothing to do with you even building the building to begin with.
So that's why you
let's go-
repurpose.
Expand on that, and then I'll go to Doobie.
Like, why not
Expand-
just go back to repurposing office buildings and make each cubicle its own like room, and then you could have a common area for the kitchens and the bathrooms and everything else. That's a way to avoid that.
You could
I mean,
try
I
this,
don't know
but
that
that
it
costs
always
money.
avoids that. I mean, like,
you can still NIMBY them out, right? You can still say that, like, well, when they are
zoning laws.
deciding.
Yeah,
Yeah,
zoning laws have like fuck tons of little things that are like legally necessary. Like, you're actually supporting my position when I say getting rid of NIMBY laws, because one of the reasons you can't do that is because, for it to be in a housing, it has to have a certain amount of plugs per this or a certain amount of this per that. And a lot of times when when an apartment building is built, it's built to an entirely different set of codes than an office building is. And I agree with you that you ought to be able to repurpose old office buildings, but those projects can take millions of dollars and require all kinds of inspections that they can still fail because of like bullshit tedium line item things that are part of like NIMBY laws as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say residential and residential and commercial housing. I mean, residential and commercial buildings are just dramatically different in build and scale. Like, I don't like even taking on the project of trying to convert one to the other. Like, it would just sound insane. Like, you probably
Sometimes it's
in most
more
cases it would be
expensive
more
than just
expensive
build
than
a
just
new
build
building.
another building.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to our friend Doobie, and then I want to say some things afterwards. Doobie.
So Scott touched on almost everything I was going to say, because I think he's right, and Lactoid did too. I think some of these people need way more than a house, right? They need like long-term, maybe lifelong fucking support. Some of these people I don't think will ever be able to live a normal functioning life, right? Like as a functional person. So I think, and I've been thinking, this isn't like off the cuff, right? I've been thinking about this a lot. I think we need like re-education camps or something. Like the Chinese were doing to the Uyghurs, or the Uyghur Muslims. The Uyghur Muslims, okay, like the Chinese were doing to them, something like that, but like not without the organ harvesting and shit, obviously. But something like where they can go, get healthy, put very strictly monitors so they're not doing drugs and shit and murdering each other and making sure they're taking their fucking pills to keep their schizophrenia, whatever, they're under control. And I think long term, I think this is like the only way really to handle these people. And I think there's plenty of land in the Midwest where you could do this. Right? You could
What politician could you think could survive that?
Set up some camps, right? Build up some housing there.
Sheriff Arpaio.
Yeah.
We're gonna
But I think that's like realistically like that.
Just call
okay,
it a
I know that
homeless
camp
refugee
sounds bad. Okay, I know that camp sounds
Call
bad,
it
but
a
I'm
refugee
talking about like facilities, okay? Where these people are like facilities where they're re-educated,
accommodations.
reintroduced to society over time. Because I mean the reality is that these people do need something like this. Like a lot of these people do need something like this.
Would it be like
this is
mental
true.
health
Summer
vibes
camp,
or like
but
social
like mental health and addiction.
reintroduction?
Like we have something sort of like this. We have something sort of like this in California already. It's called Project Home Key. In California, we have they repurpose like motels and hotels, like old motels and hotels, and they'll buy them and then they like renovate them and make them into like housing. And these it's called Project Home Key. Like these developments, they have like staff on hand, typically volunteers, right? Who provide like mental health, care, like therapists and drug addiction counselors that come by. And this is like a long-term thing, right? They provide like job training, and I think people need this. And I don't think you can really do this in California. I think it'd be way too expensive. I think there's way too many lactoids out there that'll fuck with them. I think you need to do it in the Midwest. There's plenty of open land. Just fucking build something out there.
So
all I can think of is a scanner darkly.
I think we should consult them to find
Why don't we just build one big
like,
city and take them all there?
Going. So,
The homeless people don't want to go there though. What if they don't consent to moving?
Put them in jail.
Don't be homeless.
You put them in. Yeah, you use the.
Then we should abolish public property. Problem solved. Physical removal.
Okay, so I want to say things. to multiple people. And I didn't even write down who said what, so you know who you are. Different types of homeless people. Lactwood said that, right? Yes, there are different types of homeless people, and I agree with you on that. What I disagree with you on that is the way that you are trying to disaggregate them. That we can understand these different people have different needs. That part's important, right? But we should be thinking about all the homeless. We understand that there's different solutions, but like when we think of the homeless, we think of this type of person. Well, if that's the case, well, then that means you're not actually looking at the entire problem, right? If you want to give them different names, maybe that would be helpful. But in any case, these people don't have their own housing. They are maybe reliant on others.
People also move.
But
People
neither does
move
a
from
child.
one state to the other. Right? Like
Exactly. Yeah.
sometimes they're in grandma's couch, but like if we don't fix the problem on grandma's couch, they become that other group.
Exactly. So that's important, right? Because they are the street urchins, the way he said it, like fucking, like he's the like fucking Aladdin, right? Like street urchins, like talking about
Aladdin was a
the kid from
villain.
Aladdin.
I will stand by this. Fuck that.
Prime,
piece
just
of shit.
clarifying,
He's
you
a
just got
liar and a
rated,
thief.
as long as you know.
I got what? Sorry?
Sure. Rated.
Rated by who? Thank you, Visora official. Hello, hi. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate you. I don't know who you are, but introduce yourself. Everyone go check out Visora official. I don't know who this person is, but I'm sure they're great. Thank you so much for the kind raid. We're talking about to the people who just came in. We're talking about the homeless industrial complex, right? Talking about how in California a lot of money has been put to this problem. They literally can't keep track of it. Like billions have gone out the door, out of taxpayers' coffers, and they don't know where that money is went. And it has is either barely helped the homeless problem, or some cases is like negatively helped that, and that like the homeless population
Negatively
has
helped.
increased, right? Yeah, like negatively. Like it's
I
so
just love
bad,
that term.
right? And so that's what we're discussing now, like
fucking
understanding the terms of all
quantum mechanics of homelessness. Negative
So,
help
like,
is
in this
hilarious.
perfect world, would they take these factories that they want to do for US made things and then give those jobs to the homeless people and then just build all of that in the same area, right? Like, wouldn't that be ideal?
One second. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. If you're just coming in,
Foxconn factories in the
we would
US,
love to have
baby.
you. I got to write down the factory thing because I got to deal with that later on.
He just recreated factory sound.
But just guys, if you just came in, hit the follow button. We'd love to have you. If this interests you, if this sounds like a fun, consider supporting the channel, or at least following the channel. Thank you so much for support. All right. But as I was saying, yes, there's different types of homeless people, but we need to have to look at this problem and like not ignore different sections of it, especially since, just like Irvin Scott implied, people can move between these different levels, right? You can start off as just like living in your car, right? Because you missed a paycheck, right? Or you got fired or something, right? An emergency happened in your life. You got evicted from your housing, and just right now you're in a car just until you get back on your feet, right? That's a fixable problem, but that can turn into a very difficult problem if you don't actually get the help that you need very quickly, right? So,
or you don't have car insurance.
This
and then you
is
get caught.
I still wouldn't.
And you don't have a car.
Well, hold on. But Polo, you could make the exact argument. You can make the exact same argument for people with a house. You could lose your house and become homeless. That doesn't mean you're homeless now. Like if you live with your grandma, I don't think you're
hold on, but you are homeless. Hold on, but we can say that you are homeless if you don't have a home, right? If you are reliant on others, you have tenuous housing.
Is a child who lives with their parents homeless?
As a child, no, their housing is tenuous.
They're
right?
reliant. They're relying on their parents for housing.
But their housing, I said tenuous housing, right? Tenuous housing could mean that, hey, I want to crash with you for a few days. And Lactoid's a good guy. He's like, yeah, sure, right? But Lactoid, being a libertarian, is like, you got to pull yourself by your own bootstraps, Prime. So now you got to get the fuck out of my house, right? In 5 days. So maybe their grandma too. You don't know the situation with their grandma.
Yeah. If their grandma says like a couple days,
housing could include family housing. Of course it does. Of course it can, right?
Maybe the
Well,
government
maybe
uses
not.
eminent domain.
Obviously,
no, you're right. You could lose your house in 5 days. You could lose your apartment in 5 days.
Yes, hold on. Yeah, hold on. You're right. Everyone is a bad day away from something awful happening. Great, but when we're talking about this problem, we have people who have actually studied this, looked at this. Yes, we can identify people who are on the edge. There are some people who will suddenly be perfectly secure and then all of a sudden be completely insecure, right? Because of one bad day. That's the thing that can happen. But when we're looking at these problems, right, we can identify people on the border, right? Usually low income individuals, usually those with maybe contract work, right? Things of that nature that aren't stable. And that they can lose their housing, or their alliance with others, and that relationship
I'm
that's
not
keeping them in
denying.
that
Yeah,
housing
I'm not
is
denying that
not
these
strong.
people exist. This
Great.
might be this might be like a little bit semantics. I just don't think like they're homeless, and I don't think that when we're talking about
Give them
homeless
another name.
people, maybe we can figure out some other name, right? Because when I'm thinking about homeless people, I think there's a telling that Doobie brought up Skid Row, because that's what I think of when I think of homeless people. I
I
think
know that's what
the person that comes up to you and panhandles you in the street, right? That's the kind
I
of,
know.
because those are the
Can I bridge
problematic
this
homeless
gap?
people.
I know.
I think I can
Understand,
bridge this.
friend.
I
Those
can
are the
bridge this
problematic
quickly,
homeless people.
and
Those are the
like,
people I don't want to live
See,
by.
they're
Yeah.
problematic because they still
I
have
think I can
hope, Prime.
connect
That's
you
the
to,
issue.
so there's no more like debate, right? Like I think there is a recognition that homelessness as an issue can go beyond the scope of those people on Skid Row, and that like we have to understand the underlying causes and like what leads to that. And at the same time, Lactoid, I agree with you that especially NGOs that are trying to get money will pump up numbers
Yep.
and will skew data and will like take things that aren't, like, because they invoke a certain image, just the same way, like when you talk to someone about like pro-choice debate, they'll like constantly bring up like rape and incest, and it's like, yeah, but that's like a small percentage of what we're actually talking about here. And I think you both have good points, but you're just like looking at it from different worries, and I think they're both valid worries here.
I move past it to all right. I think I was going to say, yeah, homeless people work. Depends on which category you're in. Like again, like our friend Lactoid said, is that different ones have different access to employment, and it also complicates the issue. They have access to some things, right? Most homeless people have, cell phones, right? You can get a cheap cell phone service and use that, or there could be some sort of welfare program that can put one of those in your pocket. But that doesn't necessarily imply that they're in a good spot, right? Just one way or the other. But okay, so I will say that the projects were a good starting point. A pushback against BAM originally, right? Projects were a good starting point. The idea, building housing, we should absolutely either build housing for individuals or put them in existing housing. What the problems of the projects was one, well, multiple things. But the two I'll focus on is one, they did concentrated poverty, and that like they didn't do mixed housing. They weren't. This government housing wasn't encouraging others of more resources to also move in there. We see this in other countries. Other countries have done exactly this. Public housing can be attractive and can be desirable, where you can have people who college degrees, right, who are just starting off and are looking for a good starter home, right, starter apartment, right, and they go to public housing. They fight for them. Because those spaces are so great, you can actually just do both. But in this country,
we probably
the
shouldn't.
second point, in this country, we specifically chose not to do that. The policies were undermined from the
We
start.
tried it in
Right?
Chicago.
The policies were undermined
things worse.
completely. Were undermined completely from the start, right? By people on the other side of the aisle, honestly, right? But also, they were denied, the people living in these projects, denied access to good paying jobs. Lots of times they didn't have good public transportation to take them outside this situation, so they're stuck in this situation, stuck surrounded by poverty, stuck surrounded by poor jobs prospects, stuck surrounded by bad schools, right? And so it just festered the issue rather than actually addressing the issue. But the idea itself of building that low income housing in itself is a bad thing.
No, we have to. You have to stop talking about ideas, and we have to deal with like how things play out. Like I said, because ideas
it plays
is
out perfect in other places. That's what I'm saying.
No, because other places aren't the United States of America. And
yeah, I know,
how politics work. No,
and
but
what I'm addressing, and I actually did address it, right? So I understand.
Doing it like them would have been just as bad or worse. I'm saying that you can't say this worked in this other country this way, so it would have had success. I'm saying the United States has a unique issue with homelessness. Like you like people have tried your idea of like, oh, we just need to make the public housing nicer, and then like rich people will move there. Actually, it's way too we like it's too expensive to make nice public housing. Like we're spending too much per unit. It's not feasible for the number of homeless people we have.
I don't.
It can't be. It shouldn't be high quality. That is the case. That's what the data says.
No. So I don't think so. One, I don't. I also this is another thing.
Private
This
housing is
thing.
far more affordable.
One is
than
a separate
public
thing. I think
housing.
we should actually be willing to throw a lot of money, even if it's an unreasonable amount of money at this issue. So let's give you that it is super expensive. I think that's okay, right? Even
No,
if
it's
that was the
not.
case, no,
There has to be a return on investment.
yeah, hold on. We can understand. No, I don't know. I'm not looking at it necessarily a return on investment. If we are going to, if we necessarily care about this issue, right?
No, that's not true.
We can be inefficient if we want to. Now, I don't suggest that we do, right? I think there's plenty of ways we can save money, but I'm okay if we are being inefficient, but actually trying to address
But it's
the
not
issue.
addressing
So
it.
I'm
You
okay
you're
with
just
that.
trying to make you've decided that you like a square peg and you want to keep pushing it through the round hole, and you're
No,
like,
I'm not. Hold
we
on.
just have to push
No,
it harder.
I'm
I'm
not.
saying
Hold
you
on.
have to
I'm
actually
looking
know that
at.
the issue works.
No, of course I do. I've looked at this issue plenty of, right? So I actually do know a lot about this issue, right? I'm saying that it's a complicated issue. I'm saying that projects
Did not work. They were
they
abject
had.
failure.
Yes, they were an abject failure. Absolutely, they were an abject failure for the things that I just said, right?
No, that's
If we
not for the
actually
reason. You were wrong.
address those
You
issues,
said if
no,
we
yeah,
just
of
made
course,
them nicer,
because that means
they
you
would
don't know
work.
fuck about all this.
We
So I
tried
got
the
to move
things that
past.
you're
Sorry,
saying.
hold on. I got to move. I got to move past this. I got
Why do
plenty
we
of
have to
other
move
things.
past it?
Well, I literally have other points here, and I got other people back in. We have a limited amount of time. But if you want to wait till afterwards, we can have a deeper conversation about how wrong you are. But in any case, so there's what else is going to say? What's important is that when we're dealing with housing, we should use it to provide services. What Doobie was talking about, I hadn't heard about this specific program, right? Well, not the re-education camps, no, no, thank you. But like when we put people in those housing, right? We have to use that opportunity if they are, especially the worst type of homeless, right? The most problematic type of homeless individuals. We have to use that opportunity to actually help these people. If we're not delivering mental health services, if we're not delivering job care, job finding services, if we're not building, I don't know, social service, all kinds of things, right? We aren't delivering them. So access to financial services. If we aren't delivering all those things, then we're failing them, right? Then we're just temporarily housing a problematic person who's probably going to freak the fuck out, destroy the property, and then leave, right? That is not actually helpful. For all these different levels of homelessness, and it's a spectrum, right? Because everything's a spectrum. You guys already know. There's a different level of solution, different level of intervention, right? And the more disastrous their situation is, the more intense that intervention is. As a society, we should absolutely be willing to put out that expense for our most vulnerable. Absolutely. That makes sense, right? Rather than billions that go off to foreign wars, I would rather billions go to addressing this issue with the understanding, though, of not necessarily lining people's pockets. If the money is actually going to the problem, right? If it's expensive just because we're lining people's pockets, then I agree with Scott, then that's a disastrous project. Last thing I'll say for now is that, of course, government can handle these issues. Of course, they can. Right. The problem is when we let in these other third-party actors, when we let in the private industry, right, specifically, or the or NGOs. These individuals, that all they have is their bottom line, right, or necessarily like enriching themselves. They don't have a a reason to solve the issue. Within the government, we can give the government a mandate. We can check if they are fulfilling that mandate, and then we can have them execute that problem. If we cut out those NGOs, right, specifically talking about California, if we cut out that constellation of NGOs, we could have accountability as to where the money goes. We do that all the time within government, except for the Pentagon. We can have accountability for that where that money goes, and we can use the data that gets back to us, the data that we decide on, that we collect to decide what is actually the most effective interventions are, and continue those, and then discontinue the least effective ones. The government can absolutely solve this issue. It's just a matter of political will. Now I'm done.
Prom, what's an issue that you had a strong belief in, and then data showed you that, like, oh, contrary to the moral good I thought it was doing, the outcomes don't seem to be matching up, and you moved on. Because it seems
Man,
like
I
with
don't
a
know.
lot.
There's definitely some. I mean, it's
I
happening.
mean,
Like,
let's say,
I don't know.
are you in favor of rent control? Do you believe rent control can work as a policy?
I'm told no, but I haven't really looked into it. But I'm told no.
Okay, yeah, because that's something that like a lot of people advocate for, like, oh, like, but like that they see one side of the issue, but then like contrary to what the outcomes show you, they become so like attached politically to buy into it that like the opposing, like saying that it's not giving you the results that we actually seek, seems to be like judging them as a person. Something that like one of the aspects of NIMBYism that a lot of people have an uncomfortable time talking about is oh god, gentrification. Gentrification, like we talk about like, oh, people coming in or gentrifying neighborhoods, but in reality, that's a form of NIMBYism. That's the people that are living there saying that they're upset that their property taxes are raising. They're upset that parts of aspects of their neighborhood or community are changing from the way they grew up because
Yeah.
these people feel like they have a right because their parents live there to all live there in perpetuity and live there with the exact same situation as they had. And we defend it. We push back against gentrification. But in reality, if we want to solve homelessness, we should want areas to we should want property taxes to increase in areas, and then that wealth to be and capital be redistributed to these communities. And then some people who have had a house 3 generations unfortunately hit a point where they can no longer necessarily afford to live there, and they should probably have to sell their house for a 200-300% profit and move on. But we push back
Thank
against
you
these
for
things.
explaining why I'm pro gentrification.
So for I was going to say something else in terms of, and I'll say it very quickly in terms of NIMBYism. Our friend Scott talked about it within affluent terms, but I want to push back and closest to your point, Bam, and that it can be people of all like levels of income as long as they have some sort of buy into the community, right, and access to the halls of power. Even just like going to city council and saying no to like a new zoning law or whatever the fuck, right?
Or another thing they'll do is they'll abuse what is considered a historical site, right? So they will abuse government power to like protect their community from gentrification or from some influx by using the state to stop the market, which would allow for cheaper housing and less homelessness because they want their neighborhood to remain. So they'll get buildings, protected from property taxes and things like that by being a historical site. And then you have all these other factions of the government that are like, oh my God, we need to protect the community and the culture. And this is why I got into politics.
NIMBYism is harder, is a really tough issue to handle, especially when you're not talking about like just the affluent, right? If you're understanding that people have a certain character to their neighborhood that they want to maintain, well, you can say that's really that makes sense. But then what if it's a racial character to the neighborhood? Is that okay, right? Is it okay when white people want to maintain a racial character to their neighborhood, or is it okay when black people say they want to maintain a racial character to their neighborhood, right? Like these things all get tied up into it. And it's a very complicated situation. So I agree with you on that point, Bam. Gibbs, you want to say something?
Pardon me.
Yeah, I actually have been thinking since Doobie brought this up about the camps thing. I think that maybe we're like we should go. I think Admiral Libs is about to make an appearance here. Yeah, and I think I figured out the solution. And we're gonna base it on Saudi Arabia. I think is what we're gonna do because we're gonna just combine all the leftist ideas in one here. What we should do is we should buy Greenland,
The
and
beacon
then
of the left.
we should buy Greenland. We should move all the homeless to camps around the resources there, specifically the rare earth minerals, and then we can tell them we're going to give them
They're not going to work, Gibbs.
free housing, and mental treatment and all the things they want, paid for by the newly nationalized rare earth mineral mines that are being paid for with the homeless working hours. I think that's what we should do. All the profits. Well, if it's not going to work.
True.
He's recreating
in Gibbs's world. He'll give them the meth they need to feel sustained.
Yeah,
okay?
Meth
He'll
heads
give them the
don't
meth
work.
and the
Not
housing.
like that.
Well, no, hold on.
They're going to steal all the copper from the mining facility, okay? And then they're going to sell it.
I hate to break it to you.
Not if you. Wait. Why would they sell it? They already have the meth and the housing.
Hold on. Meth heads work a lot. I don't know if you've gone to the oil industry ever, but the reason why all them fuckers are out there working those hours is because they're methed out of their minds and they're making money, and they use meth so they can pass the drug test because it's out of your system for a piss test.
Big
If
brain.
you think that's not true, that's absolutely happening on a wide scale.
No.
Sir,
well, you're wrong.
As both the Bible and Lenin have said, works shall set you free.
Sir Bobbles, $20.
Let it do on that one, I guess.
Sir Bobble's $20 super chat. They say, I can tell none of you have spent any time understanding the homeless. I got involved and reading multiple books about homelessness that work. Get involved. You are selfish. You don't care. Be active. Otherwise, ugh. Eugene.
Virtue
Ugg.
signal.
That sounds like someone who knows
Signal
at least.
king.
They know less than
Right, yeah,
anybody
let me-
about homelessness
He
in
might
here.
have got involved, but nobody's been more
so-
involved than me. I've been stabbed by a hobo. I don't want to hear I'm not involved with
It's
that.
true.
So-
Gibbs has been the
so-
most involved with
Why don't
homeless.
you go? Why don't you go fuck
I
yourself?
can
Gibbs
one
has
up you.
blood
I
ties.
can one up you, Admiral Gibbs, which is I've been homeless. Like, fuck off.
And he
Oh,
stabbed
yeah.
Admiral Gibbs. Yeah. Like,
Right. You know what I mean?
Guess
It's
what?
full circle.
Did you become unhomeless through work and perseverance?
Also, I would like to say two things. One, I've been homeless. Two, well, actually three things. Two, I do get involved, but I do direct action. And three, yes, I am selfish. Selfishness is a virtue. Altruism is part of the giant fucking problem we have here because you are this idea that we are supposed to sacrifice to the homeless and just help them because they're homeless is one of the biggest causes amongst all the other data points that I reference that we have homelessness, right? Like there's no value whatsoever in helping the homeless because they're homeless, because that is just subsidizing homelessness. That's what it is. Like when you help the homeless just because they're homeless, then all you're doing is paying the homeless to be homeless. You are incentivizing the very behavior you're presuming to stop. If you want to stop homelessness,
We should
what you have to do
disincentivize
is
it,
you have
steal them.
We should
Steal,
do the
steal
purge.
from them.
well, no,
Tax
the
the
way
homeless.
the way that you ethically solve homelessness in your community is that you solve things because there is a value to you. This is the problem with the government getting involved, is that it takes your paycheck and then just gives it to a random homeless person. When in actuality, you should be involved in local charities and local things where the homeless can give you value in some way. In some way, that value can be just getting them off of your street shop, right? Like if there's homeless people in front of your business, then it behooves you to help solve the homeless towards those people that you know so that those people aren't there. But now it has become a personal and local issue. Every community is different, right? Like if we want to solve homelessness in Richmond City, or if we want to go to Appalachia, these are going to look like two totally different things, because homelessness in Richmond City is about population density, it's about housing, it's about, the cost of living. But if we go out into Appalachia, it's about pills. Right. Like, and these are two totally different people with totally different strategies on how we can solve this. But when you demand that we just give up a portion of our paycheck so that we can throw money at the poor, it never solves the problem. The only way that it solves the problem is when you have an equal value of exchange, where I'm helping you because I want to help my community, or because I want to help my business, or because I want my neighborhood to be better for my children in some way. It becomes personal. You know these people. You can actually,
What
like,
about my
this
country?
happens at an individual level. This idea that you solve, we've had a war on poverty since Lyndon B. Johnson, and we have been losing that war since then. And nobody in chat was alive when Lyndon B. Johnson was president. Okay. And so, like, you can laugh at me all you want, but
no,
we've been failing.
I will, because it's ridiculous. Look, yes, we had a war on poverty. I don't know enough about like the beginnings of that and like the policies that were in place at the very start. So it's hard for me to comment on that in of itself, right? But I know that whatever policies were put in place were degraded years after the fact. That efforts there, one, there were efforts that were just ineffective, but that we didn't actually just like recalibrate, right? It's okay that our starting efforts were ineffective. We can recalibrate. We just didn't. Or even if they were effective, those were degraded. Those were defunded year after year. And yes, like local charities simply don't have the power. They don't have the resources to handle this big issue. I agree with you that homelessness looks different in different areas, right? I mean, it matches up with what I was saying previously, right? Homelessness is a big, complex issue, and that requires different solutions. Of course, that's the case. While those charities can help, actually having the sustained amount of money to tackle this issue, since there's more people being born, more people being put in unfortunate circumstances, right? To do that on a national scale, of course we need the government to be involved, right? That is the most effective tool that we have. But actually, it takes political will.
Where's your
Simply
evidence for
putting
that?
government dollars
Where's
behind the
your
problem,
evidence that the government is
simply
so?
putting government dollars behind the problem doesn't work, right? It has to be effective policies followed by effective accounting of those
That's a
issues
belief. How
and
do you
effective
substantiate that
action.
belief? Like you're
Because
saying,
other
you're
countries
saying
done
a
all
lot of
type of
nice
good things.
things, but you haven't given me a single reason why the government would be better at it. And I have given you evidence why the government sucks at it, which is that they've been trying and failing for
Because I
70
think
years.
I'm about to say Social Security was a government program, and I'm about to say it's one of the biggest things to save the elderly. Like
No,
we had
Social
hate that
Security,
one.
Social
He
Security
might not like it, but I'm saying
did
it's
not
it's
save the elderly in any way, shape, or form.
I'm about to
That's
say
just false.
every point of data prior to what the 1930s would disagree with you.
No, it's absolutely the exact opposite.
It's the exact opposite. That's
Data
why it's one of
absolutely
the
agrees with me
most
that
popular.
mutual aid societies and the lodge system.
I'm not talking about
was
societies. I'm talking about
wildly-
Social Security. You
Wildly,
can't.
was
I don't care about what happened
wildly-
in 1432 BC.
Yeah, I know you want to I know when you want to interrupt once you're about to get cooked by real history, but it was wildly more successful. The reason that we do not have great data on the 1890s and the early 1900s is because most economic data didn't start getting collected until 1913 with the establishment of the Federal Reserve. But even still, when we look at what limited data we have available, mutual aid societies and fraternities were wildly more successful. 25% or more of all American men were a part of these, and they were they were so effective. They were so effective at providing housing, at providing unemployment insurance, at providing health insurance to people that doctors associations like the APA and other corporations had to step in and lobby the government to regulate them out of existence and make them illegal and their argument was primarily that healthcare was too cheap and it was a threat to doctors' jobs because they were reducing the cost of healthcare throughout the entire country to too much of a degree. Social Security comes in after they had almost destroyed the entire system that we used in mutual aid and fraternal societies, regulated it to death. And when it came in, its great claim to fame is that it didn't reach numbers of parity in terms of poverty for the elderly until the 1990s. It took them 60 fucking years to get back to the Great Depression era levels of poverty rates amongst the elderly. It is wildly unsuccessful, and on top of that, it is the overwhelming majority. Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is the overwhelming majority of our taxes, and it's the reason we're $37 trillion in debt, and it's the reason young people can't afford houses because of what the policies that we have done to inflate housing and inflation in that regard to make it like boomers have plenty of housing. They lived in a great market, but Gen Z and to some extent millennials can't afford housing because of so many policies that are included in our tax structure and directly associated.
No,
with
boomers are
things like
just
Social
living
Security and our
longer.
government
Thanks
debt.
to Social Security and
I just want to say I have a
Medicare.
hard out. I have a hard out tonight. Y'all be good. Thank you so much.
Bye. Have a good one,
As
friend.
always.
And if you need to leave, also, Chai Bunny.
Oh, I did want to say with my pick me that you just my pick me. Anyway, what I wanted to say was we were talking about the long term things that we could do where we were helping homeless people. I personally think that we should have a glamour mobile and we should have haircuts and showers and little checkups by a doctor. And maybe we give pamphlets that offer different local health services and mental care and things like that. That way, while we're trying to figure out the big fix, we at least have a little fix that can help them look more presentable and help them reintroduce to society while they're living in their tents.
Well, actually, that's not.
I think we should do the opposite. I think we should put brands on them so we know who the crazy people
Well,
are.
I mean, think about it. They have like these benches that have the bars on them. There's a lot of like structures that are anti-homeless. You can't kick them out if they don't have anywhere to live, and you don't have anywhere for them to live, so you can't kick them out. And it's really nice there. So what are you going to do in the meantime while we find the real solution? Let's help them out. You know how hard it is to get therapy when you are depressed and you have a home? I have tried and I had the wrong therapist. It was a waste of my entire fucking day. It discouraged me from wanting to go. And I have a car. I have a cell phone that I could just call and drive and go to these places. And I still won't fucking do it So think about if we also had these mental health aides there and we just went to the homeless people. And yeah, we wouldn't get everyone, but if we went to the hot spots, word would spread and maybe they'll start showing up on the Tuesdays and Thursdays that we offer these services.
So
I completely agree with you. Learn to cut hair, start a YouTube channel, make it profitable, make money, grow the economy doing that wonderful service. But when you ask for my money and when you ask for food off of
Oh, why would I
my
ask for
children's
your money?
plates,
You're going to be my first client. I'm going to help reintroduce you to society. You still haven't
That's a
gotten
good
rid of the
one.
hobo cut. Anyway, I'm Chai Bunny. You can find me playing games on Twitch. Thanks for inviting me and have a great night.
Have a good one, Chai.
Take
Thanks
care,
for being
be well.
here.
Have a great night.
I don't disagree.
I'm not allowed to call her names.
Oh my, yeah, certainly not that
She'll
one
figure it
name.
out.
Not those
Fuck.
names.
But yeah, okay. We should provide these services to people. I would agree. Yeah, it's difficult when you're unhoused to take a shower, to look presentable, so that you can find a job, right? All reasons that we should house them because it's easier to do all those things when you are housed, right? And it's easier to get them those services because how homeless people are transient. They can't be relied on to be in the same spot, right, on the same corner every single goddamn day. Especially when you have the cops, right, sent by Doobie, and probably Lactoid, yeah, especially Lactoid, to harass them, right, and kick them off the street and destroy their encampments, right? You can't actually continuously deliver those services in those areas. So it's best to house them somehow, right? There's a more effective housing, there's less effective housing to do that. But we can tackle this issue. It's how homelessness, right? The majority of it, the vast majority of it, if we're looking at the wider panoply, is that the word? The wider spectrum of it, is solvable. Is actually perfectly solvable. It's perfectly within our issues. There are going to be some individuals, like some calcified individuals, who are very hard. They usually have extreme mental health issues, right? Sure, right? Those people will be the toughest and the last ones we ever are able to deal with, right? But the vast majority of the homeless issues, starting from people who just missed a paycheck or so, or maybe are just getting started in a new city, right? Those people are the easiest. And then working our way down to people who've been living out of their cars, their trailers for a few weeks, right? Or a few months. Yeah, we can actually deal all these problems are more than we're more than capable of dealing with them. We more than have the resources to deal with these things. It just takes political will to do them. To do them
You're
directly.
saying it just takes political will. How do you
I,
solve it?
so
Like, what,
I do have to head out. I wanted to say,
Yeah.
before I go, I had a friend who had a very similar mindset to you, Prime, and he thought of an idea where he was, look at the homeless people. The reason
I remember
why
the story. You got screwed. You didn't
yeah,
go
yeah,
for your
yeah,
friend.
yeah. You remember the story, but that's because you got the memory. It's crazy, right? But other people here, they might not remember it. And so he
Spent lots of money.
He had the same mentality as you did, Prime, and he thought, look, the homeless people, all they need is showers and Wi-Fi, and they'll be able to apply for jobs, and in fact, I'll help them get jobs, right? So how do I make money off this? Well, I'll buy an apartment, I'll buy the Wi-Fi and the water and electricity and all this stuff, and I'm going to help them like get situated, and then I'm going to get them a job, and then I'm going to take a portion of their money every month or like for every paycheck to basically make money and get paid back. This was his brilliant idea.
He's going to tax
Because
them.
they say the reason, yeah, he's gonna basically like take a portion of their income because remember,
He has a temp. He has a temp agency.
yeah, look, because the problem is like they just couldn't get jobs because they had no place to get mail. They they couldn't shower. All the they didn't have clothes. Like this was the main issue. Well, what happened was they would rip out the copper out of the housing, disappear. All of a sudden, you couldn't find them anymore. Apparently, you can smoke meth out of light bulbs, and so light bulbs would go missing all throughout the apartments.
Yeah.
And just completely destroyed, almost universally. He lost all his money, tremendous amount of money, just gone. And I don't know. I think these people have a lot of problems, and I think Bam said it best when he said, I don't know how to solve the problem." And I agree with that. I think the problem is very complicated, and I don't think any of us really have the solution right now.
No, we do. We actually
I know
do.
you think you do.
Here's the thing. No. Hold on. You what? I talk about, hey, having a governmental response, right, where we put a mass amount of resources behind a problem and understand that it's complex and those solutions will look differently depending on the individual, right? What you respond is, well, my buddy like rented out an apartment and then tried to handle this thing himself.
The
and it
same
went
government
wrong.
that does
That's
on the
exactly what I've been.
wait,
That's
yeah, the
exactly
same,
what I'm saying.
the same
Hey,
government,
actually,
the same government regarding the fraud that we were here to talk about today.
His
hold on,
anecdotal
wait,
evidence
we
is
don't. Hold on, we
actual
don't.
evidence.
Hold on, so come down.
You haven't given any evidence.
Scott. We can deal with you later. Lactoid's about to leave. Lactoid. Yes, hold on, but what did I say? The problem is those NGOs. The problem is that they're completely like unaccountable. That and it wasn't in the video that I sent you guys. There's another video that I had watched on this, right? Talked about like the diffuse accountability among these NGOs, where they're all given an individual mandate, and a lot of these things overlap, right? But then when things go wrong, none of them will take responsibility. They'll point people off, like if a homeless person approaches NGO A, right? They'll say, well, we can help you with this, but like this other thing you're looking for, you got to go to NGO B. For that, you go to NGO B. Like that's not part of our problem. You got to go to NGO C, right? This thing happened again. These and that's because we outsourced the issue. Once again, if we actually dealt this within the government, if we understood that government can actually directly deal with these issues, and if we understand that with the scale of the resources the government can provide, right, we can properly sort these individuals so we can see which ones would be do well of housing, being put directly in housing. Some people maybe not, right, because it's complicated. Maybe they need to be institutionalized, right, like Doobie was saying previously, right? Like there's a whole list of these issues. But to say, hey, my buddy like got random homeless people and without either proper training or proper understanding of the situation, right, tried to and maybe do something honorable, help them out, and it didn't work out. And so that's proof that obviously we don't have the answers. That's a ridiculous fucking statement.
It's one data point. I thought it was it's an interesting example
versus
to bring
your
up.
zero.
It's an interesting example to bring up as somebody who was thinking along the same lines as you. I saw the business model, and this is on the backs of us talking about the government failing here. How Bam talked about the government failing with the projects. It just seems very consistently. I think I'll be honest. I think the only person that's proposed a solution that I think would actually work is Doobie. And I just don't like his proposal. I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea of deporting the homeless.
We weren't trading one problem for another.
I don't like the idea of deporting the homeless to a camp. It's not my style.
Not deporting. What do you mean? We're just moving them to another place within
you're
the
just
country.
forcibly moving them to a camp
For their own good. Yeah, I think many of these people,
I know.
many of these people are so like mentally deteriorated that they just can't make decisions for themselves. So somebody needs to come in. The guiding hand of the Satan needs to come in and teach them how to live better.
Look, like I said, I think your proposal is the only one, honestly, that will work. I just I just think that there's a cost to that, and the means don't always justify the ends, or the ends don't always justify the means. And I think the means here would be pretty horrific.
It's because you've been like conditioned by never-ending Holocaust movies to think that all re-education camps, all camps that we put people in are bad, right? But sometimes it's okay to have a camp that you put people in to make their lives better.
This is how every Holocaust movie starts. Just to keep like they're in the ghettos. Where do they go now?
Mean it's going to end with the Holocaust.
What happens? Yeah, you say that. Okay, but I've heard your other takes. Doobie, I don't know.
Doobie,
you were criticizing Israel a whole lot before.
Doobie, I unironically support your position so long as it's not state run and so long as we abolish public property. Like the real issue here is like I don't think your position is actually like I think you're bringing a well-meaning intention even though it sounds fucking insane. And the reason is the government control here. If you were to abolish public property, thus making.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in to today's episode of Lactoid TV. We're going to rate it out to Prime, and I will catch you guys next time. Might see you guys on Thursday. That'll be fun. Swing on by.